Section 1 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. Piffle's ABC Book of Funny Animals. Copyright by Howard E. Altemus. A stands for ape, sitting high in a tree where he is knitting a sweater for me. B stands for Bruin, the great clumsy bear climbs to a treetop, if honey be there. C stands for Camel, who loves the hot climb, goes without drinking 10 days at a time. D stands for Deer, the most graceful of all, see how he jumps o'er the old waterfall. E stands for Elephant, with a small eye eats almost everything, trumpets when dry. F stands for Fox, with a large bushy tail. Dogs like to chase him o'er hill and o'er dale. G stands for Gorilla, enormously strong. When hunters see him, they don't tarry long. H stands for Hippo, who stands in the Nile, wears a loose skin and an expansive smile. I stands for Ibex. I'm a wild goat, you see, high in the Alps. They are hunting for me. J stands for Jaguar, that comes from Brazil, climbs trees and eats monkeys and rarely is still. K stands for Kingfisher, who dies for the fishes and always secures the ones that he wishes. L stands for Lion, that loudly doth roar, making sounds like great thunder when hungry for gore. M stands for Mammoth. An elephant? No. Mammoths had wool and all died years ago. N stands for Natterjack. Some call it Toad. Don't you hear it cry, gluck, gluck, out there in the road? O stands for Ostrich, that eats everything. Its feathers are worn on bonnets each spring. P stands for Pig, and I'm sure you're agreed there's no introduction this glutton will need. Q stands for Quail, and Bob White is my name. The partridge some call me, and hunt me for game. R stands for Rhino, with horn on his snout. I fancy he's thinking of dinner, no doubt. S stands for Sheep, that were lost you all know by Little Bo Peep a long while ago. T stands for Tiger, a terrible beast. His eyes are on Jocko, he hopes for a feast. U stands for Unicorn, fabled of old. The horn on its head made it fierce to behold. V stands for Vicuña. In Chile they roam, on the high snowy mountains, they're completely at home. W stands for Wolf. You must watch or he'll bite. He's often seen prowling in the forest at night. X stands for Axis, a deer spotted white. Some call it hog deer, and hunted at night. Y stands for Yak. It is covered with hair, long, soft, and silky, for lace that is rare. Z stands for Zebra, the last in the show. He's covered with stripes, like a jailbird, you know. End of Section 1. Piffle's ABC Book of Funny Animals.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Raft.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A to Z by Various. The Blind Spot by Saki. "You've just come back from Adelaide's funeral, haven't you?" said Sir Lulworth to his nephew. "I suppose it was very like most other funerals." "I'll tell you all about it at lunch," said Egbert. "You'll do nothing of the sort. It wouldn't be respectful, either to your great-aunt's memory or to the lunch. We begin with Spanish olives, then a borscht, then more olives and a bird of some kind, and a rather enticing Rhenish wine, not at all expensive as wines go in this country, but still quite laudable in its way. Now there's absolutely nothing in that menu that harmonizes in the least with the subject of your great-aunt Adelaide or her funeral. She was a charming woman, and quite as intelligent as she had any need to be, but somehow she always reminded me of an English cook's idea of a Madras curry." "She used to say you were frivolous," said Egbert. Something in his tone suggested that he rather endorsed the verdict. "I believe I once considerably scandalized her by declaring that clear soup was a more important factor in life than a clear conscience. She had very little sense of proportion. By the way, she made you her principal heir, didn't she?" "Yes," said Egbert, "and executor as well. It's in that connection that I particularly want to speak to you." "Business is not my strong point at any time," said Sir Lulworth, "and certainly not when we're on the immediate threshold of lunch." "It isn't exactly business," explained Egbert as he followed his uncle into the dining-room. "It's something rather serious. Very serious." "Then we can't possibly speak about it now," said Sir Lulworth. "No one could talk seriously during a borscht. A beautifully constructed borscht, such as you are going to experience presently, ought not only to banish conversation, but almost to annihilate thought. Later on, when we arrive at the second stage of olives, I shall be quite ready to discuss that new book on Borrow, or, if you prefer it, the present situation in the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. But I absolutely decline to talk anything approaching business till we have finished with the bird." For the greater part of the meal, Egbert sat in an abstracted silence, the silence of a man whose mind is focused on one topic. When the coffee stage had been reached, he launched himself suddenly athwart his uncle's reminiscences of the court of Luxembourg. "I think I told you that great-aunt Adelaide had made me her executor. There wasn't very much to be done in the way of legal matters, but I had to go through her papers." "That would be a fairly heavy task in itself. I should imagine there were reams of family letters." "Stacks of them, and most of them highly uninteresting. There was one packet, however, which I thought might repay a careful perusal. It was a bundle of correspondence from her brother, Peter." "The canon of tragic memory," said Lulworth. "Exactly, of tragic memory, as you say. A tragedy that has never been fathomed." "Probably the simplest explanation was the correct one," said Sir Lulworth. "He slipped on the stone staircase and fractured his skull in falling." Egbert shook his head. The medical evidence all went to prove that the blow on the head was struck by someone coming up behind him. A wound caused by violent contact with the steps could not possibly have been inflicted at that angle of the skull. They experimented with a dummy figure falling in every conceivable position. "But the motive!" exclaimed Sir Lulworth. "No one had any interest in doing away with him, and the number of people who destroy canons of the established church for the mere fun of killing must be extremely limited. Of course, there are individuals of weak mental balance who do that sort of thing, but they seldom conceal their handiwork. They are more generally inclined to parade it. His cook was under suspicion, said Egbert shortly. I know he was, said Sir Lulworth, simply because he was about the only person on the premises at the time of the tragedy. But could anything be sillier than trying to fasten a charge of murder onto Sebastian? He had nothing to gain, in fact a good deal to lose, from the death of his employer. The canon was paying him quite as good wages as I was able to offer him when I took him over into my service. I have since raised them to something a little more in accordance with his real worth, but at the time he was glad to find a new place, without troubling about an increase of wages. People were fighting rather shy of him, and he had no friends in this country. No, if anyone in the world was interested in the prolonged life and unimpaired digestion of the canon, it would certainly be Sebastian. People don't always weigh the consequences of their rash acts, said Egbert. Otherwise there would be very few murders committed. Sebastian is a man of hot temper. He is a southerner, admitted Sir Lulworth. To be geographically exact, I believe he hails from the French slopes of the Pyrenees. I took that into consideration when he nearly killed the gardener's boy the other day for bringing him a spurious substitute for sorrel. One must always make allowances for origin and locality and early environment. Tell me your longitude, and I'll know what latitude to allow you, is my motto. There, you see, said Egbert. He nearly killed the gardener's boy. My dear Egbert, between nearly killing a gardener's boy and altogether killing a canon, there is a wide difference. No doubt you have often felt a temporary desire to kill a gardener's boy. You have never given way to it, and I respect you for your self-control. But I don't suppose you have ever wanted to kill an octogenarian canon. Besides, as far as we know, there had never been any quarrel or disagreement between the two men. The evidence at the inquest brought that out very clearly. Ah, said Egbert, with the air of a man coming at last into a deferred inheritance of conversational importance, that is precisely what I want to speak to you about. He pushed away his coffee-cup and drew a pocket-book from his inner breast pocket. From the depths of the pocket-book he produced an envelope, and from the envelope he extracted a letter, closely written in a small, neat handwriting. One of the canon's numerous letters to Aunt Adelaide, he explained, written a few days before his death. Her memory was already failing when she received it, and I dare say she forgot the contents as soon as she had read it. Otherwise, in the light of what subsequently happened, we should have heard something of this letter before now. If it had been produced at the inquest, I fancy it would have made some difference in the course of affairs. The evidence, as you remarked just now, choked off suspicion against Sebastian by disclosing an utter absence of anything that could be considered a motive or provocation for the crime, if crime there was. "Oh, read the letter," said Sir Lulworth impatiently. "It's a long, rambling affair, like most of his letters in his later years," said Egbert. "I'll read the part that bears immediately on the mystery. I very much fear I shall have to get rid of Sebastian. He cooks divinely, but he has the temper of a fiend or an anthropoid ape, and I am really in bodily fear of him. We had a dispute the other day as to the correct sort of lunch to be served on Ash Wednesday, and I got so irritated and annoyed at his conceit and obstinacy that at last I threw a cupful of coffee in his face and called him at the same time an impudent jackanapes. Very little of the coffee went actually in his face, but I have never seen a human being show such deplorable lack of self-control. I laughed at the threat of killing me that he spluttered out in his rage, and thought the whole thing would blow over. But I have several times since caught him scowling and muttering in a highly unpleasant fashion, and lately I have fancied that he was dogging my footsteps about the grounds, particularly when I walk of an evening in the Italian garden. It was on the steps in the Italian garden that the body was found, commented Egbert, and resumed reading. I dare say the danger is imaginary, but I shall feel more at ease when he has quitted my service. Egbert paused for a moment at the conclusion of the extract. Then, as his uncle made no remark, he added, "If lack of motive was the only factor that saved Sebastian from prosecution, I fancy this letter will put a different complexion on matters." "Have you shown it to anyone else?" asked Sir Lulworth, reaching out his hand for the incriminating piece of paper. "No," said Egbert, handing it across the table. "I thought I would tell you about it first." "Heavens, what are you doing?" Egbert's voice rose almost to a scream. Sir Lulworth had flung the paper well and truly into the glowing centre of the grate. The small, neat handwriting shriveled into black, flaky nothingness. "What on earth did you do that for?" gasped Egbert. "That letter was our one piece of evidence to connect Sebastian with the crime." "That is why I destroyed it," said Sir Lulworth. "But why should you want to shield him?" cried Egbert. "The man is a common murderer." "A common murderer, possibly, but a very uncommon cook." End of Section 2. The Blind Spot. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Section 3 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. The Right and Wrong Ways of Making Coffee by Mrs. D.A. Lincoln. From the book 6 Cups of Coffee by Mary J. Lincoln. The Right and Wrong Ways of Making Coffee, as described by Mrs. D.A. Lincoln. The wrong way. Buy the cheapest coffee, that is, the kind which costs the least money, without regard to its purity or quality. Use more or less coffee just as it happens. Accurate measurement is not essential. Put it in an old tin coffee pot. Pour on water from the tea kettle. Never mind about the quantity or its temperature, or the time it has been in the kettle, since, as it comes from the tea kettle, it must be all right. Let it boil indefinitely, and if, when breakfast is ready, the water has boiled away, just pour in more. If you can afford it, add 1 or 2 eggs at any time during the process, when you happen to think of it. If it be roily, strain it, if you can find a strainer, and serve it with, yes, common brown sugar and skim milk will do, if you choose to think so. The compound is what? If there be any left, keep it warm on the back of the stove until the next meal. As this long steeping makes it dark, it must be strong, so add more water. After dinner, set the pot away, and the next morning pour out the old grounds. Rinse it or not, just as your time will allow, and repeat the process of making. Wash the coffee pot occasionally if the outside need it, but rinsing is sufficient for the inside. The right way. Buy pure coffee, not necessarily that which costs most, but buy it from some reliable dealer. Mixtures of 1/3 mocha and 2/3 Java, or half mocha and half maleberry Java, have given general satisfaction. There are some varieties of South American coffee which are very good. Occasionally one finds a brand, through some friend who is in the business or who has had opportunity of procuring it directly from coffee-grown countries, which is of such remarkable excellence that it leads one to suspect that most of the best-grown coffee is not in the market. The raw berries are tough, difficult to grind, and have but little flavor. Roasting makes the berries brittle and crisp, and when properly done, develops a fine flavor. But when half done or done to excess, the result is a raw or bitter flavor. Many prefer to roast and grind the coffee for themselves, but in coffee houses the arrangements for roasting are so complete that it is far better for small families to buy roasted coffee and to grind it as needed, or to buy it ground in a small quantity. It should be kept in airtight tin cans or glass jars, that the fine flavor may be preserved. Opinions vary to the best kind of coffee pot. Some prefer porcelain or granite ware. Others prefer tin, but all good housekeepers agree that absolute cleanliness is of the utmost importance. The pot should be cleansed every time it is used, all parts of it, the spout not excepted. A brown deposit is soon formed on the inside of the pot if the coffee be allowed to stand in it long, or if it be not often and thoroughly cleansed. An important point, one often overlooked even by intelligent housekeepers, is that the water should be freshly boiled in a clean kettle. Water, in boiling, loses the air or gases which give it a fresh taste and sparkling appearance, should be used as soon as boiled, or it becomes flat and tasteless. A brown substance is deposited on the inside of the kettle, and this, if allowed to accumulate, imparts an unpleasant taste to the water. Yet there are many housekeepers, exquisitely neat in many ways, who seldom wash the inside of a tea kettle. It is an excellent plan to keep a small kettle to be used only in boiling water for tea or coffee. Wash and wipe it carefully every time it is used. The proportions of water in coffee are 1 heaping tablespoonful of ground coffee to 1/2 pint cupful of boiling water. Reduce the amount of coffee slightly when several cupfuls are required. It takes a larger proportionate amount of both coffee and water to make just enough for 1 cupful than for more, as the grounds absorb a certain portion of the water, and the last coffee poured out is not as clear as the first. Coffee should be made in such a way that the full strength and aroma may be obtained without developing the tannic acid. Whether coffee should be boiled or not will probably be always a question. Many think it has a raw taste if not boiled. Others contend that in boiling much of the aroma is lost. Boiling makes the mixture roily, and it must stand long enough to let the ground settle and the liquid become clear. Some albuminous material will help to clear it. Fish skin, isinglass, cold water, and eggs are used for this purpose. Eggs give it a flavor and body, and no doubt improve an inferior quality of coffee, but they increase the cost of the beverage, as, aside for their own cost, they clog the grounds, thus making a larger amount of coffee necessary to obtain the desired strength. But if coffee must be boiled, let it be boiled in a closely covered vessel, with a thimble or cork in the spout, as if left uncovered the volatile oil which forms the fragrant aroma is dissipated, and it should never boil more than 5 minutes, as longer boiling extracts the tannic acid. There is a widely prevalent but erroneous notion that long boiling extracts more of the strength and color, and is therefore more economical, but strength and color thus gained are obtained at the expense of flavor and wholesomeness. After thorough trial of several methods of making coffee, I found filtering or percolation the simplest, most economical, and most satisfactory. Various modifications of the Biggin or French filter coffee pot are in use. This is a double coffee pot with one or more strainers in the upper pot. Some of these big uns are expensive, and soon get out of order, but others are very simple and with care will last a long time. The coffee should be ground very fine and be placed in the upper pot. Some varieties have a convex, coarse strainer in the bottom, to keep the grounds from clogging the fine strainer. Then a coarse strainer is placed over the grounds, the boiling water is poured in, and allowed to drip slowly through the coffee into the lower receptacle. Many of the coffee pots made on this principle are placed in another vessel containing boiling water, but if there be only 2 parts to it, the coffee pot should stand where the coffee, as it drips through, will keep hot, but will not boil. If the upper part be not large enough to contain all the water desired, it must be poured on in small portions. The full strength and aroma are thus obtained. No clearing is necessary, and if care be taken to observe all the minor points in the directions, the beverage will invariably be good. For good breakfast coffee, cream, scalded milk, and block sugar are necessary. The milk should be scalding hot, but never boiled, as boiled milk gives an unpleasant flavor. Ascertain the taste of those at the table, as most coffee drinkers prefer to have the coffee poured on the cream and sugar. 1 tablespoon of cream, 2 of hot milk, and 2 blocks of sugar, with an extra block in the saucer, is a fair proportion for a breakfast cup. Pour in the coffee until the cup is 3/4 full. Never fill it to overflowing. After dinner coffee or black coffee is made in the same way, a double proportion of coffee being used. It should be very strong and perfectly clear. Serve it in small cups with block sugar if desired, but not with cream or milk, as the milk counteracts the purpose for which the coffee is taken. Coffee is stimulating, and when taken clear and very strong after a hearty meal, aids digestion. But when combined with cream or milk, a leathery compound is formed, which is indigestible and irritates the internal membranes. End of section 3.
Section 4 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. A to Z by Various. Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death by Patrick Henry, March 23, 1775. No man thinks more highly than I do of the patriotism, as well as abilities, of the very worthy gentlemen who have just addressed the House. But different men often see the same subject in different lights, and, therefore, I hope it will not be thought disrespectful to those gentlemen if, entertaining, as I do, opinions of a character very opposite to theirs, I shall speak forth my sentiments freely and without reserve. This is no time for ceremony. The question before the House is one of awful moment to this country. For my own part, I consider it as nothing less than a question of freedom or slavery, and, in proportion to the magnitude of the subject, ought to be the freedom of the debate. It is only in this way that we can hope to arrive at truth, and fulfill the great responsibility which we hold to God and our country. Should I keep back my opinions at such a time, through fear of giving offense, I should consider myself as guilty of treason towards my country, and of an act of disloyalty toward the majesty of heaven, which I revere above all earthly kings. Mr. President, it is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beast. Is this the part of wise men, engaged in a great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and, having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, to know the worst, and to provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past, and judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other possible motive for it? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministry have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose to them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer upon the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and parliament. Our petitions have been slighted. Our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult. Our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. In vain, after these things, may we indulge the fond hope of peace and reconciliation. There is no longer any room for hope. If we wish to be free, if we mean to preserve inviolate those inestimable privileges for which we have been so long contending, if we mean not basely to abandon the noble struggle in which we have been so long engaged, in which we have pledged ourselves never to abandon until the glorious object of our contest shall be obtained, we must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemies shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. The millions of people, armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight our battles alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battle for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clinking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat, sir, let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war's actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God! I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. End of section 4.
Applied Psychology for Nurses by Mary F. Porter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Applied Psychology for Nurses by Mary F. Porter. Chapter 13. The Psychology of the Nurse Continued. Emotional Equilibrium. Suppose that when you first enter the ward, you are wishing with all your heart you had never decided to become a probationer. Perhaps the white screen and its possible meaning has so frightened you that your thoughts refuse to go beyond it. Suppose the very sight of so much sickness has agitated you instead of strengthening your determination to help nurse it. That is, suppose your emotions, your feelings, so fill your mind that perception is necessarily inaccurate and blurred. Then tomorrow your account of the ward will be hazy, and your desire will probably be against returning to a place where so many unpleasant feelings were aroused. The emotional balance which refuses to allow feelings to obscure judgment by leading reason astray is a necessary safeguard for the work of the nurse. There is little place in the profession for the woman who is all sentiment, but perhaps there is less for the one without sentiment. Feeling, we find, is the first expression of mind. Feeling which, in the early months, is entirely selfish. The happiest baby you know is not sweet and whining to please you, but because he feels comfortable and happy and cannot keep from expressing it. His universe is his own little self, and you exist only in your relation to him. If you give him pleasure, he likes you. If pain, he does not want you. His mother often fails to please him, but satisfies him so much more frequently than anybody else that he loves her best. Then comes the nurse or father. If he proves the satisfactory kind of father, or she a nurse he can love. To the baby, whatever he happens to want is good. What is not desirable is bad. And such emotional responses are altogether normal in early months. Yes, even until the child is old enough to use reason to choose between two desires, the one that will in the end prove more satisfying. But they are defects in adult life. The nurse who would always act as her first feeling dictates would not be in training many days. Unpleasant sights and sounds, the fear of making a mistake which might harm a patient, the undesirability of long hours of hard work in caring for patients who frequently only find fault with her best efforts, would early decide her in favour of another life work. Comparatively few so-called grown-ups are guided only by feeling, and most of those are in institutions that are well safeguarded. But a great many mature men and women allow feeling to unduly influence their thinking. The sentimental nurse, for instance, may find it very difficult to give an ordered hypodermic. The patient dreads the pain and the nurse fears hurting her. Suppose she were to fail to give it on such grounds. This is an almost unthinkable case, but the very nurse who agrees that such an emotional weakling should not be allowed to train will help her patient, even when recuperating nicely, to grow inexcusably self-centered by sympathizing with every complaint, warning her at every turn, by allowing her and even encouraging her, perhaps, to discuss her illness and suffering in the minutest detail. The nurse is more damaging than the sentimentalist who fails to give the hypodermic, for that slip is easily discovered, and the transgressor must immediately reform and obey orders or be dismissed. But the second nurse may take perfect care of the sick body, and the doctor never realize that she is developing the sickness idea in her patient's mind. In both of these instances, reason has followed the leadings of feeling. It is unpleasant to hurt the patient, and she is disagreeable too, when you insist on carrying out the orders. It is easier to agree with her ideas and sympathize with her troubles, much easier than to find some other avenue for her thinking, or to search for feeling substitutes. It is pleasanter right now to allow her mind to slip unmolested into sick reactions than to lead her, unwilling as she is, into the ways of health. Reason follows feeling's logic, which suggests that it is much better for the patient to talk of her ills than to keep them pent up inside, and judgment is sadly obscured. The emotionally balanced nurse hears the story once, that she may have the material for helping the need. Feeling perhaps deep and genuine sympathy with a real trouble is aroused, and rightly, but this brings a keen desire to help the situation. Reason insists that talking of sufferings, real or fancied, only makes them more insistently felt, that there must be some better way to meet them. It suggests various methods to divert the patient's attention, to change the train of thought until she is able herself to direct it into healthful channels. Judgment weighs the propositions and decides upon the one which will lead toward establishing a health attitude. The nurse is continually meeting the necessity of acting contrary to fear and discouragement and weariness of spirit. How can she secure emotional equilibrium for herself? Keep in mind the fact that most sick people are very suggestible, that you have a definite responsibility to make your suggestions to your patient wholesome, and that your mood is a constant suggestion to him. Remember that he needs your best. Then, if your own trouble seems too great to bear, determine that, so long as you remain on duty, you will not let it show. Try an experiment. See if you can go through the day carrying your load of sorrow, or disappointment, or chagrin, with so serene a face that the sick for whom you are caring will not suspect that you have a burden at all. That is a triumph worth the striving. Then, if you can let it make you a little more comprehending of others' pain, a little more gentle with the sickest ones, a bit more patient with the trying ones, more kindly firm with the uncooperative, realizing that each one of them all has his burden too, you have not choked feeling, but you have fulfilled reason's counsel, that sick people are not the ones to help you in your distress, that a good nurse should rise above personal trouble to the duty at hand. Your judgment has compared your reasons and decided that you should act before your patients as you would if you were well, and will holds you to emotional equilibrium, such a thing that can be done in a very large measure, and no better opportunity for emotional control will ever be offered than the necessity of being calm and serene before your patients, no matter how you feel. But while reason and judgment teach us to control the expression of certain things, of certain feelings, they urge that this control be exercised in transforming those feelings into helpful ones, and giving them an adequate outlet. Such a substitution has been suggested above. Let us not forget that nothing in existence is of personal value until it gives someone an emotion. That feeling is the beauty of life. That feeling without the happy, wholesome, affective glow would not be worth the effort. That beauty and strength and sweetness of feeling make for a worthy self. Remember too that feeling is the curse of life. It is feeling that would make us give up the whole struggle, and ugliness and weakness and bitterness of feeling make for a despicable self. Hope lies for us all in the realization that we can choose our feelings, our responses. We can be utterly discouraged and bitter and depressed at failure, or we can recognize it as a signboard telling us that the other way than the one we just followed leads to the goal, and we can follow its pointing finger with faith in a new attempt, because now we know at least how not to go. We can learn to spare from all the bitter and the hateful and the mean, or we can learn that they never could be called so if there were not the sweet, the lovable, and the generous with which to compare them. You can learn to search as with a microscope for all the undesirable traits of your patients, or you can calmly accept all that assert themselves as undeniable facts, but use your microscope to find their desirable characteristics which offer possibilities of being brought to the foreground. You cannot constructively help yourself or your patient by denying the existence of the less worthy traits, but you can resolve to call out the something better, and if you do not find it, as may rarely be the case, you can refuse to let it make you sceptical of finding it in others. Let us remember always that it is not things or conditions or people that harm us, it is only the way we respond to them that can hurt. This one great truth, if really believed and made a part of all our thinking, would save scores of people from nervous wreckage. It is a favourite saying of a wise man who has helped a great many people to endure and take new courage when life seemed too hard to meet. That big broken arm case on the ward cursed you yesterday because you would not loosen his splints, and you rushed from the room angry and humiliated, wishing you could quit nursing forever, and asked to be moved because you had been insulted. But that man cannot harm you. He has never known a real lady in his life before. His training from childhood has been to regard women as chattels to do man's bidding. His experience in life is that they usually do what he asks, women of his kind. Moreover, he has never had a serious pain before, and it is not to be endured. Of course, the man must be dealt with and made to realize the distinction between his new surroundings and the old. Probably the intern or the doctor is the one to do it. Also, he must be brought to apologize or leave the hospital perhaps. But he did not hurt you. Your own reaction did that. For outside things or people cannot damage what we are in ourselves. The way we respond to them does the harm. When you can control your expression of anger and humiliation and substitute for your intense feeling a desire that such a patient may learn that pain is often the gateway to healing, that some respect for women may be kindled in him, so that eventually such an outburst in the ward may be impossible for him or for anyone who heard it, then you are choosing between emotions, the one of helpfulness for the one of justified indignation, and feeling has followed reason rather than leading reason astray. The judgment which decides you to try methods which will shame or inspire some manliness into the patient was one influenced by a well-balanced emotional life. If we would really acquire emotional poise, there are a few practical proved methods we might adopt for ourselves. When we can hold back the expression of the almost overpowering impulse or passion of anger and resentment and hurt, absolutely shut tight our lips until we can think, then wait until we can think without the strain of intense feeling, we will not only keep ourselves out of trouble, but we will be able to calmly state our position, right the wrong done us if wrong there was, or recognize that we ourselves were wrong. For we seldom analyze the situation properly under the influence of strong feeling. If we want to accomplish anything with our words, let us wait until we can speak them without having to choke down our sobs, or cram back our hot anger, or forcibly restrain ourselves from tearing things or slamming doors. After all that wildfire of emotion is gone, judgment will lead us to wisely reasoned action. End of chapter 13. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 6 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. A to Z by Various. A Droll Fox-Trap by C.A. Stevens. When I was a boy, I lived in one of those rustic neighborhoods on the outskirts of the great Maine woods, Foxes were plenty, for about all those sunny pioneer clearings birch partridges breed by thousands, as also field mice and squirrels, making plenty of game for Reynard. There were red foxes, cross greys, and silver greys. Even black foxes were reported. These animals were the pests of the farmyards, and made havoc with the geese, cats, turkeys, and chickens. In the fall of the year, particularly after the frosts, the clearings were overrun by them night and morning. Their sharp, cur-like barks used often to rouse us, and of a dark evening we would hear them out in the fields, mousing around the stone heaps, making a queer, squeaking sound like a mouse, to call the real mice out of their grass nests inside the stone heaps. This, indeed, is a favourite trick of Reynard. At the time of my story, my friend Tom Edwards, 10 years of age, and myself were in the turkey business, equal partners. We owned a flock of 31 turkeys. These roosted by night in a large butternut tree in front of Tom's house, in the very top of it, and by day they wandered about the edges of the clearings in quest of beechnuts, which were very plentiful that fall. All went well till the last week in October, when, on taking the census one morning, a turkey was found to be missing. The 31 had become 30 since nightfall the previous evening. It was the first one we had lost. We proceeded to look for traces. Our suspicions were divided. Tom thought it was the Trumley boys, Nefarious Sam in particular. I thought it might have been an owl. But under the tree, in the soft dirt, where the potatoes had recently been dug, we found fox tracks, and 2 or 3 ominous little wads of feathers, with one long tail feather adrift. Thereupon we concluded that the turkey had accidentally fallen down out of the butternut, had a fit perhaps, and that its flutterings had attracted the attention of some passing fox, which had forthwith taken it in charge. It was, as we regarded it, one of those unfortunate occurrences which no care on our part could have well foreseen, and a casualty such as turkey raisers are unavoidably heirs to, and we bore our loss with resignation. We were glad to remember that turkeys did not often fall off their roosts. This theory received something of a check when our flock counted only 29 the next morning. There were more fox tracks, and a great many more feathers under the tree. This put a new and altogether ugly aspect on the matter. No algebra was needed to figure the outcome of the turkey business at this rate, together with our prospective profits, in the light of this new fact. It was clear that something must be done, and at once too, or ruin would swallow up the poultry firm. Rightly or wrongly, we attributed the mischief to a certain silver grey that had several times been seen in the neighbourhood that autumn. It would take far too much space to relate in detail the plans we laid and put in execution to catch that fox during the next 2 weeks. I recollect that we set 3 traps for him to no purpose, and that we borrowed a foxhound to hunt him with, but merely succeeded in running him to the burrow in a neighbouring rocky hillside, whence we found it quite impossible to dislodge the wily fellow. Meanwhile the fox, or foxes, had succeeded in getting 2 more of the turkeys. Heroes, it is said, are born of great crises. This dilemma of ours developed Tom's genius. "I'll have that fox," he said, when the traps failed, and when the hound proved of no avail, he still said, "I'll have him yet." "But how?" I asked. Tom said he would show me. He brought a 2-bushel basket, and went out into the fields. In the stone heaps, and beside the old logs and stumps, there were dozens of deserted mouse nests, each a wad of fine dry grass as large as a quart box. These were gathered up, and filled the great basket. "There," said he triumphantly. "Don't them smell mousy?" They did, certainly. They savoured as strongly of mice as Tom's question of bad grammar. "And don't foxes catch mice?" demanded Tom, confidently. "Yes, but I don't see how that's going to catch the fox," I said. "Well, look here then, I'll show ye," said he. "Play you's the fox, and play 'twas night, and you was prowling around the fields. Go off now out there by that stump." Full of wonder and curiosity, I retired to the stump. Tom, meantime, turned out the mass of nests, and with it completely covered himself. The pile now resembled an enormous mouse nest, or rather a small haycock. Pretty soon I heard a low, high-keyed squeaking noise, accompanied by a slight rustle inside the nest. Evidently there were mice in it, and feeling my character as fox at stake, I at once trotted forward, then crept up, and as the rustling and squeaking continued, made a pounce into the grass, as I had heard it said that foxes did when mousing. Instantly 2 spry brown hands from out the nest clutched me with a most vengeful grip. As a fox I struggled tremendously, but Tom overcame me forthwith, choked me nearly black in the face, then in dumb show knocked my head with a stone. "D'you see now?" he demanded. I saw. "But a fox would bite you," I objected. "Let him bite," said Tom. "I'll resk him when once I get these 2 bread hooks on him, and he can't smell me through the mouse nests either." That night we set ourselves to put the stratagem in operation. With the dusk we stole out into the field where the stone heaps were, and where we had oftenest heard foxes bark. Selecting a nook in the edge of a clump of raspberry briars which grew about a great pine stump, Tom lay down, and I covered him up completely with the contents of the big basket. He then practiced squeaking and rustling several times to be sure that all was in good trim. His squeaks were perfect successes, made by sucking the air sharply betwixt his teeth. "Now be off," said Tom, "and don't come poking around, nor get in sight, till you hear me holler." Thus exhorted, I went into the barn and established myself at a crack on the back side, which looked out upon the field where Tom was ambushed. Tom, meanwhile, as he afterward told me, waited till it had grown dark, then began squeaking and rustling at intervals, to draw the attention of the fox when first he should come out into the clearing, for foxes have ears so wonderfully acute that they are able to hear a mouse squeak 20 rods away, it is said. An hour passed. Tom must have grown pretty tired of squeaking. It was a moonless evening, though not very dark. I could see objects at a little distance through the crack, but could not see so far as the stump. It got rather dull, watching there, and being amidst nice cosy straw, I presently went to sleep, quite unintentionally. I must have slept some time, though it seemed to me but a very few minutes. What woke me was a noise, a sharp, suppressed yelp. It took me a moment to understand where I was, and why I was there. A sound of scuffling and tumbling on the ground at some distance assisted my wandering wits, and I rushed out of the barn and ran toward the field. As I ran, 2 or 3 dull whacks came to my ear. "Got him, Tom!" I shouted, rushing up. Tom was holding and squeezing one of his hands with the other and shaking it violently. He said not a word, and left me to poke about and stumble on the limp, warm carcass of a large fox that lay near. "Bite ye?" I exclaimed, after satisfying myself that the fox was dead. "Some," said Tom, and that was all I could get from him that night. We took the fox to the house and lighted a candle. It was the silver grey. Tom washed his bite in cold water and went to bed. Next morning he was in a sorry and very sore plight. His left hand was bitten through the palm and badly swollen. There was also a deep bite in the fleshy part of his right arm, just below the elbow, several minor nips in his left leg above the knee, and a ragged grab in the chin. These numerous bites, however, were followed by no serious ill effects. The next day, Tom told me that the fox had suddenly plunged into the grass, that he had caught hold of one of its hind legs, and that they had rolled over and over in the grass together. He owned to me that when the fox bit him on the chin, he let go of the brute, and would have given up the fight, but that the fox had then actually attacked him. Upon that, said Tom, I just determined to have it out with him. Considering the fact that a fox is a very active, sharp-biting animal, and that this was an unusually large male, I have always thought Tom got off very well. I do not think that he ever cared to make a fox-trap of himself again, however. We sold the fox-skin in the village, and received $13 for it, whereas a common red fox-skin is worth no more than $3. How or by what wiles that fox got the turkeys out of the high butternut is a secret, one that perished with him. It would seem that he must either have climbed the tree, or else have practiced sorcery to make the turkey come down. End of section 6. Recording by phone.
Section 7 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. A to Z by Various. A biographical sketch of the Reverend Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet, LL.D., the first great educator of the deaf in America. Prepared on the occasion of the Gallaudet Centennial Commemoration, December 1887, by Henry Winters Sile, M.A. A saying as true as it is common declares, like father, like son. As physical peculiarities of stature and form, feature and color, descend from generation to generation, and afford means of easily recognizing relationship, so it is beyond question that intellectual and moral characteristics are likewise transmitted. The varying circumstances of each generation have more influence upon the development of the mind and the spirit than upon that of the body, in which latter the possible range of variation is far more limited. A great man may, like Washington, leave no son, or, like Cromwell, one of only ordinary abilities. Still it has been observed in enough cases to establish the law that strong natural abilities and a tendency to exert them in a certain direction are as genuine family traits as any physical feature. As the ages of brass and iron recede, and happy days roll onward, leading up the golden year, the world more readily perceives and more openly confesses its indebtedness to those great men whose capacity, stimulated by zeal and displayed in patient toil, has been exerted not amid the clash of arms or in the intrigues of statecraft, but in the gentle paths of peace. These now are honored, who least of all strove for honor. Glory of warrior, glory of orator, glory of song, paid with a voice flying by to be lost on an endless sea. Glory of virtue, to fight, to struggle, to right the wrong. Nay, but she aimed not at glory, nor lover of glory she. Give her the glory of going on, and still to be. Many a father has there been, whose son trod in his footsteps, and both attained eminence. But few instances can be cited where a father and two sons, while devoting themselves to the same special kind of beneficence, to helping the same class of their fellow men, yet each struck out his own path. Each was the pioneer in a new field. each accomplished results peculiarly his own, of far-reaching influence and worthy to be held in lasting remembrance. Few names can be ranked with that of Gallaudet. 100 years have all but rolled by since he who first made this name illustrious saw the light, and preparations are now being made far and wide to commemorate his centennial birthday. On this occasion, pen and pencil here combine to offer a tribute to the memory of the Reverend Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet, LL.D., the man who more than any other gave to the deaf of America the blessing of education, and to that of her who was the worthy wife of such a man, the mother of such sons as the Reverend Thomas Gallaudet, D.D., and Edward Minor Gallaudet, Ph.D., LL.D., sons by whose work in the church and in the college, their fathers in the school, has been fitly supplemented. Mention, too, is made of Alice Cogswell, through whom he was led into his beneficent career, and of her father, Dr. Mason F. Cogswell, to whose exertions the establishment of the Hartford Institution was originally due. The engraver's art depicts their features and those of some of Gallaudet's associates, Miss Huntley, better known as the poetess Mrs. Sigourney, Sickard and Clare, Weld, Bartlett, Turner, and others. Here also will be seen views of the scenes of their labours, the edifices they reared, these their true monuments, but supplemented by grateful affection with the sculptured shaft and animated bust, which preserve the name and lineaments of Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet and his friend and fellow labourer, Laurent Clare. Thomas Hopkins Gallaudet was born in Philadelphia on the 10th of December, 1787. He came of a Huguenot family. His great-grandfather, Peter Elihu Gallaudet, a Protestant minister at Rochelle in France, came to this country about the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, and joined the Huguenot settlement at New Rochelle on Long Island Sound, a few miles from New York. He had a son, Thomas Gallaudet, whose name is stamped on a prayer book of the Church of England, now in the possession of his namesake in New York. The son of this Thomas, Peter W. Gallaudet, married Jane Hopkins, daughter of Captain Thomas Hopkins, a descendant of one of the first settlers of Hartford, and the family which had come to Philadelphia removed in 1800 to that city. His college classmate and biographer, the Reverend Heman Humphrey, D.D., says, "He grew up a sprightly and promising boy. His correct deportment, his amiable temper, his sparkling eye, and his studious habits gave early promise of the high distinction which awaited him in classical attainments, and in the improvement of those native talents which prepared him for such eminent usefulness in after life." Among his papers was found a reverie, written in his boyhood, upon the various causes which had contributed to break the golden chain which once bound together the whole family of man. Towards its end is found the following remarkable anticipation of the language of signs, by the use of which so much of his usefulness was achieved. Before the millennium arrives, will one language prevail and swallow up the rest, or will mankind agree to form a universal language? What shall this universal language be? Is there already one provided by nature herself, easy of acquisition, universal in its application, and which demands neither types nor paper? Young Gallaudet graduated from Yale College in 1805 with the highest honors, though the youngest among such classmates as the Reverend Doctors Samuel F. Harvis, Heman Humphrey, Gardiner Spring, and John M. Whitten. He then studied law for a year, but his health failing, after another year of literary study, he spent 2 more as a tutor at Yale, and then entered a mercantile house. At this point of his life his thoughts were strongly directed to spiritual affairs. He made a public profession of faith in Christ, united with the Congregational Church, and devoted himself to the sacred ministry. Completing the theological course at Andover in 1814, he was invited to the pastorate of several parishes. But God was calling him into a field as yet untilled, and to labours truly missionary in character, though performed at home. How singularly was his course of life, which had perhaps seemed fragmentary and unsatisfactory, ordered as a preparation for the duties now to be discharged. His natural abilities, his academical, legal, and theological acquirements, and his experience in teaching, would all find use in the task of introducing and developing a system of education of the deaf, for whom there was as yet not one school in America. We do not intend here to review the history of deaf-mute education up to that time. It was briefly sketched in our Retrospect of the Education of the Deaf, Philadelphia, 1886. Suffice it to say that from time to time during centuries attempts were made by all sorts of methods and more or less successfully with a few favored individuals. The most distinguished Englishman who made the experiment was the Reverend Dr. John Wallis, a professor at Oxford. The system by which he taught several children, beginning in 1661, was described in some letters, mainly in the Transactions of the Royal Society. Finally, the private schools, kept by one person and receiving the rich only, developed into public institutions for the masses of the people, sustained by government or by benevolent contributions. On the continent of Europe, such institutions became quite numerous, most of them springing from the schools begun by Heinecke in Germany and de Leppe in France, both about the year 1760. Nearly at the same time, Thomas Braidwood, a teacher of elocution at Edinburgh, began teaching deaf children. He was largely indebted to Wallis's publications. His school attracted great attention from the most learned men, such as Dr. Samuel Johnson, and drew pupils even from America. In 1783, he removed to Hackney, a suburb of London. The banker poet Rogers, in his Table Talk, mentions meeting at a dinner party at Hackney Charles James Fox, with whom was his son, a dumb boy who was the very image of his father, having come for the occasion from Braidwood's academy. To him Fox almost entirely confined his attention, conversing with him by the fingers, and their eyes glistened as they looked at each other. Talleyrand remarked to me, "How strange it was to dine in company with the first orator in Europe, and only see him talk with his fingers." The accounts preserved of Braidwood's pupils show that he was a skilful and successful teacher. That his art was gainful appears from one lady's spending $7,500 to have her son under him 10 years. This lady's compassion for the mothers unable to meet such a heavy expense enlisted her friends in the establishment of the London Institution in 1792. Braidwood's nephew, Joseph Watson, obtained the headmastership, and handed it down to his son and grandson, the last of whom resigned in 1878. Similarly, the schools projected elsewhere had to come for their heads to the family which alone possessed this art. Small wonder that the family strove to keep so profitable a secret to themselves. One grandson, Thomas Braidwood, went to Birmingham in 1814. Another, John, to Edinburgh in 1810, but in a couple of years went to Virginia as private tutor to the second generation of deaf children in the Balling family. His successor was Robert Kinneborough, formerly an assistant at Hackney, who was put under bonds of $5,000 not to impart the method of instruction to any other teacher for 7 years, and allowed to receive private pupils only on condition of paying half their fees to the Braidwoods. In 1816, just after Gallaudet's repulse, the existing schools unanimously refused to aid one projected at Dublin, and when at last Kinneborough was free from his bonds, he would give 3 months' training to its intended teacher, only on payment of $750. In America, meantime, the deaf were not unnoticed, nor the possibility of their education unknown, though traces of them are few. The Pennsylvania Magazine of February, 1776, a copy of which was lately presented to the institution at Philadelphia, gave a cut of a 2-hand alphabet, which differs somewhat from that now known as the British. The accompanying article, though hinting at its possible convenience for the deaf, spoke of it mainly as a means of amusement for the hearing, just as de Leppe alluded to the smallest schoolboys, in his early days, talking with both hands from one end of the class to the other. The first American educated deaf-mutes we hear of were Thomas Balling of Goochland County, Virginia, sent to Edinburgh in 1771, and his sister Mary, who followed 5 years later. The next was Charles, son of Francis Green of Boston. His father had in his youth been an officer in the British Army, and at the Revolution his sympathies led him to make his home in England. The boy, who had at an early age proved to be a deaf-mute, was placed in Braidwood's school in February 1780, being then 8 years old. Mr. Green took the most affectionate interest in his progress, and in 1783, to help Braidwood, published a book named Vox Oculis Subjecta, written in English, despite its Latin name, which gives highly interesting accounts of Braidwood's success, and extracts from earlier writers on the education of the deaf, carefully omitting, however, to describe the methods employed. But nearly 30 years elapsed before the steps were taken which led to the establishment of the first school for the deaf in America. In the city of Hartford there dwelt one of the most distinguished surgeons of America, Dr. Mason Fitch Cogswell. Sprung from an old New England family, born in 1761, he rapidly rose to professional eminence, thanks to a mind never ruffled or disconcerted, a hand that never trembled, and a happy dexterity in the use of instruments. Nor were his social qualities less admirable. Professor Jonathan Knight, who gives the above estimate of him, adds, "No man I have ever known enjoyed more entirely the confidence, esteem, and respect of all with whom he was in any way associated. He was, as all who knew agree, a kind, benevolent, and noble-spirited man. In the domestic circle, and in the society of his friends, he was polite, cheerful, and abounding in pleasant and instructive conversation. He was an assiduous and successful cultivator of polite literature, especially of poetry, and a proficient in music, and the active friend and supporter of every plan for the relief of the misfortunes and distress of his fellow men. To him, among other children, there was born on August 31st, 1805, a lovely daughter named Alice. Hardly had she completed her 2nd year when a severe illness destroyed her hearing, and her speech faded away and was almost entirely lost before she was 4 years old. Her disposition was sweet, and her mind responded readily to such efforts as could be made for its development. Still her progress was painfully behind that of her hearing playmates of her own age. Among these were the younger children of the Gallaudet family, her next-door neighbors, and one day, as the child, now about 8 years old, was playing in their garden, she met their elder brother Thomas, then a theological student. Catching with native quickness and impressiveness her instinctive gesture-talk, he skillfully managed to make her understand that the few and simple characters of the word hat represented the article he held in his hand. Following up this beginning, he succeeded in teaching her many words and even sentences, and when his own studies called him away, the work was continued by her own family and other friends, aided by one of Sicard's books, which Dr. Cogswell procured from Paris. Alice was enabled to attend with her sisters the private school of the accomplished and amiable Miss Lydia Huntley, better known as Mrs. Sigourney. This gifted lady gives in her autobiography, Letters of Life, the following interesting account. On Friday afternoon was a thorough review of all the studies which had been pursued during the week. Then also my dear little silent disciple Alice Cogswell, the loved of all, had her pleasant privilege of examination. Coming ever to my side if she saw me a moment disengaged, with her sweet supplication, "Please teach Alice something," the words or historical facts thus explained by signs were alphabetically arranged in a small manuscript book for her to recapitulate and familiarize. Great was her delight when called forth to take her part. Descriptions and animated gesture she was fond of intermingling with a few articulate sounds. Fragments from the annals of all nations, with the signification of a multitude of words, had been taught by little and little, until her lexicon had become comprehensive. And as her companions, from love, had possessed themselves of the manual alphabet and much of the sign language, they affectionately proposed that the examination should be of themselves, and that she might be permitted to conduct it. Here was a new pleasure, the result of their thoughtful kindness. Eminently happy was she made, while each in rotation answered with the lips her question given by the hand, I alternately officiating as interpreter to her, or critic to them, if an explanation chanced to be erroneous. Never can I forget the varied expression of intelligence, naivety, irony, or love that would irradiate from her beautiful hazel eyes on these occasions. It was such intercourse that suggested the following poetical reply to a question once asked in the institution of the Abbé Sicard at Paris. Le sourd-muet se trouve-t-il malheureux? Are the deaf and dumb unhappy? Oh, could the kind inquirer gaze upon thy brow with gladness fraught, its smile like inspiration's rays would give the answer to his thought. Thine active life, thy look of bliss, the sparkling of thy magic eye, would all his skeptic doubts dismiss, and bid him lay his pity by. For sure the stream of voiceless course may flow as deep, as pure, as blessed, as that which bursts in torrents hoarse, or whitens o'er the mountain's breast. The only known portrait of Alice Cogswell is a large silhouette, which, however, preserves her sweet expression. For the privilege of reproducing it, and 2 oil paintings of Dr. Cogswell at the age of about 30 and 60 years respectively, we are indebted to his descendants, Mrs. William H. Hodge of Philadelphia, and Dr. L. Van Rensselaer of Burlington, New Jersey. Dr. Cogswell's inquiries discovered no less than 84 deaf persons in Connecticut, and his representations had such influence that at a meeting held at his house on April 13th, 1815, it was resolved to send a suitable person to Europe to learn the art of instructing the deaf, and returning, open a school. Mr. Gallaudet was universally regarded as the man for the mission, and in a few weeks he set sail. 4 months were spent in learning that the doors of the British schools were barred with gold and opened but to golden keys. The committees, however willing, found to their mortification and regret that the secret was securely held by the Braidwood family. But on his arrival in London, Mr. Gallaudet had met the Abbé Sicard, the ingenious successor of the benevolent de l'Épée at Paris, who was exhibiting his pupils Massieu and Claire, and received a polite invitation to visit his famous school. Its methods had been declared by the venerated philosopher, Dugald Stewart, superior to those of Braidwood, as being of a higher nature and capable of more extensive usefulness. Mr. Gallaudet therefore proceeded to Paris, after spending the winter in study at Edinburgh, where Stewart's young and eloquent successor in the chair of moral philosophy, Dr. Thomas Browne, studied with him the letters of Alice Cogswell, and one day declared, "If I were not engaged in my duties at the university, I know of no pursuit in which I could take more delight than in the instruction of the deaf and dumb." At Paris he enjoyed every facility for learning the methods used, from the lowest class to the highest, and received special lessons, if not from Sicard himself, which is doubtful, certainly from Claire, Massieu, and Palmier. He had already grasped, from Sicard's books, the theory of the system. To put it into practice in America, he perceived the desirability of taking home with him as his right-hand man someone who had by long experience acquired a thorough familiarity with details, and could at leisure impart them to himself and future assistants, and who was himself deaf, and thus an exponent of its success. Such a man he found in Laurent Clerc, and with this coadjutor he landed in New York on August 9th, 1816, after an absence of 15 months. Meantime, Dr. Cogswell and other friends had procured subscriptions and a charter for the Connecticut Asylum. The next 8 months were devoted to preparations for its opening, which included journeys as far as Boston, Albany, and Philadelphia. The first 3 pupils are said to have been Alice Cogswell, George H. Loring, and Wilson Whitten. With these and 4 others, the school was opened on Wednesday, April 15th, 1817. The house number 15, now 48, Prospect Street, was occupied for all purposes except meals, which were taken at the City Hotel. The little family marching to and fro, as Dr. W. W. Turner a few years ago graphically told Mr. Cullingworth. The view we give is believed to be the first ever published, and is from a photograph taken expressly for this work. At the door, our artist has imagined Gallaudet and Claire standing with their first 3 pupils. Thus began 13 years of arduous toils in the maintenance and management of the establishment. Its rapid growth necessitated the erection of a building, which was dedicated May 2nd, 1821, and has since been much enlarged. A grant of land, the proceeds of which formed a liberal endowment, was made by Congress in 1819 and 20, in some degree through the interest aroused during a visit to Washington by Mr. Clare, who was received with distinguished courtesy, and the name of the school was in consequence changed to the American Asylum. It was at first thought this one school would suffice for the whole country, but others sprang up almost immediately and carried off, temporarily or permanently, some of the best of the teachers whom Mr. Gallaudet, with Mr. Clare's valuable help, carefully trained. Clare himself was spared for 6 months to set on a firm footing the Pennsylvania institution, and on his return, Lewis Weld, a son-in-law of Dr. Cogswell, went there till recalled to succeed Gallaudet. Harvey P. Pete's administrative ability and David E. Bartlett's warm heart, magnetic energy, and dramatic power were given to New York. John A. Jacobs came from Kentucky to enjoy a year's training preparatory to establishing the first school west of the Alleghenies. William W. Turner remained steadfastly at Hartford through a long career as teacher, steward, and principal. His recent death at the age of 87 leaves Samuel Porter, dean of the faculty of the college at Washington, who began teaching soon after Gallaudet's retirement, the Nestor of the profession. Unfortunately, Mr. Gallaudet was compelled to the last, even when presiding over 8 instructors and 140 pupils, himself to teach a class. And worn out by toil, in 1830 his failing health forced him to resign. But he continued ever helpful and honored as the father of the deaf. The pupils received in those early days were, as a class, far harder to control and teach than the children who now fill our schoolrooms. Many of them were men and women grown. Out of the 31 admitted in 1817, 15 were over 19 years of age, 1 being 40. 18 were born deaf, and 9 lost their hearing under 4 years of age. Such persons had formed habits difficult to alter, and had often been weakly indulged, so that to reduce them to discipline was a task demanding all Mr. Gallaudet's tact and authority. An anecdote, communicated by Dr. Thomas Gallaudet, shows his presence of mind. He was standing by the dining table, waiting to say grace, when in darted an unruly boy, who snatched up a knife and rushed at him. There was no escape, and with his delicate frame no chance in a hand-to-hand conflict. Throwing open his dress, he bared his bosom and bade the boy strike. Abashed, he threw the weapon down. These facts throw light at once upon the severity of his labors, and upon his choice of means, his high estimate of the use of signs in preference to attempting to teach written language without their aid, and to spending time on articulation. Experience only confirmed him in this view, which he ably defended long after he retired from active teaching, in opposition to those who, with Horace Mann, would have banished signs on the plea of their hindering the mastery of English. He was of a deeply religious nature, and regarded it as of the highest importance to secure moral influence and spiritual development at the earliest possible day. This he believed could most speedily and effectually be done through signs. He is claimed to have been the first to use public prayer in signs with the assembled school. Although below the medium height and slightly built, he was a perfect master as well as an enthusiastic student of the language of gesture, as some interesting anecdotes remain to prove. With a bright pupil he would fold his arms and relate even a long narrative solely by the motion of his head and the play of his mobile and expressive features. He ascertained from an uneducated deaf-mute, 80 years old, his last wishes respecting his property, and subdued by simple and solemn prayer a stubborn youth. Most pathetic of all, he stood by the bedside of Alice Cogswell in her heart-broken delirium after her father's death, fixed her wandering eye by the sacred sign of the wounded hand, and calmed and soothed that poor stricken lamb as he commended her to the Good Shepherd, so that when she shortly after closed her eyes, her end was peace. After leaving the institution, Dr. Gallaudet occupied himself largely in writing. He preached occasionally, but his only collected sermons are the Discourses, published in 1818. His other publications were addresses and reports in behalf of the deaf, and of various benevolent enterprises, magazine articles on the principles and practice of education, and books for children, on religious subjects or to aid in the study of the English language. The Youth's Book on Natural Theology, and some of the Scripture biographies, were translated into Russian, and the Child's Book on the Soul into French, German, modern Greek, Chinese, Siamese, and other languages. The Hartford School for the Deaf is said to have been, with the exception of a small hospital for the insane in Virginia, the first institution for a special class in this country. Its success, in the face of great difficulty and discouragement, may, as his son President E. M. Gallaudet declares, be said to have afforded the inspiration for all systematic philanthropic effort in America. Many enterprises grew out of his own work, or were due to his suggestion, or indebted to his advocacy, and the list of schools, colleges, and societies which strove to secure his services is long and most remarkable. But he refused all invitations that would have taken him away from Hartford or interfered much with the use of his pen. For 7 years he was the unpaid chaplain of the county jail, and in June, 1838, after having long urged provision for the spiritual care of the insane, he became the first chaplain to this class at the retreat in Hartford, a charge he retained for the rest of his life. The decision to abide in Hartford was due largely to regard for the education of his children, and for the happiness of his wife, whose own deafness only made him the more tender of her. Here she had, as he told an urgent friend, a place of worship on the Sabbath, and a circle of intimate acquaintances who knew her language, and they were very near her aged mother and deaf and dumb sister, the latter 10 years older than herself. Mrs. Gallaudet deserves more than a passing notice, but our limits are narrow. The reader will be well repaid by turning to the appreciative sketch from Professor Draper's graceful pen in the Annals for July, 1877. 15th on the roll of admissions at Hartford stands the name of Sophia Fowler, of Guilford, Connecticut. From the day of her birth, March 20th, 1798, her ears were untouched by earth's broken harmonies. Pleasing in face and form and manner, and enjoying superb health, she grew up admirable in the relations of life, and expert in household arts. But her eager mind had to wait 19 years for the blessed opportunity of satisfying its highest cravings. During the next 4 years, much as she learned, her teacher learned more, to her unfeigned amazement, when at last he avowed his love. But his wooing was brief, and on August 29th, 1821, their wedding set the seal to his conviction that deafness was no barrier to elevation to the social station of the most fortunate. Fortunate indeed was she, in the love and pride with which he ever regarded her, and as for him, for 30 years he found in her affection and her wisdom repose from weariness and relief from care. Seldom, says Henry Bernard, has domestic life been blessed with so sweet an accord of temper, taste, and views of family instruction and discipline, and by such a bright dower of clustering charities. And when that loved home was gradually broken up by death, and by the departure to other homes of the children, in whose guidance and the ways of happiness they both found delight, and who now arise up and call them blessed, she accompanied her youngest son Edward to the 2 humble cottages, which in 1857 formed the Columbia Institution, and remained its matron till 1866, by which time it had expanded into the college, of which he was inaugurated president. At Hartford, and at Washington alike, the instance she presented of womanly sweetness, grace, and dignity, and faithful performance of all domestic and social duties, was as effective as her direct efforts in impressing upon those whose favorable opinion was all important, the value of that education which could produce such fruit. Her husband's deep and childlike piety was her own, and when at the ripe age of 80 the summons came to join him, it fitly found her on her knees at her evening devotions. The morning of the next day, May 13th, 1877, bore her pure spirit to rejoin his own. We can only briefly record the 2 chief occasions on which the deaf people of America attested their veneration for Dr. Gallaudet. First, on September 26, 1850, at the suggestion of Mr. Thomas Brown of New Hampshire, they presented to Dr. Gallaudet a silver pitcher and salver, suitably inscribed and valued at $300, and the like to Mr. Clare. Upon one side of each pitcher is an engraved scene, representing Mr. Gallaudet leaving France with Mr. Clare. The ship is at hand, and beyond the waves is seen the future institution. On the other side is an interior view of a schoolroom with teachers and pupils, and in front is the head of Sicard, while round the neck of the pitcher are the coats of arms of the New England States. Within a year, on September 10th, 1851, after a long season of failing health, he said, "I will go to sleep," and so gently breathed his last that the faithful daughter by his bedside knew it not. His memory lives in every heart. His monument is everywhere, in the persons of all who have been benefited by and through his labors. But the erection of some visible memorial was desired by those whom he educated. Accordingly, on September 6, 1854, there was dedicated in front of the institution where he labored a graceful marble monument, noteworthy in that both the designs and the cost were contributed by the deaf. The general plan was by Albert Newsom, but the bas-relief was designed by John Carlin, who also delivered the oration at the dedication. It is only necessary to note that the word on the shaft, encircled by rays, is Ephatha in Hebrew characters. The bas-relief is an admirable representation of Dr. Gallaudet with his 3 first pupils, one of whom he teaches as she stands at his knee. This conception, we understand, is to be embodied also in the bronze statue by D.C. French, to be erected in 1818, by contributions from the deaf and their friends throughout the land, on the grounds of the college at Washington. In the college, his work of intellectual elevation of the deaf has reached a higher point in the hands of his youngest son, as it was given to the eldest to take up and extend in the mission of the Church his labors for their souls. End of section 7.
Section 8 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. A to Z by Various. The Handyman by Kate Gannett Wells. A handyman is the greatest convenience a woman can possess. Ever since Eve presumably found him in Adam, family life has more or less depended upon him, save in those uncivilized tribes where, in addition to being a woman, the female has to assume the tasks of the man. But, as specialization has stepped in to take the place of being jack of all trades, the handyman is dwarfed and in many homes has become extinct. Yet what wife or mother would not rather have him round the house than an expert bacteriologist or a connoisseur in ceramics? Only the wealthy, who can issue the day's orders to as many separate individuals as there are jobs to be done, can get along without him. The handyman is a kind of general mechanician, knowing a little about all useful trades. He is an amateur plumber, carpenter, electrician, surveyor, farmer, nurse, and doctor. The more primitive the section in which he lives, the greater his power. Usually he has more common sense than other people, and his ready, dry humor amuses us in spite of ourselves, for though grateful that he can do so many things just well enough, we yet are often annoyed that they are not better done. Still, he is the helpmeet of the tired wife and mother, and has been known to turn the clothes wringer, make the coffee, wash the dishes, and walk the floor with the baby. That he should lay the kitchen fire and do the chores is part of the widely recognized but unwritten marriage contract. He may be an inventor spoiled in the making, having taken out several useless patents, or he may have graduated into the handyman from having broken down as minister, lawyer, or insurance agent. The genuine kind, however, starts in life handy, hired out as a boy, and is the sole support of his mother until he falls in love. He straightens out crooked nails, saves strings and paper bags, and eats with his coat on, having a sense of the fitness of things. He is not the kind that spends money on barns and mowing machines, yet lets his wife fetch water from the well, for he pipes the water supply into the house as far at least as the kitchen sink. Being handy, he sees the pecuniary value of labor-saving devices for women as well as for men. And oh, the fences he mends, the gate latches he adjusts, the wagons he repairs, and yet he cannot shoe a horse. He knows with a pitiful sense of his weakness that he is just handy, and that he can do things, but also that he lacks sustained mental vigor and depends upon the womenfolk. What is the evasive quality he lacks, when yet he has been so ready for pioneer life? Is it that his sense of the immediate and incidental has overweighted his long-headedness and his grasp of broad outlooks? He follows precedents rather than adopts initiative. He is strong in simple expedients, but cannot reason on long lines, his want of self-conceit hindering his being quite sure that he knows it all. Then he is neither masterful nor diplomatic in family life. He is just patient and not over-strong in health, but he calls his wife dear and is always a lover. For all that, he is no longer the product of modern subdivided life, in which specialists are routing handy men, for this is the inner contention of industrial education, the kind of mechanic high arts and special trades instruction that is now given to boys as part of school knowledge is lessening their all-around ability to be handy, and is fostering in them a dislike to do anything outside of their expert training. And as a long step from that to marriage comes the result that a home costs more than it once did, partly because the expert husband has not the common sense to be also handy. His wages as skilled workman seldom are the equivalent of the money he loses by paying others to do little jobs round the house or place. More than that, his pride rebels at doing himself what he could do, but which is not his trade. Yet if his mother, wife, or daughter refused to be alike cook, laundress, seamstress, and scrubber, he would upbraid her for her shortcomings, and denounce the public schools for not training her properly to do the multifarious duties of womanhood simultaneously. The scarcity of handy men increases with each new specialization in industry. We all have heard of happy home lives, where the man is handy, the home jobs he does accruing not only in value of things done, but in savings deposited in the bank. And we also see homes begotten by men trained as experts, where, unless the wages or income is unusually large, bills are run up for repairs, and foreclosure of mortgages follows. Extreme instances these may be of each kind of home, the truth lying between them in daily practice. But any theory of industrial training which, over and above its expert success, results in a low estimate of the man who is handy, though not skilled, hurts the community. And, just as common sense is as great as any other sense, so should the capacity for being handy be valued as an essential in character. To be handy is to know what to do in an emergency before the doctor or expert arrives. Of course, it is better to be both the skilled workman and the handyman, but let not the former despise the latter, who will always yearn for expert skill. Again is it, on a more practical plane, the old question of the college-educated or the self-made man. It is so foolish to decry either, when both have given of their best to the world, though each one's best is different in kind from his neighbor's. However, the handy man is never the left-over man, who, not wanted by anyone, is always mildly in the way. Either he did not begin or was not begun in the right way as a boy, and as a fellow was shoved aside by the girls, with the fetch-and-carry role of social loneliness assigned to him at picnics and balls. He has little grip in his muscles, is understood only by his mother, and becomes either a recluse or marries a shrewish woman. Perhaps it is in the summer, when a housekeeper is far away from the base of supplies or repair shops, that she best appreciates the handyman. Life then would be impossible without him. Just to let him come in the door with saw or chisel in hand, and to hear him crack his jokes cheers her up. May technical instruction never wholly destroy his capacity for being the most all-round, helpful kind of home companion ever given to woman. End of section 8.
The Untroubled Mind by Herbert J. Hall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. The Untroubled Mind by Herbert J. Hall. Chapter 4. Idleness. O ye who have your eyeballs vexed and tired, feast them upon the wideness of the sea, Keats. Extreme busyness, whether at school or college, kirk or market, is a symptom of a deficient vitality, and a faculty for idleness implies a catholic appetite and a strong sense of personal identity. Stevenson. It is an unfortunate fact that very few people are able to be idle successfully. I think it is not so much because we misuse idleness as because we misinterpret it that the long days become increasingly demoralizing. I would ask no one to accept a forced idleness without objection or regret. Such an acceptance would imply a lack of spirit, to say the least. But idleness and rest are not incompatible. Neither are idleness and service, nor idleness and contentment. If we can look upon rest as a preparation for service, if we can make it serve us in the opportunity it gives for quiet growth and legitimate enjoyment, then it is fully justified, and it may offer advantages and opportunity of the best. Chief trouble with idleness is that it so often means introspection, worry, and impatience, especially to those conscientious souls who would fain be about their business. I have for a long time been accustomed to combat the worry and fret of necessary idleness, not by forbidding it, not by advising struggle and fight against it, but by insisting that the best way to get rid of it is to leave it alone and to accept it. When we do this, there may come a kind of fallow time in which the mind enriches and refreshes itself beyond our conception. I would rather my patient, who must rest for a long time, would give up all thought of method, would give up all idea of making his mind follow any particular line of thought or absence of thought. I know that the mind which has been under conscious control a good deal of the time is apt to rebel at this freedom and to indulge in all kinds of alarming extravagances. I am sure, however, that the best way to meet these demands for the conscious control is to be careless of them, to be willing to experience these extravagances and inconsistencies without fear, in the belief that finally will come a quiet and peace which will be all that we can ask. The peace of mind that is unguided, in the conscious and literal sense, is a thing which too few of us know. Mr. Arnold Bennett, in his little book, How to Live on 24 Hours a Day, teaches that we should leave no time unused in our lives, that we should accomplish a great deal more and be infinitely more effective and progressive if we devote our minds to the definite working out of necessary problems whenever those times occur in which we are apt to be desultory. I wish here to make a plea for desultoriness, and for an idleness which goes even beyond the idleness of the man who reads the newspaper and forgets what he has read. It seems to me better, whether we are sick or well, to allow long periods in our lives when we think only casually. To the good old adage, work while you work, and play while you play, we might well add, rest while you rest, lest in the end you should be unable successfully either to work or play. A man is not necessarily condemned to tortures of mind because he must rest for a week or a month or a year. I know that there must be anxious times, especially when idleness means dependence and when it brings hardship to those who need our help, but the invalid must not try constantly to puzzle the matter out. If we do not make ourselves sick with worry, we shall be able sometime to approach active life with sufficient frankness and force. It is the constant effort of the poor, tired mind to solve its problems that not only fails of its object, but plunges the invalid deeper into discouragement and misunderstanding. How cruel this is, and how unfortunate that it should come more commonly to those who try the hardest to overcome their handicaps, to throw off the yoke of idleness, and to be well. When you have tried your best to get back to your work and have failed, when you have done this not once but many times, it is inevitable that misunderstandings should creep in, inevitable that you should question very deeply and doubt not infrequently. Yet the chances are that one of the reasons for your failure is that you have tried too hard, that you have not known how to rest. When you have learned how to rest, when you have learned to put off thinking and planning until the mind becomes fresh and clear, when you are in a fair way to know the joy of idleness and the peace of rest, you are a great deal more likely to get back to efficiency and to find your way along the great paths of activity into the world of life. It is not so much the idleness, then, as the attempt to overcome its irksomeness that makes this condition painful. The invalid in bed is in a trap, to be tormented by his thoughts, unless he knows the means of successful idleness. This knowledge may come to him by such strategy as I have suggested, by giving up the struggle against worry and fret. But peace will come surely, steadily, with healing in its wings, when the mind is changed altogether, when life becomes free because of a growth and development that finds significance even in idleness, that sees the world with wise and patient eyes. In a way, it does not matter, your physical condition or mine, if our eyes have seen the glory that defies life and makes even its waste places beautiful. What is that view from your window as you lie in your bed? A bit of the sea, if you are fortunate, a corner of garden, surely, the top of an elm tree against the blue. What is it but the revelations of a God in the world? There is enough that is sad and unhappy, but over all are these simple, ineffable things. If the garden is an expression of God in the world, then the world and life are no longer meaningless. Even idleness becomes, in some degree, bearable because it is a part of a significant world. Unfortunately, the idleness of disability often means pain, the wear and tear of physical or nervous suffering. That is another matter. We cannot meet it fully with any philosophy. My patients very often beg to know the best way to bear pain, how they may overcome the attacks of nerves that are harder to bear than pain. To such a question, I can only say that the time to bear pain is before and after. Live in such a way in the times of comparative comfort that the attacks are less likely to appear and easier to bear when they do come. After the pain or the nerves attack is over, that is the time to prevent the worst features of another. Forget the distress. Live simply and happily in spite of the memory, and you will have done all that the patient himself can do to ward off or make tolerable the next occasion of suffering. Pain itself, pure physical pain, is a matter for the physician's judgment. It is his business to seek out the causes and apply the remedy. End of chapter 4. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 10 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A to Z by Various. The Jellyfish Takes a Journey. From Japanese Fairy Tales by Grace James. Once upon a time, the jellyfish was a very handsome fellow. His form was beautiful and round as the full moon. He had glittering scales and fins and a tail as other fishes have, but he had more than these. He had little feet as well, so that he could walk upon the land as well as swim in the sea. He was merry and he was gay. He was beloved and trusted of the Dragon King. In spite of all this, his grandmother always said he would come to a bad end, because he would not mind his books at school. She was right. It all came about in this wise. The Dragon King was but lately wed when the young lady dragon, his wife, fell very sick. She took to her bed and stayed there, and wise folk in Dragonland shook their heads and said her last day was at hand. Doctors came from far and near, and they dosed her, and they bled her, but no good at all could they do her, the poor young thing, nor recover her of her sickness. The Dragon King was beside himself. "Heart's desire," he said to his pale bride, "I would give my life for you." "Little good would it do me," she answered. "Howbeit, if you will fetch me a monkey's liver, I will eat it and live." "A monkey's liver?" cried the Dragon King. "A monkey's liver? You talk wildly, O light of mine eyes. How shall I find a monkey's liver? Know you not, sweet one, that monkeys dwell in the trees of the forest, whilst we are in the deep sea?" Tears ran down the Dragon Queen's lovely countenance. "If I do not have the monkey's liver, I shall die," she said. Then the dragon went forth and called to him the jellyfish. The queen must have a monkey's liver, he said, to cure her of her sickness. "What will she do with the monkey's liver?" asked the jellyfish. "Why, she will eat it," said the Dragon King. "Oh," said the jellyfish. "Now," said the king, "you must go and fetch me a live monkey. I have heard that they dwell in the tall trees of the forest. Therefore swim quickly, O jellyfish, and bring a monkey with you back again." "How will I get the monkey to come back with me?" said the jellyfish. "Tell him of all the beauties and pleasures of Dragonland. Tell him he will be happy here, and that he may play with mermaids all the day long." "Well," said the jellyfish, "I'll tell him that." Off set the jellyfish, and he swam, till at last he reached the shore where grew the tall trees of the forest. And sure enough, there was a monkey sitting in the branches of a persimmon tree, eating persimmons. "The very thing," said the jellyfish to himself. "I'm in luck." "Noble monkey," he said, "will you come to Dragonland with me?" "How should I get there?" said the monkey. "Only sit on my back," said the jellyfish, "and I'll take you there. You'll have no trouble at all." "Why should I go there, after all?" said the monkey. "I'm very well off as I am." "Ah," said the jellyfish, "it's plain that you know little of all the beauties and pleasures of Dragonland. There you will be happy as the day is long. You will win great riches and honor. Besides, you may play with the mermaids from morn till eve." "I'll come," said the monkey, and he slipped down from the persimmon tree and jumped on the jellyfish's back. When the two of them were about halfway over to Dragonland, the jellyfish laughed. "Now, jellyfish, why do you laugh?" "I laugh for joy," said the jellyfish. "When you come to Dragonland, my master, the Dragon King, will get your liver and give it to my mistress, the Dragon Queen, to eat, and then she will recover from her sickness." "My liver?" said the monkey. "Why, of course," said the jellyfish. "Alas and alack," cried the monkey, "I am grieved indeed. But if it's my liver you're wanting, I haven't it with me. To tell you the truth, it weighs pretty heavy, so I just took it out and hung it upon the branch of that persimmon tree where you found me. Quick, quick, let's go back for it." Back they went, and the monkey was up in the persimmon tree in a twinkling. "Mercy me, I don't see it at all," he said. "Where can I have mislaid it? I should not be surprised if some rascal has stolen it," he said. Now, if the jellyfish had minded his books at school, would he have been hoodwinked by the monkey? You may believe not. But his grandmother always said he would come to a bad end. I shall be some time finding it, said the monkey. You'd best be getting home to Dragonland. The king would be loath for you to be out after dark. You can call for me another day. Sayonara. The monkey and the jellyfish parted on the best of terms. The minute the Dragon King set eyes on the jellyfish, "Where's the monkey?" he said. "I'm to call for him another day," said the jellyfish, and he told all the tale. The Dragon King flew into a towering rage. He called his executioners and bid them beat the jellyfish. "Break every bone in his body," he cried. "Beat him to a jelly." Alas for the sad fate of the jellyfish. Jelly he remains to this very day. As for the young Dragon Queen, she was fain to laugh when she heard the story. "If I can't have a monkey's liver, I must needs do without it," she said. "Give me my best brocade gown and I will get up, for I feel a good deal better." End of Section 10. The Jellyfish Takes a Journey. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Section 11 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. Kin to Sorrow by Edna St. Vincent Millay. Am I kin to sorrow, that so oft falls the knocker of my door, neither loud nor soft, but as long accustomed under sorrow's hand? Marigolds around the step and rosemary stand, and then comes sorrow, and what does sorrow care for the rosemary or the marigolds there? Am I kin to sorrow? Are we kin? That so oft upon my door. Oh, come in. End of Section 11.
Section 12 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A to Z by Various. The Lie by Holloway Horn. The hours had passed with the miraculous rapidity which tinctures time when one is on the river, and now, overhead, the moon was a gorgeous yellow lantern in a grayish-purple sky. The punt was moored at the lower end of Glover's Island on the Middlesex side, and rose and fell gently on the ebbing tide. A girl was lying back amidst the cushions, her hands behind her head, looking up through the vague tracery of leaves to the soft moonlight. Even in the garish day she was pretty, but in that enchanting dimness she was wildly beautiful. The hint of strength around her mouth was not quite so evident, perhaps. Her hair was the color of oaten straw in autumn, and her deep blue eyes were dark in the gathering night. But despite her beauty, the man's face was averted from her. He was gazing out across the smoothly flowing water, troubled and thoughtful. A good-looking face, but not so strong as the girl's in spite of her prettiness, and enormously less vital. 10 minutes before he had proposed to her and had been rejected. It was not the first time, but he had been very much more hopeful than on the other occasions. The air was softly, embracingly warm that evening. Together they had watched the lengthening shadows creep out across the old river. And it was spring still, which makes a difference. There is something in the year's youth. The sap is rising in the plants. Something there is, anyway, beyond the sentimentality of the poets. And overhead was the great yellow lantern, gleaming at them through the branches, with ironic approval. But in spite of everything, she had shaken her head, and all he received was the maddening assurance that she liked him. "I shall never marry," she had concluded. "Never. You know why." "Yes, I know," the man said miserably. "Carruthers." And so he was looking out moodily, almost savagely, across the water, when the temptation came to him. He would not have minded quite so much if Carruthers had been alive, but he was dead and slept in the now silent salient where a little cross marked his bed. Alive, one could have striven against him, striven desperately, although Carruthers had always been rather a proposition. But now it seemed hopeless. A man cannot strive with a memory. It was not fair. So the man's thoughts were running. He had shared Carruthers' risks, although he had come back. This persistent and exclusive devotion to a man who would never return to her was morbid. Suddenly, his mind was made up. "Olive," he said. "Yes," she replied quietly. "What I am going to tell you I do for both our sakes. You will probably think I'm a cad, but I'm taking the risk." He was sitting up, but did not meet her eyes. "What on earth are you talking about?" she demanded. "You know that, apart from you, Carruthers and I were pals." "Yes," she said, wondering. And suddenly she burst out petulantly, "What is it you want to say?" "He was no better than other men," he replied bluntly. "It is wrong that you should sacrifice your life to a memory, wrong that you should worship an idol with feet of clay." "I loathe parables," she said coldly. "Will you tell me exactly what you mean about feet of clay?" The note in her voice was not lost on the man by her side. "I don't like telling you. Under other conditions I wouldn't, but I do it for both our sakes." "Then for goodness sake do it." "I came across it accidentally at the Gordon Hotel in Brighton. He stayed there whilst he was engaged to you, with a lady whom he described as Mrs. Carruthers. It was on his last leave." "Why do you tell me this?" she asked after a silence. Her voice was low and a little husky. "Surely, my dear, you must see. He was no better than other men. The ideal you have conjured up is no ideal. He was a brave soldier, a darned brave soldier, and, until we both fell in love with you, my pal. But it is not fair that his memory should absorb you. It's unnatural." "I suppose you think I should be indignant?" There was no emotion of any kind in her voice. "I simply want you to see that your idol has feet of clay," he said, with the stubbornness of a man who feels he is losing. "What has that to do with it? You know I loved him." "Other girls have loved," he said bitterly. "And forgotten?" "Yes, I know," she interrupted him. "But I do not forget. That is all. But after what I have told you, surely— You see, I knew, she said, even more quietly than before. You knew? Yes. It was I who was with him. It was his last leave, she added thoughtfully. And only the faint noise of the water and the wistful wind in the trees overhead broke the silence. End of Section 12. The Lie. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Section 13 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A to Z by Various. On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation by David Ricardo. Chapter 29. Mr. Malthus's Opinions on Rent. Although the nature of rent has in the former pages of this work been treated on at some length, yet I consider myself bound to notice some opinions on the subject, which appear to me erroneous, and which are the more important, as they are found in the writings of one to whom, of all men of the present day, some branches of economical science are the most indebted. Of Mr. Malthus's essay on population, I am happy in the opportunity here afforded me of expressing my admiration. The assaults of the opponents of this great work have only served to prove its strength, and I am persuaded that its just reputation will spread with the cultivation of that science of which it is so eminent an ornament. Mr. Malthus, too, has satisfactorily explained the principles of rent, and showed that it rises or falls in proportion to the relative advantages either of fertility or situation, or the different lands and cultivation, and has thereby thrown much light on many difficult points connected with the subject of rent, which were before either unknown or very imperfectly understood. Yet he appears to me to have fallen into some errors, which his authority makes it the more necessary, whilst his characteristic candour renders it less unpleasing to notice. One of these errors lies in supposing rent to be a clear gain and a new creation of riches. I do not assent to all the opinions of Mr. Buchanan concerning rent, but with those expressed in the following passages quoted from his work by Mr. Malthus I fully agree, and therefore I must desist from Mr. Malthus's comment on them. In this view rent, can form no general addition to the stock of the community, as the neat surplus in question is nothing more than a revenue transferred from one class to another, and from the mere circumstance of its thus changing hands, it is clear that no fund can arise out of which to pay taxes. The revenue which pays for the produce of the land exists already in the hands of those who purchase that produce, and if the price of subsistence were lower, it would still remain in their hands, where it would be just as available for taxation as when, by a higher price, it is transferred to the landed proprietor. After various observations on the difference between raw produce and manufactured commodities, Mr. Malthus asks, is it possible then, with Madame de Sismondi, to regard rent as the sole produce of labour, which has a great value purely nominal, and the mere result of that augmentation of price which a seller obtains in consequence of a peculiar privilege? Or, with Mr. Buchanan, to consider it as no addition to the national wealth, but merely transfer of value, advantageous only to the landlords, and proportionably injurious to the consumers? I have already expressed my opinion on this subject in treating of rent, and have now only further to add that rent is a creation of value, as I understand that word, but not a creation of wealth. If the price of corn, from the difficulty of producing any portion of it, should rise from £4 to £5 per quarter, 1,000,000 of quarters will be of the greater amount of value, and as no one else will in consequence have a less, the society altogether will be possessed of greater value, and in that sense rent is a creation of value. But this value is so far nominal that it adds nothing to the wealth, that is to say, to the necessaries, conveniences, and enjoyments of the society. We should have precisely the same quantity, and no more of commodities, and the same 1,000,000 quarters of corn as before, but the effect of its being rated at £5 per quarter instead of £4 would be to transfer a portion of the value of the corn and commodities from their former possessors to the landlords. Rent then is a creation of value, but not a creation of wealth. It adds nothing to the resources of a country. It does not enable it to maintain fleets and armies, for the country would have a greater disposable fund if its land were of a better quality, but it could employ the same capital without generating a rent. In another part of Mr. Malthus's inquiry he observes that the immediate cause of rent is obviously the excess of price above the cost of production at which raw produce sells in the market, and in another place he says that the causes of the high price of raw produce may be stated to be three. First, and mainly, that quality of the earth by which it can be made to yield a greater portion of the necessaries of life than is required for the maintenance of the persons employed on the land. Secondly, that quality peculiar to the necessaries of life of being able to create their own demand, or to raise up a number of demanders in proportion to the quantity of necessaries produced. And thirdly, the comparative scarcity of the most fertile land. In speaking of the high price of corn, Mr. Malthus evidently does not mean the price per quarter or per bushel, but rather the excess of price for which the whole produce will sell above the cost of its production, including always the term cost of production, profits as well as wages. 150 quarters of corn at £3 10 per quarter would yield a larger rent to the landlord than 100 quarters at £4, provided the cost of production were in both cases the same. High price, if the expression be used in this sense, cannot then be called a cause of rent. It cannot be said that the immediate cause of rent is obviously the excess of price above the cost of production at which raw produce sells in the market, for that excess is itself rent. Rent, Mr. Malthus has defined to be that portion of the value of the whole produce which remains to the owner of the land, after all the outings belonging to its cultivation, of whatever kind, have been paid, including the profits of the capital employed, estimated according to the usual and ordinary rate of the profits of agricultural stock at the time being. Now, whatever sum this excess may sell for is money rent. It is what Mr. Malthus means by the excess of price above the cost of production at which raw produce sells in the markets, and therefore in an inquiry into the causes which may elevate the price of raw produce compared with the cost of production, we are inquiring into the causes which may elevate rent. In reference to the first cause of the rise of rent, Mr. Malthus has following observations. We still want to know why the consumption and supply are such as to make the price so greatly exceed the cost of production, and the main cause is evidently the fertility of the earth in producing the necessaries of life. Diminish this plenty, diminish the fertility of the soil, and the excess will diminish. Diminish is still further, and it will disappear. True, the excess of necessaries will diminish and disappear, but that is not the question. The question is whether the excess of their price above the cost of their production will diminish and disappear, for it is on this that the money rent depends. Is Mr. Malthus warranted in his inference that because the excess of quantity will diminish and disappear, therefore the cause of the high price of the necessaries of life above the cost of production is to be found in their abundance rather than in their scarcity? And is it not only essentially different from the high price occasioned by artificial monopolies, but from the high price of those peculiar products of the earth not connected with food, which may be called natural and necessary monopolies? Are there no circumstances under which the fertility of the land and the plenty of its produce may be diminished, without occasioning a diminished excess of its price above the cost of production, that is to say, a diminished rent? If there are, Mr. Malthus's proposition is much too universal, for he appears to me to state it as a general principle, true under all circumstances, that rent will rise with the increased fertility of the land, and will fall with its diminished fertility. Mr. Malthus would undoubtedly be right if, in proposition as the land yielded abundantly, a greater share of the whole produce were paid to the landlord, but the contrary is the fact. When no other but the most fertile land is in cultivation, the landlord has the smallest share of the whole produce, as well as the smallest value, and it is only when inferior lands are required to feed an augmenting population that both the landlord's share of the whole produce and the value he receives progressively increase. Suppose that the demand is for 1,000,000 of quarters of corn, and that they are the produce of the land actually in cultivation. Now suppose the fertility of all the land to be so diminished that the very same lands will yield only 900,000 quarters. The demand being for 1,000,000 of quarters, the price of corn would rise, and recourse must necessarily be had to land of an inferior quality sooner than if the superior land had continued to produce 1,000,000 of quarters. But it is this necessity of taking inferior land into cultivation which is the cause of the rise of rent. Rent, it must be remembered, is not in proportion to the absolute fertility of the land in cultivation, but in proportion to its relative fertility. Whatever cause may drive capital to inferior land must elevate rent, the cause of rent being, as stated by Mr. Malthus in his third proposition, the comparative scarcity of the most fertile land. The price of corn will naturally rise with the difficulty of producing the last portions of it, but as the cost of production will not increase, as wages and profits taken together will continue always of the same value, it is evident that the excess of price above the cost of production, or in other words rent, must rise with the diminished fertility of the land, unless it is counteracted by a great reduction of capital, population and demand. It does not appear, then, that Mr. Malthus's proposition is correct. Rent does not immediately and necessarily rise or fall with the increased or diminished fertility of the land, but its increased fertility renders it capable of paying at some future time an augmented rent. Land possessed of very little fertility can never bear any rent. Land of moderate fertility may be made, as population increases, to bear a moderate rent, the land of great fertility a high rent. But it is one thing to be able to bear a high rent, and another thing actually to pay it. Rent may be lower in a country where lands are exceedingly fertile than in a country where they yield a moderate return, it being in proportion rather to relative than absolute fertility, to the value of the produce and not to its abundance. Mr. Malthus says that the cause of the excessive price of the necessaries of life above the cost of production is to be found in their abundance rather than their scarcity, and is essentially different from the high price of those peculiar products of the earth not connected with food, which may be called natural and necessary monopolies. In what are they essentially different? Would not the abundance of those peculiar products of the earth cause a rise of rent, if the demand for them at the same time increased? And can rent ever rise, whatever the commodity produced may be, from abundance merely, and without an increase of demand? The second cause of rent mentioned by Mr. Malthus, namely, that quality peculiar to the necessaries of life, of being able to create their own demand, or to raise up a number of demanders in proportion to the quantity of necessaries produced, does not appear to me to be any way essential to it. It is not the abundance of necessaries which raises up demanders, but the abundance of demanders which raises up necessaries. We are under no necessity of producing permanently any greater quantity of a commodity than that which is demanded. If by accident any greater quantity were produced, it would fall below its natural price, and therefore would not pay the cost of production, together with the usual and ordinary profits of stock. Thus the supply would be checked till it conformed to the demand, and the marketplace rose to the natural price. Mr. Malthus appears to me to be too much inclined to think that population is only increased by the previous provision of food, that it is food that creates its own demand, that it is by first providing food that encouragement is given to marriage, instead of considering that the general progress of population is effected by the increase of capital, the consequent demand for labour, and the rise of wages, and that the production of food is but the effect of that demand. It is by giving the workman more money, or any other commodity in which wages are paid, and which has not fallen in value, that his situation is improved. The increase of population and the increase of food will generally be the effect, but not the necessary effect of high wages. The amended condition of the labourer, in consequence of the increased value which is paid him, does not necessarily oblige him to marry and take upon himself the charge of a family. He may, if it please him, exchange his increased wages for any commodities that may contribute to his enjoyments, for chairs, tables, and hardware, or for better clothes, sugar, and tobacco. His increased wages will then be attended with no other effect than an increased demand for some of those commodities, and as the race of labourers will not be materially increased, his wages will continue permanently high. But although this might be the consequence of high wages, yet so great are the delights of domestic society that in practice it is invariably found that an increase of population follows the amended condition of the labourer, and it is only because it does so that a new and increased demand arises for food. This demand, then, is the effect of an increase of population, but not the cause. It is only because the expenditure of the people takes this direction that the market price of necessaries exceeds the natural price, and that the quantity of food required is produced, and it is because the number of people is increased that wages fall again. What motive can a farmer have to produce more corn than is actually demanded, when the consequence would be a depression of its market price below its natural price, and consequently a privation to him of a portion of his profits, by reducing them below the general rate? If, says Mr. Malthus, the necessaries of life, the most important products of land, had not the property of creating an increase of demand proportioned to their increased quantity, such increased quantity would occasion a fall in their exchangeable value. However abundant might be the produce of a country, its population might remain stationary, and this abundance without a proportionate demand, and with the very high corn price of labour which would naturally take place under these circumstances, might reduce the price of raw produce, like the price of manufacturers, to the cost of production. Might reduce the price of raw produce to the cost of production? Is it ever for any length of time either above or below this price? Does not Mr. Malthus himself state it never to be so? I hope, he says, to be excused for dwelling a little and presenting to the reader in various forms the doctrine that corn, in reference to the quantity actually produced, is sold at its necessary price like manufacturers, because I consider it as a truth of the highest importance, which has been overlooked by the economists, by Adam Smith, and all those writers who have represented raw produce as selling always at a monopoly price. Every extensive country may thus be considered as possessing a gradation of machines for the production of corn and raw materials, including in this gradation not only all the various qualities of poor land, of which every territory has generally an abundance, but the inferior machinery which may be said to be employed when good land is further and further forced for additional produce. As the price of raw produce continues to rise, these inferior machines are successfully called into action, and as the price of raw produce continues to fall, they are successively thrown out of action. The illustration here used serves to show at once the necessity of the actual price of corn to the actual produce, and the different effect which would attend a great reduction in the price of any particular manufacturer, and a great reduction in the price of raw produce. How are these passages to be reconciled to that which affirms that if the necessaries of life had not the property of creating an increase of demand proportioned to their increased quantity, the abundant quantity produced would then, and then only, reduce the price of raw produce to the cost of production? If corn is never under its natural price, it is never more abundant than the actual population require it to be for their own consumption. No store can be laid up for the consumption of others. It can never then, by its cheapness and abundance, be a stimulus to population. In proportion as corn can be produced cheaply, the increased wages of the labourers will have more power to maintain families. In America, population increases rapidly because food can be produced at a cheap price, and not because an abundant supply has been previously provided. In Europe, population increases comparatively slowly because food cannot be produced at a cheap value. In the usual and ordinary course of things, the demand for all commodities precedes their supply. By saying that corn would, like manufacturers, sink to its price of production if it could not raise up demanders, Mr. Malthus cannot mean that all rent would be absorbed, for he has himself justly remarked that if all rent were given up by the landlords, corn would not fall in price, rent being the effect and not the cause of high price, and there being always one quality of land in cultivation which pays no rent whatever, the corn from which replaces by its price only wages and profits. In the following passage Mr. Malthus has given an able exposition of the causes of the rise in the price of raw produce in rich and progressive countries, in every word of which I concur, but it appears to me to be at variance with some of the propositions maintained by him in some parts of his essay on rent. I have no hesitation in stating that, independently of the irregularities in the currency of a country and other contemporary and accidental circumstances, the cause of the high comparative money price of corn is its high comparative real price, or the greater quantity of capital and labour which must be employed to produce it. and that the reasons why the real price of corn is higher and continually rises in countries which are already rich and still advancing in prosperity and population is to be found in the necessity of resorting constantly to poorer land, to machines which require a greater expenditure to work them, and which consequently occasion each fresh addition to the raw produce of the country to be purchased at a greater cost. In short, it is to be found in the important truth that corn in a progressive country is sold at the price necessary to yield the actual supply, and that, as this supply becomes more and more difficult, the price rises in proportion. The real price of a commodity is here properly stated to depend on the greater or less quantity of labour and capital, that is, accumulated labour, which must be employed to produce it. Real price does not, as some have contended, depend on money value, nor, as others have said, on value relatively to corn, labour, or any other commodity taken singly, or to all commodities collectively, but, as Mr. Malthus justly says, on the greater or less quantity of capital and labour which must be employed to produce it. Among the causes of the rise of rent, Mr. Malthus mentions such an increase of population as will lower the wages of labour. But if, as the wages of labour fall, the profits of stock rise, and they be together always of the same value, no fall of wages can raise rent, for it will neither diminish the portion nor the value of the portion of the produce which will be allotted to the farmer and labourer together, and therefore will not leave a larger portion nor any larger value for the landlord. In proportion as less is appropriated for wages, more will be appropriated for profits, and vice versa. This division will be settled by the farmer and his labourers without any inference of the landlord, and indeed it is a matter in which he can have no interest, otherwise than as one division may be more favourable than another to new accumulations and to a further demand for land. If wages rose, profits and not rent would fall. The rise of rent and wages and the fall of profits are generally the inevitable effects of the same cause, the increasing demand for food, the increased quantity of labour required to produce it, and its consequently high price. If the landlord were to forego his whole rent, the labourers would not be in the least benefited. If the labourers were to give up their whole wages, the landlords would derive no advantage from such a circumstance. But in both cases the farmer would receive and retain all which they relinquished. It has been my endeavour to show in this work that a fall of wages would have no other effect than to raise profits. Another cause of the rise of rent, according to Mr. Malthus, is such agricultural improvements or such increase of exertions as will diminish the number of labourers necessary to produce a given effect. This would not raise the value of the whole produce, and would therefore not increase rent. It would rather have a contrary tendency. It would lower rent. For if in consequence of these improvements the actual quantity of food required could be furnished either with fewer hands or with a less quantity of land, the price of raw produce would fall, the capital would be withdrawn from the land. Nothing can raise rent but a demand for new land of an inferior quality, or some cause which shall occasion an alteration in the relative fertility of the land already under cultivation. Improvements in agriculture and in the division of labour are common to all land. They increase the absolute quantity of raw produce obtained from each, but probably do not much disturb the relative proportions which before existed between them. Mr. Malthus has justly commented on an error of Adam Smith, and says the substance of his, Dr. Smith's, argument is that corn is of so particular a nature that its real price cannot be raised by an increase of its money price, and that, as it is clearly an increase of real price alone which can encourage its production, the rise of money price occasioned by a bounty can have no such effect. He continues, it is by no means intended to deny the powerful influence of the price of corn upon the price of labour, on an average of a considerable number of years, but that this influence is not such as to prevent the movement of capital to or from the land, which is the precise point in question, will be made sufficiently evident by a short inquiry into the manner in which labour is paid and brought into the market, and by a consideration of the consequences to which the assumption of Adam Smith's proposition would inevitably lead. Mr. Malthus then proceeds to show that demand and high price will as effectually encourage the production of raw produce as the demand and high price of any other commodity will encourage its production. In this view it will be seen, from what I have said of the effects of bounties, that I entirely concur. I have noticed the passage Mr. Malthus's Observations on the Corn Laws for the purpose of showing in what a different sense the term real price is used here, and in his other pamphlets entitled Grounds of an Opinion, etc. In this passage Mr. Malthus tells us that it is clearly an increase of real price alone which can encourage the production of corn, and by real price he evidently means the increase in its value relatively to all other things, or in other words, the rise in its market above its natural price or the cost of its production. If by real price this is what is meant, Mr. Malthus's opinion is undoubtedly correct. It is the rise in the market price of corn which alone encourages its production, for it may be laid down as a principle uniformly true, that the only encouragement to the increased production of a commodity is its market value exceeding its natural or necessary value. But this is not the meaning which Mr. Malthus on other occasions attaches to the term real price. In the essay on rent, Mr. Malthus says, by the real growing price of corn, I mean the real quantity of labour and capital which has been employed to produce the last additions which have been made to the national produce. In another part he states, the cause of the high comparative real price of corn to be the greater quantity of capital and labour which must be employed to produce it. Suppose that in the foregoing passage we were to substitute this definition of real price, would it not, then, run thus? It is clearly the increase in the quantity of labour and capital which must be employed to produce corn, which alone can encourage its production. This would be to say that it is clearly the rise in the natural or necessary price of corn which encourages its production. This would be to say that it is clearly the rise in the natural or necessary price of corn which encourages its production, a proposition which could not be maintained. It is not the price at which corn can be produced that has any influence on the quantity produced, but the price at which it can be sold. It is in proportion to the degree of the excess of its price above the cost of production that capital is attracted to or repelled from the land. If that excess be such as to give to capital so employed a greater than the general profit of stock, capital will go to the land. If less, it will be withdrawn from it. It is not, then, by an alteration in the real price of corn that its production is encouraged, but by an alteration in its market price. It is not because a greater quantity of capital and labour must be employed to produce it. Mr. Malthus's just definition of real price, that more capital and labour are attracted to the land, but because the market price rises above this its real price, and notwithstanding the increased charge, makes the cultivation of land the more profitable employment of capital. Nothing can be more just than the following observations of Mr. Malthus on Adam Smith's standard of value. Adam Smith was evidently led into this train of argument from his habit of considering labour as the standard measure of value, and corn as the measure of labour. But that corn is a very inaccurate measure of labour. The history of our own country will amply demonstrate, where labour compared with corn will be found to have experienced very great and striking variations, not only from year to year, but from century to century, and for 10, 20 and 30 years together, and that neither labour nor any other commodity can be an accurate measure of real value in exchange, is now considered as one of the most incontrovertible doctrines of political economy, and indeed follows from the very definition of value in exchange. If neither corn nor labour are accurate measures of real value in exchange, which they clearly are not, what other commodity is? Certainly none. If then the expression real price of commodities have any meaning, it must be that which Mr. Malthus has stated in the essay on rent. It must be measured by the proportionate quantity of capital and labour necessary to produce them. In Mr. Malthus's inquiry into the nature of rent, he says that independently of irregularities in the currency of a country, and other temporary and accidental circumstances, the cause of the high comparative money price of corn is its high comparative real price, or the greater quantity of capital and labour which must be employed to produce it. This, I apprehend, is the correct account of all permanent variations in price, whether of corn or of any other commodity. A commodity can only permanently rise in price either because a great quantity of capital and labour must be employed to produce it, or because money has fallen in value, and on the contrary, it can only fall in price either because a less quantity of capital and labour may be employed to produce it, or because money has risen in value. A variation arising from the latter of either of these alternatives, an altered value of money, is common at once to all commodities, but a variation arising from the former cause is confined to the particular commodity requiring more or less labour in its production. By allowing the free importation of corn, or by improvements in agriculture, raw produce would fall, but the price of no other commodity would be affected, except in proportion to the fall in the real value or cost of production of the raw produce which entered into its composition. Mr. Malthus, having acknowledged this principle, cannot, I think, consistently maintain that the whole money value of all the commodities in the country must sink exactly in proportion to the fall in the price of corn. If the corn consumed in the country were of the value of 10 millions per annum, and the manufactured and foreign commodities consumed were of the value of 20 millions, making altogether 30 millions, it would not be admissible to infer that the annual expenditure was reduced to 15 millions because corn had fallen 50%, or from 10 to 5 millions. The value of the raw produce which entered into the composition of these manufacturers might not, for example, exceed 20% of their whole value, and therefore the fall in the value of manufactured commodities, instead of being from 20 to 10 millions, would be only from 20 to 18 millions, and after the fall in the price of corn of 50%, the whole amount of the annual expenditure, instead of falling from 30 to 25 millions, would fall from 30 to 23 millions. Instead of thus considering the effect of a fall in the value of raw produce, as Mr. Malthus was bound to do by his previous admission, he considers it as precisely the same thing with a rise of 100% in the value of money, and therefore argues as if all commodities would sink to half their former price. During the 20 years, beginning with 1794, he says, and ending with 1813, the average price of British corn per quarter was about 83 shillings. During the 10 years ending with 1813, 92 shillings. And during the last 5 years of the 20, 108 shillings. In the course of these 20 years, the government borrowed near 500 millions of real capital, for which, on a rough average, exclusive of the sinking fund, it engaged to pay about 5%. But if corn should fall to 50 shillings a quarter, and other commodities in proportion, instead of an interest of about 5%, the government would really pay an interest of 7, 8, 9, and, for the last 200 millions, 10%. To this extraordinary generosity towards the stockholders, I should be disposed to make no kind of objection, if it were not necessary to consider by whom it is to be paid, and a moment's reflection will show us that it can only be paid by the industrious classes of society and the landlords, that is, by all those whose nominal income will vary with the variations in the measure of value. The nominal revenues of this part of the society, compared with the average of the last 5 years, will be diminished one half, and out of this nominally reduced income they will have to pay the same nominal amount of taxes. In the first place, I think I have already shown that the nominal income of the whole country will not be diminished in the proportion for which Mr. Malthus here contends. It would not follow that because corn fell 50%, each man's income would be reduced 50% in value. In the second place, I think the reader will agree with me that the increased charge, if admitted, will not fall exclusively on the landlords and the industrious classes of society. The stockholder, by his expenditure, contributes his share to the support of the public burdens in the same way as the other classes of society. If then money became really more valuable, although he would receive a greater value, he would also pay a greater value in taxes, and therefore it cannot be true that the whole addition to the real value of the interest would be paid by the landlords and the industrious classes. The whole argument, however, of Mr. Malthus is built on an infirm basis. It supposes because the gross income of the country is diminished, that therefore the net income must also be diminished in the same proportion. It has been one of the objects of this work to show that with every fall in the real value of necessaries, the wages of labour would fall, and that the profits of stock would rise. In other words, that of any given annual value, a less portion would be paid to the labouring class. and a larger portion to those whose funds employed this class. Suppose the value of the commodities produced in a particular manufacturer would be £1,000, and to be divided between the master and his labourers in the proportion of £800 to labourers and £200 to the master. If the value of these commodities would fall to £900, and £100 be saved from the wages of labour in consequence of the fall of necessaries, the net income of the masters would be in no degree impaired, and therefore he could with just as much facility pay the same amount of taxes after as before the reduction of price, and that wages would fall as much as the mass of commodities, or rather that the net income remaining to landlords, farmers, manufacturers, traders and stockholders, the only real payers of taxes, would be as great as before, is very highly probable, for nothing would be even nominally lost to the society by the freest importation of corn but that portion of rent of which the landlords would be deprived in consequence of the fall of raw produce. The difference between the value of corn and all other commodities sold in the country before and after the importation of cheap corn would be only equal to the fall of rent, because independently of rent the same quantity of labour would always produce the same value. The whole reduction which is made in wages is a value actually added to the value of the net income before possessed by the society, whilst the only value which is taken from that net income is the value of that part of their rent of which the landlords will be deprived by a fall of raw produce. When we consider that the fall of produce acts upon a limited number of landlords, while it reduces the wages not only of those who are employed in agriculture, but of all those who are occupied in manufactures and commerce, it may well be doubted whether the net revenue of the society would suffer any abatement whatever. But, if it did, it must not be supposed that the ability to pay taxes will diminish in the same degree as the money value, even of the net revenue. Suppose that my net revenue were diminished from £1,000 to £900, but that my taxes continued to be the same, to be £100. Is it not probable that my ability to pay this £100 may be greater with the smaller than with the larger revenue? Commodities cannot fall so universally as Mr. Malthus supposes, without greatly benefiting the consumers, without enabling them with a much smaller money revenue to command more of the conveniences, necessaries and luxuries of human life. And the question resolves itself into this: whether those who are in possession of the net revenue of the country will be benefited as much by the diminished price of commodities as they will suffer by the greater real taxation. On which side the balance may preponderate will depend on the proportion which taxes bear on the annual revenue. If it be enormously large, it may undoubtedly more than any counterbalance the advantages from cheap necessaries. But I trust enough has been said to show that Mr. Malthus has very greatly overrated the loss to the taxpayers from a fall in one of the most important necessaries of life, and that if they were not entirely remunerated for the real increase of taxes by the fall of wages and increase of profits, they would be more than compensated by the cheaper price of all objects on which their incomes were expended. That the stockholder is benefited by a great fall in the value of corn cannot be doubted, but if no one else be injured, that is no reason why corn should be made dear, for the gains of the stockholder are national gains, and increase, as all other gains do, the real wealth and power of the country. If they are unjustly benefited, let the degree in which they are so be accurately ascertained, and then it is for the legislator to devise a remedy. But no policy can be more unwise than to shut ourselves out from the great advantages arising from cheap corn and abundant productions, merely because the stockholder would have an undue proportion of the increase. To regulate the dividends on stock by the money value of corn has never yet been attempted. If justice and good faith required such a regulation, a great debt is due to the old stockholders, for they have been receiving the same money dividends for more than a century, although corn has perhaps been doubled or trebled in price. Mr. Malthus says, "It is true that the last additions to the agricultural produce of an improving country are not attended with a great proportion of rent, and it is precisely this circumstance that may make it answer to a rich country to import some of its corn, if it can be secure of obtaining an equable supply. But in all cases the importation of foreign corn must fail to answer nationally. If it is not so much cheaper than the corn that can be grown at home as to equal both the profits and the rent of the grain which it displaces. Grounds, etc., page 36. As rent is the effect of the high price of corn, the loss of rent is the effect of a low price. Foreign corn never enters into competition with such home corn as affords a rent. The fall of price invariably affects the landlord till the whole of his rent is absorbed. If it fall still more, the price will not afford even the common profits of stock. Capital will then quit the land for some other employment, and the corn which was before grown upon it will then, and not till then, be imported. From the loss of rent there will be a loss of value, of estimated money value, but there will be a gain of wealth. The amount of raw produce and other productions together will be increased from the greater facility with which they are produced. They will, though augmented in quantity, be diminished in value. Two men employ equal capitals, one in agriculture, the other in manufactures. That in agriculture produces a net annual value of £1,200, of which £1,000 is retained for profit and £200 is paid for rent. The other in manufactures produces only an annual value of £1,000. Suppose that by importation the same quantity of corn can be obtained for commodities which cost £950, and that in consequence the capital employed in agriculture is diverted to manufactures, where it can produce a value of £1,000. The net revenue of the country will be of less value. It will be reduced from £2,200 to £2,000, but there will not only be the same quantity of commodities and corn for its own consumption, but also as much addition to that quantity as £50 would purchase. The difference between the value at which its manufactures were sold to the foreign country and the value of the corn which was produced from it. Mr. Malthus says, "It has been justly observed by Adam Smith that no equal quantity of productive labour employed in manufactures can ever occasion so great a reproduction as in agriculture." If Adam Smith speaks of value, he is correct, but if he speaks of riches, which is the important point, he is mistaken, for he has himself defined riches to consist of the necessaries, conveniences, and enjoyments of human life. One set of necessaries and conveniences admits of no comparison with another set. Value in use cannot be measured by any known standard. It is differently estimated by different persons. End of section 13. American Red Cross Textbook on Home Hygiene and Care of the Sick by Jane A. Delano, Anne Harvey Strong, and the American Red Cross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. American Red Cross Textbook on Home Hygiene and Care of the Sick by Jane A. Delano, Anne Harvey Strong, and the American Red Cross. Chapter 3. Babies and their care. Nursing bottles and nipples. Nursing bottles should be of heavy glass, cylindrical in shape, without angles or corners to make cleaning difficult. The number of bottles provided should be 2 or 3 more than the number of feedings given in 24 hours. Short black rubber nipples which slip over the neck of the bottles should be selected. They should be of such a shape that they can easily be turned inside out. A nipple turner costs little and is well worth the price. Nipples should be discarded when they become soft or when the opening grows so large that the milk runs in a stream rather than drop by drop. As soon as the baby has finished his meal, the bottle should be removed from his mouth, rinsed in clear hot water and left standing, filled with cold water until a convenient time for boiling. All the bottles to be used during the next 24 hours. Sufficient time must be allowed for the bottles to cool thoroughly between the time when they are boiled and the time when they are refilled. When it is time to boil the bottles, they should be placed in an agate or other suitable kettle, covered with water, and boiled vigorously for 3 minutes. A cloth placed in the bottom of the kettle will help to prevent the bottles from breaking. After the bottles have been removed from the boiling water, they should be stoppered at once, either with rubber stoppers or plugs of sterile cotton. The stoppers, if used, should be boiled with the bottles. Sterile cotton may be purchased by the package. An easy and satisfactory method to care for rubber nipples is the following. provide as many nipples as the number of feedings given in 24 hours, and another, if desired, to be used in case of accident, provide also 2 cups of ordinary white enamel, each one large enough to hold all the nipples at once. 1 cup should have a cover, the other should not. To avoid mistakes, it is well to have the cups different in shape. As soon as each feeding is finished, the nipple should be thoroughly cleansed under running water by scrubbing it inside and out with a nipple brush. The nipple thus cleansed is placed in the cup without a cover. When all the nipples have been used, cleansed and collected in the uncovered cup, they are transferred into the other cup. Water is added, the cup is covered, and its contents are boiled for 3 minutes. The nipples remain uncovered in the boiled water until needed. They are removed one by one for the successive feedings. Care must be used in removing a nipple to take it by the rim, not to touch other nipples during the process, and not to dip the fingers into the water. The best way is to remove them by means of a glass rod, which is boiled with the nipples and kept with them in the cup when not in use. There are several advantages of this method of caring for nipples. It is easy to reduce to a minimum the necessary handling of the nipples after boiling, and it reduces the probability of using the wrong nipple, since boiled nipples are always in one kind of receptacle and used nipples in another. It also prevents the too common practice of continuing to keep nipples in a supposedly antiseptic solution long after the solution has become badly soiled. End of Chapter 3, Babies and Their Care, Nursing Bottles and Nipples, by Jane A. Delano, Anne Harvey Strong, and the American Red Cross. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 15 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. Observations on Puddings and Pies by William Kitchener. The quality of the various articles employed in the composition of puddings and pies varies so much that 2 puddings made exactly according to the same receipt will be so different one would hardly suppose they were made by the same person, and certainly not with precisely the same quantities of the apparently same ingredients. Flour fresh ground, pure new milk, fresh laid eggs, fresh butter, fresh suet, etc., will make a very different composition than when kept till each article is half spoiled. Plum puddings, when boiled, if hung up in a cool place in the cloth they are boiled in, will keep good some months. When wanted, take them out of the cloth and put them into a clean cloth, and as soon as warmed through, they are ready. Memorandum. In composing these receipts, the quantities of eggs, butter, etc., are considerably less than are ordered in other cookery books, but quite sufficient for the purpose of making the puddings light and wholesome. We have diminished the expense without impoverishing the preparations, and the rational epicure will be as well pleased with them as the rational economist. Milk, in its genuine state, varies considerably in the quantity of cream it will throw up, depending on the material with which the cow is fed. The cow that gives the most milk does not always produce the most cream, which varies 15 or 20%. Eggs vary considerably in size. In the following receipts we mean the full-sized hen's egg. If you have only pullet's eggs, use 2 for 1. Break eggs one by one into a basin, and not all into the bowl together, because then, if you meet with a bad one, that will spoil all the rest. Strain them through a sieve to take out the treadles. N.B. To preserve eggs for 12 months, in a sweet and palatable state for eating in the shell, or using for salads by boiling them for 1 minute, and when wanted for use let them be boiled in the usual manner. The white may be a little tougher than a new laid egg, but the yelk will show no difference. Snow and small beer have been recommended by some economists as admirable substitutes for eggs. They will no more answer this purpose than as substitutes for sugar or brandy. Flour, according to that champion against adulteration, Mr. Ackham, varies in quality as much as anything. Butter also varies much in quality. Salt butter may be washed from the salt, and then it will make very good pastry. Lard varies extremely from the time it is kept, etc. When you purchase it, have the bladder cut, and ascertain that it be sweet and good. Suet. Beef is the best, then mutton and veal. When this is used in very hot weather, while you chop it, dredge it lightly with a little flour. Beef marrow is excellent for most of the purposes for which suet is employed. Drippings, especially from beef, when very clean and nice, are frequently used for kitchen crusts and pies, and for such purposes are a satisfactory substitute for butter, lard, etc. To clean and preserve drippings, see footnote number 83. Currants, previous to putting them into the pudding, should be plumped. This is done by pouring some boiling water upon them. Wash them well and lay them on a sieve or cloth before the fire. Pick them clean from the stones. This not only makes them look better, but cleanses them from all dirt. Raisins, figs, dried cherries, candied orange and lemon peel, citron, and preserves of all kinds, fresh fruits, gooseberries, currants, plums, damsons, etc., are added to batter and suet puddings, or enclosed in the crust ordered for apple dumplings, and make all the various puddings called by those names. Batter puddings must be quite smooth and free from lumps. To ensure this, first mix the flour with a little milk, add the remainder by degrees, and then the other ingredients. If it is a plain pudding, put it through a hair sieve. This will take out all lumps effectually. Batter pudding should be tied up tight. If boiled in a mould, butter it first. If baked, also butter the pan. Be sure the water boils before you put in the pudding. Set your stew pan on a trivet over the fire and keep it steadily boiling all the time. If set upon the fire, the pudding often burns. Be scrupulously careful that your pudding cloth is perfectly sweet and clean. Wash it without any soap, unless very greasy. Then rinse it thoroughly in clean water after. Immediately before you use it, dip it in boiling water, squeeze it dry, and dredge it with flour. If your fire is very fierce, mind and stir the puddings every now and then to keep them from sticking to the bottom of the saucepan. If in a mould, this care is not so much required, but keep plenty of water in the saucepan. When puddings are boiled in a cloth, it should be just dipped in a basin of cold water before you untie the pudding cloth, as that will prevent it from sticking. But when boiled in a mould, if it is well buttered, they will turn out without. Custard or bread puddings require to stand 5 minutes before they are turned out. They should always be boiled in a mould or cups. Keep your pasteboard, rolling pin, cutters, and tins very clean. The least dust on the tins and cutters, or the least hard paste on the rolling pin, will spoil the whole of your labour. Things used for pastry or cakes should not be used for any other purpose. Be very careful that your flour is dried at the fire before you use it, for puff paste or cakes. If damp, it will make them heavy. If using butter for puff paste, you should take the greatest care to previously work it well on the pasteboard or slab, to get out all the water and buttermilk, which very often remains in. When you have worked it well with a clean knife, dab it over with the soft cloth, and it is then ready to lay on your paste. Do not make your paste over stiff before you put it in your butter. For those who do not understand making puff paste, it is by far the best way to work the butter in at 2 separate times. Divide it in half, and break the half in little bits, and cover your paste all over. Dredge it lightly with flour, then fold it over each side and ends, roll it out quite thin, and then put in the rest of the butter, fold it and roll it again. Remember always to roll puff paste from you. The best made paste, if not properly baked, will not do the cook any credit. Those who use iron ovens do not always succeed in baking puff paste, fruit pies, etc. Puff paste is often spoiled by baking it after fruit pies in an iron oven. This may be easily avoided by putting 2 or 3 bricks that are quite even into the oven before it is first set to get hot. This will not only prevent the syrup from boiling out of the pies, but also prevent a very disagreeable smell in the kitchen and house, and almost answers the same purpose as a brick oven. College puddings. Beat 4 eggs, yolks and whites together in a quart basin, with 2 ounces of flour, half a nutmeg, a little ginger, and 3 ounces of sugar. Pounded loaf sugar is best. Beat it into a smooth batter, then add 6 ounces of suet, chopped fine, 6 of currants well washed and picked. Mix it all well together. A glass of brandy or white wine will improve it. These puddings are generally fried in butter or lard, but they are much nicer baked in an oven in patty pans. 20 minutes will bake them. If fried, fry them till they are a nice light brown, and when fried, roll them in a little flour. You may add 1 ounce of orange or citron, minced very fine. When you bake them, add 1 more egg, or 2 spoonfuls of milk. Serve them up with white wine sauce. Rice puddings, baked or boiled. Wash in cold water and pick very clean 6 ounces of rice. Put it in a quart stew pan, 3 parts filled with cold water. Set it on the fire and let it boil 5 minutes. Pour away the water and put in 1 quart of milk, a roll of lemon peel, and a bit of cinnamon. Let it boil gently till the rice is quite tender. It will take at least 1 hour and a quarter. Be careful to stir it every 5 minutes. Take it off the fire and stir in 1.5 ounces of fresh butter, and beat up 3 eggs on a plate, a salt spoonful of nutmeg, 2 ounces of sugar. Put it into the pudding and stir it till it is quite smooth. Line a pie dish big enough to hold it with puff paste. Notch it round the edge. Put in your pudding and bake it 3/4 of an hour. This will be a nice firm pudding. If you like it to eat more like custard, add 1 more egg and half a pint more milk. It will be better a little thinner when boiled. 1 hour will boil it. If you like it in little puddings, butter small teacups and either bake or boil them. Half an hour will do either. You may vary the pudding by putting in candied lemon or orange peel, minced very fine, or dried cherries, or 3 ounces of currants or raisins, or apples minced fine. If the puddings are baked or boiled, serve them with white wine sauce, or butter and sugar. Ground rice pudding. Put 4 ounces of ground rice into a stew pan, and by degrees stir in 1.5 pints of milk. Set it on the fire with a roll of lemon and a bit of cinnamon. Keep stirring it till it boils. Beat it to a smooth batter, then set it on the trivet, where it will simmer gently for 1/4 of an hour. Then beat 3 eggs on a plate. Stir them into the pudding with 2 ounces of sugar and 2 drachms of nutmeg. Take out the lemon peel and cinnamon. Stir it all well together. Line a pie dish with thin puff paste, big enough to hold it, or butter the dish well and bake it half an hour. If boiled, it will take 1 hour in a mould well buttered. 3 ounces of currants may be added. Rice snowballs. Wash and pick half a pound of rice very clean. Put it on in a saucepan with plenty of water. When it boils, let it boil 10 minutes. Drain it on a sieve till it is quite dry, and then pare 6 apples, weighing 2 ounces and a half each. Divide the rice into 6 parcels, in separate cloths. Put 1 apple in each, tie it loose, and boil it 1 hour. Serve it with sugar and butter, or wine sauce. Rice blancmange. Put a teacup of whole rice into the least water possible, till it almost bursts. Then add half a pint of good milk or thin cream, and boil it till it is quite a mash, stirring it the whole time it is on the fire, that it may not burn. Dip a shape in cold water, and do not dry it. Put in the rice and let it stand until quite cold, when it will come easily out of the shape. This dish is much approved of. It is eaten with cream or custard and preserved fruits. Raspberries are best. It should be made the day before it is wanted, that it may get firm. This blancmange will eat much nicer, flavoured with spices, lemon peel, etc., and sweetened with a little loaf sugar. Add it with the milk and take out the lemon peel before you put in the mould. Save-all pudding. Put any scraps of bread into a clean saucepan. To about a pound, put a pint of milk. Set it on the trivet till it boils. Beat it up quite smooth, then break in 3 eggs, 3 ounces of sugar with a little nutmeg, ginger or allspice, and stir it all well together. Butter a dish big enough to hold it. Put in the pudding, and have ready 2 ounces of suet chopped very fine. Strew it over the top of the pudding, and bake it 3/4 of an hour. 4 ounces of currants will make it much better. Batter pudding, baked or boiled. Break 3 eggs in a basin with as much salt as will lie on a sixpence. Beat them well together, and then add 4 ounces of flour. Beat it into a smooth batter, and by degrees add half a pint of milk. Have your saucepan ready boiling, and butter an earthen mould well. Put the pudding in, and tie it tight over with a pudding cloth, and boil it 1 hour and a quarter, or put it in a dish that you have well buttered, and bake it 3/4 of an hour. Currants washed and picked clean, or raisins stoned, are good in this pudding, and it is then called a black cap, or add loaf sugar and a little nutmeg and ginger without the fruit. It is very good that way. Serve it with wine sauce. Apple pudding boiled. Chop 4 ounces of beef suet very fine, or 2 ounces of butter, lard, or dripping, but the suet makes the best and lightest crust. Put it on the pasteboard with 8 ounces of flour and a saltspoonful of salt. Mix it very well together with your hands, and then put it all of a heap and make a hole in the middle. Break 1 egg in it, stir it well together with your finger, and by degrees infuse as much water as will make of it a stiff paste. Roll it out 2 or 3 times with the rolling pin, and then roll it large enough to receive 13 ounces of apples. It will look neater if boiled in a basin, well buttered, than when boiled in a pudding cloth, well floured. Boil it 1 hour and 3/4, but the surest way is to stew the apples first in a stew pan, with a wineglass full of water, and then 1 hour will boil it. Some people like it flavoured with cloves and lemon peel, and sweeten it with 2 ounces of sugar. Gooseberries, currants, raspberries, and cherries, damsons, and various plums and fruits are made into puddings with the same crust directed for apple puddings. Apple dumplings. Make paste the same as for apple pudding. Divide it into as many pieces as you want dumplings. Peel the apples and core them, then roll out your paste large enough, and put in the apples. Close it all round, and tie them in pudding cloths very tight. 1 hour will boil them, and when you take them up, just dip them in cold water, and put them in a cup the size of the dumpling while you untie them. They will then turn out without breaking. Suet pudding or dumplings. Chop 6 ounces of suet very fine. Put it in a basin with 6 ounces of flour, 2 ounces of breadcrumbs, and a teaspoonful of salt. Stir it all well together. Beat 2 eggs on a plate. Add to them 6 tablespoonfuls of milk. Put it by degrees into the basin, and stir it all well together. Divide it into 6 dumplings, and tie them separate, previously dredging the cloth lightly with flour. Boil them 1 hour. This is very good the next day, fried in a little butter. The above will make a good pudding, boiled in an earthenware mould, with the addition of 1 more egg, a little more milk, and 2 ounces of suet. Boil it 2 hours. N.B. The most economical way of making suet dumplings is to boil them without a cloth in a pot with beef or mutton. No eggs are then wanted, and the dumplings are quite as light without. Roll them in flour before you put them into the pot. Add 6 ounces of currants, washed and picked, and you have currant pudding, or divided into 6 parts, currant dumplings. A little sugar will improve them. Cottage potato pudding or cake. Peel, boil, and mash a couple of pounds of potatoes. Beat them up into a smooth batter with about 3/4 of a pint of milk, 2 ounces of moist sugar, and 2 or 3 beaten eggs. Bake it about 3/4 of an hour. 3 ounces of currants or raisins may be added. leave out the milk and add 3 ounces of butter. It will make a very nice cake. Footnote. An old gentlewoman who lived almost entirely on puddings told us it was a long time before she could get them made uniformly good, till she made the following rule. If the pudding was good, she let the cook have the remainder of it. If it was not good, she gave it to her lapdog. But as soon as this resolution was known, poor little Bow Wow seldom got the sweet treat after. End of section 15.
Sonnets from the Portuguese by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Chapter 37. Pardon, O pardon, that my soul should make. Pardon, O pardon, that my soul should make of all that strong divineness which I know, were thine and thee an image only so, formed of the sand and fit to shift and break. It is that distant years which did not take thy sovereignty, recoiling with a blow, have forced my swimming brain to undergo their doubt and dread, and blindly to forsake thy purity of likeness and distort thy worthiest love to a worthless counterfeit, as if a shipwrecked pagan, safe in port, his guardian sea-god to commemorate, should set a sculptured porpoise, gills a snort, and vibrant tail within the temple gate. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A to Z by Various. The Quantum Jump by Robert Wicks. Brandon was looking at the Milky Way. Through his permaglass canopy, he could see it trailing across the black velvet of space like a white bridal veil. Below his SC-9B scout ship stretched the red dust deserts of Sirius III, illuminated by the thin light of 2 ice moons. He looked at the Milky Way. He looked at it as a man looks at a flickering fireplace and thinks of other things. He thought of the sun 52 trillion miles away, a pinpoint of light lost in the dazzle of the Milky Way. The earth a speck of dust in orbit just as this planet was to its master, Sirius. 9 light-years away, of course. 13 light-years had passed on Earth since they had left, because the trip took 4 years by RT, relative time. But even 4 years is a long time to be shut up in Astro 1 with 5 other men, especially when one of them was the imperious Colonel Towers. "A quantum jump, that's the way to beat the Reds," the Colonel had said 1,000 times. His well-worn expression had nothing to do with quantum mechanics, the actual change in atomic configuration due to the application of sufficient energy. Rather, it was a slang expression referring to a major advance in interplanetary travel due to a maximum scientific and technological effort. "Let 'em have Mars and Venus," the Colonel would say. "Let 'em have the whole damn solar system. We'll make a quantum jump, leapfrog ahead of 'em. We'll be the first men to set foot on a planet of another solar system." 4 years had gone by in the ship, 13 years on Earth. 4 years of Colonel Towers. Military discipline grew more strict each day. Space does funny things to some men. The "we'll be the first men" had turned into "I'll be the first man." But it was Captain Brandon who drew the assignment of scouting Sirius III for a suitable landing place for Astro, of sampling its atmosphere and observing meteorological conditions. Even as Brandon climbed into the scout ship, Towers had cautioned him. "Remember, your assignment is to locate a firm landing site with ample protection from the elements. Under no circumstances are you to land yourself. Is that clearly understood?" Brandon nodded, was launched, and now was cruising 100,000 feet above the alien planet. Brandon tilted the ship up on one wing and glanced down at the brick-red expanse of desert. Tiny red mists marked dust storms. Certainly this was no place to set down the full weight of Astro, nor to protect the crew and equipment from abrasive dust. He righted the ship. Far on the horizon was a bank of atmospheric clouds. Perhaps conditions were more promising there. He shoved the power setting to 90%. A fire warning indicator light blinked on. Instantly, Brandon's eyes were on the instrument panel. The tailpipe temperature seemed all right. It could be a false indication. He eased back on the power setting. Maybe the light would go out. But it didn't. Instead, he felt a surging rumble deep in the bowels of the ship. Luminous needles danced, and a second red light flashed on. He snapped the video switch and depressed the mic button. Astro 1. Astro 1, this is Brandon. Over. A steady crackling sound filled his earphones. A grid of light and shadow fluttered on the screen. A thought entered his mind. Maybe he had put too much planet curvature between Astro and himself. Astro 1. Astro 1, this is Brandon. Come in, please. A series of muffled explosions rocked the ship. He chopped the power back all the way and listened intently. Mayday, Mayday, Astro, this is Brandon. Mayday. A faint voice sputtered in his ear. The face of Reinhardt, the radio man, appeared before him. Brandon, this is Astro 1. What is your position? Over. Brandon's voice sounded strange and distant as he talked to his oxygen mask. Heading 180, approximately 600 miles from you. Altitude 100,000 feet. What is the nature of your trouble, Brandon? Before Brandon could answer, the face of Colonel Towers appeared beside the radioman's. Brandon, what are you trying to pull? Engine trouble, sir. Losing altitude fast. Do you know the nature of the trouble? Negative. Might have thrown a compressor blade. Got a fire indication, then a compressor surge. Chopped off the power. Towers frowned. Why didn't you use the straight rocket power? Well, sir. Never mind now. You may have encountered oxygen or hydrogen-rich atmosphere. Melted your compressor blades. Try an air start on straight rocket. I want that ship back, Brandon. Repeat, I want that ship back. I may be able to write it down. Get it on the deck intact. Try an air start, Brandon. Towers leaned forward, his eyes fixed on Brandon. I don't want you to set foot on that planet, get me? But there wasn't time to try anything. The cabin was filling with fumes. Brandon looked down. A fringe of blue flame crept along between the floor and the bottom of the pilot's capsule. A cold ache filled the cavity in his stomach. Too late! Too late! I'm on fire! Capsuling out! Repeat, capsuling out! Brandon! The colonel's glaring face flicked off as Brandon pushed the pre-ejection lever into the lock position, severing all connections between the ship and the pilot's capsule. Brandon had a strange detached feeling as he pushed the ejection button. There was an explosion, and the pilot's capsule shot up like a wet bar of soap squeezed out of a giant's hand. The ship turned into a torch and sank beneath him. Brandon closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he was staring at the Milky Way, then the desert as he tumbled over and over. He talked to the Milky Way. 10 seconds. Should wait at least 10 seconds before releasing the drogue chute, so I'll clear the ship. Then he spoke to the desert. Maybe another 10 to give the capsule time to slow down. Then he counted, then pulled the chute release. Nylon streamed out behind him and snapped open with a tremendous jar. A moment later, bundles of metal ribbons floated out and billowed into a giant umbrella. The last thing he remembered was the taste of blood on his lips. When Brandon opened his eyes, he was staring at the silvery disks of the twin moons. They were high in the sky, obscuring the center of the Milky Way. Funny he should be lying on his back looking at the sky, he thought. Then he remembered. The capsule was on its back, and Brandon was still strapped securely to the seat. His whole body ached. Tendons had been pulled, muscles strained from the force of the ejection. His oxygen mask was still in place, but his helmet hung partly loose. He adjusted it automatically, then unbuckled the seat straps. He took a deep breath. Under the oxygen mask, he was aware of dried blood clotted in his nostrils, caked around the corner of his lips. With an effort he sat on the seat back and looked through the permaglass. A tangle of cord stretched out to the nylon of the main chute, draped over a dust dune. Beyond it he could see the gleaming metal ribbons of the drogue chute. Ahead of him, behind some low hills, he could see a dull red glow. The ship, he thought. Astro may already be hovering over it. He dragged the survival kit from behind the seat and pulled out some rations, a first aid kit, finally a teletalkie. Raising the antenna, he plugged in the mic cord from his mask and held down the talk key with his thumb. Astro 1, this is Brandon, come in. As he talked, a picture flickered on the screen. It was the radio room on Astro 1. Colonel Towers was pacing back and forth in front of the radio man. "Shall I keep trying to raise him?" he heard Reinhardt ask. "Damn fool stunt," Towers sputtered. "You know what I think. I think he went down deliberately, just to be the first human being to walk the ground of a planet of another solar system." "Astro, this is Brandon. Come in, please." Towers continued to pace and talk. "He did it despite me." "But we can't raise him, sir," the radio operator said. "Maybe he didn't get out alive." "Colonel Towers, can't you hear me?" Brandon yelled into his oxygen mask. "He got out all right," the colonel said. "He's just stalling to make it look good." "But we aren't going to give up the search, are we, sir?" asked the radio man. "It would serve his soul right." The colonel stopped pacing and faced the radio man. "Keep trying to raise him, Reinhardt. I'm going to bring us down to 40,000 feet and search the area where he went down. Hell of a waste of rocket fuel, tooling around in the atmosphere," he muttered, disappearing through a bulkhead door. "Wait, Colonel Towers," Brandon called, but he knew it was no use. Obviously he could pick up Astro, but they could neither see nor hear him. "Captain Brandon, this is Astro calling. Over." The radio man repeated the phrase a dozen times, and each time Brandon acknowledged, swore, and acknowledged again. Finally, in desperation, he switched off the teletalkie. He snapped open the back of the unit and studied the maze of transistors, resistors, and capacitors. If there was something wrong, it was subtle, like a burned-out resistor or shorted condenser. Whatever it was beyond emergency repair. He dropped the teletalkie behind the seat and examined the gauge on his oxygen mask. There was enough to last the night, but not much more. He sat down in the capsule to think. The first thing they'd locate is the burning ship, he decided. Then they would probably start searching in ever-widening circles. But would they see him in the faint light of the ice moons? He looked back at the nylon chute again. Another thought ran through his mind. Suppose they don't spot me in the dark. When the sun, Sirius comes up, there's a good chance they'll spot the parachute and search for him. He slid the canopy open and looked down at the red soil of Sirius 3. He hesitated for a moment, then swung his feet over the side and dropped to the ground. "At least I'll have that satisfaction," he said, grinning under his oxygen mask. Very much aware of gravity after years of weightlessness, he walked to the canopy of the chute and spread it out on the flat ground in a full circle. It billowed in the wind. He searched around, found some glassy black rocks, and anchored down the chute. Then he looked at the orange glow that marked the funeral pyre of the ship. He had a decision to make. Stay here with the capsule or head for the fire. Couldn't be more than 1,000 yards away, he decided. Charging a walk-around oxygen bottle, he transferred his oxygen hose to it. He strapped the survival kit to his belt and picked up the teletalkie. The ship was more than 1,000 yards away. The first mile was across flat desert. He picked his way cautiously, his boots churning up clouds of powdery dust. He remembered the Russian reports of the weird and deadly creatures they had encountered in the Martian deserts. But aside from a few gray patches of brush, there seemed to be no sign of life. After all, he thought, the earth held no life for the better part of its existence, and Towers had selected this planet because it bore relatively the same relationship to the brighter, hotter Sirius as did the earth to the sun. While farther away, it should have approximately the same conditions as did the earth. and it had seas, not as large as on earth, but seas nevertheless. Yet there was a fallacy in the argument. Presumably all of the stars in the outer arms of the Milky Way and their planets were about the same age. With similar conditions as the earth, life must have been born and walked out of the seas of Sirius III just as it did on earth. Something scurried into a wisp of a brush, as if to bear out Brandon's realization. He froze, his eyes on the brush, his hand reaching for his hydrostatic shock pistol. He could hear nothing but the wind hollowing his ears. He stood for a long moment, then cautiously skirted the brush, and continued on toward the burning ship. There was an odd clicking sound, and he stopped. It sounded again. Brandon realized he was perspiring despite the chill of the night desert. Again he moved on, the sound fading in the distance behind him. The next mile brought him to a great sheet of ancient lava, laid bare by the elements. He climbed to the top. The fire still seemed to be about 1,000 yards ahead, beyond a ridge of low hills. A distant flare lit up the sky ahead of him. It glowed for a few moments and died. They'd found the ship, he thought. After 4 years, I had completely forgotten about the store of photo-flash flares. He watched for a while, but saw no more flares. Finally, he scrambled down the other side of the lava sheet and continued on toward the wreck, moving slowly but steadily. The third mile brought him to the scene of the crash. A smoking cylinder of fused metal lay in a gully. Parts were strewn along the bottom. A wing, untouched by the fire, was leaning tip down against the edge of another lava sheet some distance away. He sat down. Another flare flashed into the sky behind him, silhouetting a row of grotesque trees. "I'm over here, you fools," he thought. He watched until the flare flickered out, then turned his head back toward the remains of the ship. There wasn't much of a glow to it now. It would be hard to see unless Astro was right on top of it. He raised the antenna of the teletalkie and snapped it on. The screen glowed into life. Towers was stepping through the bulkhead door into the radio room. Just like a television play in installments, Brandon thought. Scene 2 coming up. "No sign of him at the scene of the crash," Towers told Reinhardt. "If he got out," observed Reinhardt, "he could be 100 miles away or more." "If he got out?" Towers said in a tone that irritated Brandon. "I got out," Brandon said, "and right now I'm walking around your precious planet like a Boy Scout. Damn this teletalkie. I'd give a year's pay if you would see me now, Towers." "We may yet spot the escape capsule," Reinhardt was saying. "We're still continuing the search," put in Towers. "But I don't mind telling you, I'm not wasting much more fuel." The radio operator started to say something, hesitated, and finally settled for, "Yes, sir." Brandon swore and snapped off the set. He looked at his walk-around bottle. "Can't stay here any longer," he muttered. He couldn't find the capsule. He walked 3, perhaps 4 miles. He stopped and blotted his moist brow with his sleeve. He wasn't going to find it. Before him stretched an endless carpet of red dust. The light from the 2 moons was growing dim as each settled toward different horizons. He sat down. A cloud of powdery dust settled over his legs. The lightness in his head told him that his oxygen was running out. The weakness in his muscles reminded him that it had been a long time since he had walked in a planet's gravity. A distant flare lit up the horizon. He choked off a sob and beat his fist on the red dust. A wave of nausea swept over him. Bitter stomach juices welled up in his throat, but he swallowed them down again. "Astro, this is Brandon," he said. "Brandon, this is Astro," Reinhardt said. Brandon's body tensed. "Thank God I finally got through to you. Listen, Reinhardt, I must be about 3. Brandon, this is Astro," said Reinhardt in a monotone. He said it again and again and again. Brandon fell back on the ground. His breathing was short, strained. His face was bathed in perspiration. The oxygen, he realized, was giving out. What are the odds that the air of Sirius III is breathable, he wondered. 1 in 100? The planet has water and both animal and plant life. Certainly it has sufficient gravity to hold its oxygen. But what other elements, noxious gases, might be present? Maybe the odds are closer to 1 in 50, he decided. But it's no way to gamble when you have nothing to lose, he told the Milky Way. Ripping off his oxygen mask, he took a deep breath of the alien atmosphere. The dust choked him, his ears rang, black spots danced before his eyes, then melted into solid blackness. Brandon could hear Tower's voice in a vortex of darkness. Let's face it, Brandon is dead. Must have burned with the ship. At least that's the way the report will read. Get me, Reinhardt? Yes, sir, the disembodied voice of Reinhardt replied quietly. We're going to set her down on a solid piece of ground near one of the oceans. There was a pause, and Brandon could almost see Colonel Towers drawing up to his full height. I'm going to be the first man to set foot on a planet of another solar system. Know what that means, Reinhardt? A quantum jump, sir? Right. Leapfrogging ahead of the Reds. Wait till they read the name Colonel John Towers. Maybe General John Towers. General. Brandon opened his eyes. Sirius was turning the sky to gray, trimming a few scattered clouds with gold. As he stared at the sky, Sirius rose with a brassy glare. Near it he could see its white-hot dwarf star companion. It was going to be a real scorcher, he decided, worse than any desert on earth. He sat up stiffly. On the teletalkie screen, Reinhardt, alone in the radio room, was calling quietly for Brandon. The bulkhead door swung open, and Towers poked his head through. "Knock that off," said Towers sternly, "and take your landing station." As Reinhardt rose to his feet, Brandon reached over and turned off the set. Brandon took a deep breath. His head spun, and for the first time he realized he was still alive. He gazed across the shimmering desert to a ridge of scrubby hills. Blue mountains rose up beyond them. Great flows of black lava had rolled down onto the desert floor at some distant time. They were spotted with clumps of gray grass, even as was the desert. The hills were studded with weird trees standing stiff, branches outstretched like an army of scarecrows. The air of Sirius 3 was doing strange things to him. Two of the trees seemed to be moving. He swayed and sat heavily. As he watched through a haze of red dust whipped up by the morning breeze, the two trees came closer, turned into men wearing desert uniforms, and leaned over him. "Are you okay?" one of them asked. Brandon said nothing. "We saw you from our observation station over the hill," said the other, pointing. They helped Brandon to his feet and gave him a swig of cool, sweet water from a canteen. "I'm Captain Brandon of the Astro One." "Astro One?" The man removed his pith helmet to wipe his brow, and Brandon noticed the gleaming U.S. insignia on the front of the helmet. "The Astro One left Earth 13 years ago," the man said. "Only 4 years by RT," Brandon said. The man smiled and put his helmet back on his head. "A lot of things have happened since you left. There was a war which we won, and I guess you guys were almost forgotten, and there was a lot of technological development." "You mean you had a quantum jump?" asked Brandon, parroting Colonel Towers' favorite expression. "Odd you would know that," replied the second man. "It was through quantum mechanics that we learned to approximate the speed of light. While 9 years pass on Earth while we make the trip, our RT is mere moments." "Good Lord," Brandon said. "You must have passed us up." "Been on this planet for nearly a year," the first man said. "Got men on dozens of planetary systems throughout the Milky Way. One ship went 1,000 light years out. By the time they come back, civilization on Earth will be 2,000 years older." "Have you got a teletalkie?" Brandon asked. "Sure," said the first man, producing a set 1/3 the size of Brandon's. "Could you tune it to 28.6 microcycles?" "Sure," said the man again. He turned a dial with his thumb and handed the unit to Brandon. Brandon depressed the talk button. A crystal-clear image of Colonel Towers, putting the finishing touches on his full dress uniform, appeared on the screen. "This is an historic occasion," Colonel Towers was announcing to his crew. "Open the hatch. And Reinhardt, be sure to stand by with the motion picture camera." "Excuse me, Colonel Towers," said Brandon quietly. Towers swung around and looked out at Brandon. The Colonel's face paled. "I have something to tell you," said Brandon, grinning, "about the quantum jump." End of section 17.
Section 18 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. A to Z by Various. R. The Raft by Vachel Lindsay. The whole world on a raft. A king is here. The record of his grandeur, but a smear. Is it his deacon beard, or old bald pate, that makes the band upon his whims to wait? Loot and mud honey have his soul defiled. Quack, pig, and priest, he drives camp meetings wild, until they shower their pennies like spring rain, that he may preach upon the Spanish Main. What landlord, lawyer, voodoo man has yet a better native right to make men sweat? The whole world on a raft. A duke is here, at sight of whose lank jaw the muses leer. Journeyman printer, lamb with ferret eyes, in life's skullduggery he takes the prize, yet stands at twilight wrapped in Hamlet dreams. Into his eyes the Mississippi gleams. The sandbar sings in moonlit veils of foam. A candle shines from one lone cabin home. The waves reflect it like a drunken star. A banjo and a hymn are heard afar. No solace on the lazy shore excels the Duke's blue castle with its steamer bells. The floor is running water, and the roof the stars brocade with cloudy warp and woof. And on past sorghum fields the current swings. To Christian Jim the Mississippi sings. This prankish wave-swept bark has won its place, a ship of jesting for the human race. But do you laugh when Jim bows down forlorn, his babe, his deaf Elizabeth to mourn? And do you laugh when Jim, from Huck apart, gropes through the rain and night with breaking heart? But now that imp is here, and we can smile. Jim's child and guardian this long-drawn while. With knife and heavy gun, a hunter keen, he stops for squirrel meat in islands green. The eternal gameman sleeping half the day, then stripped and sleek, a river fish at play. And then well dressed, ashore he sees life spilt. The river bank is one bright crazy quilt. Of patchwork dream of wrath more red than lust, where long-haired feudist hot spurs bite the dust. This huckleberry Finn is but the race. America still lovely in disgrace. New childhood of the world that blunders on, and wonders at the darkness and the dawn. The poor damned human race, still unimpressed, with its damnation all its game in breast, chortling at dukes and kings with nigger Jim, then plotting for their fall with jestings grim. Behold a republic where a river speaks to men, and cries to those that love its ways, answering again, when in the heart's extravagance the rascals bend to say, "O singing Mississippi, shine, sing for us today!" But who is this in sweeping Oxford gown, who steers the raft, or ambles up and down, or throws his gown aside, and there in white stands, gleaming like a pillar of the night? The lion of high courts with hoary mane, fierce jester that the boyish court will gain, Mark Twain, the bad world's idol, old Mark Twain. He takes his turn as watchman with the rest, with secret transports to the stars addressed, with night-long broodings upon cosmic law, with day-long laughter at this world so raw. All praise to Emerson and Whitman, yet the best they have to say their sons forget. But who can dodge this genius of the stream, the Mississippi Valley's laughing dream? He is the artery that finds the sea,
in this the land of slaves and boys still free. He is the river, and they one and all sail on his breast and to each other call. Come, let us disgrace ourselves, knock the stuffed gods from their shelves, and cinders at the schoolhouse fling. Come, let us disgrace ourselves, and live on a raft with grey Mark Twain, and Huck and Jim, and the Duke and the King. End of section 19.
Section 19 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A to Z by Various. Section 19. Quaint Korea by Louise Jordan Milne. Chapter 3. Söul from the City Wall. Seen from the wall, a most wonderful wall, which describes a circuit of 9,975 paces. Söul looks like a bed of thriving mushrooms. Mushrooms planted between the surrounding high hills, but grown in many places up onto those hills. Yes, they look very much like mushrooms, those low, one-storied houses, with their sloping, Chinese-like roofs, some tiled, some turfed, and all neutral tinted. The houses of Söul are as alike as mushrooms are, and as thickly planted. The wall defines the city with a strange outline. Now it dips into the tiny valley. Now it pulls itself up onto the top of some high hill. Korea is a most distressingly hilly country. If you elect to go for a decent stroll, it is a matter of climbing a hill, and when you reach the summit of the hill, it is a matter of tumbling down the other side to scramble up another hill. And your path will be just such a succession of ups and downs, even though you go north until you reach the ever-white mountain, and in reaching it, reach the river of the Duck's Green, which, flowing towards the south, divides Korea from China. Reach the Tumankang, which, flowing towards the northeast, divides Korea from the territory of the Tsar. Up and down it will be, even though you push east until you reach the Purple Sea of Japan. Still up and down you will find it, although you go as far south or as far west as Korea goes, and find yourself on the shores of China's Yellow Sea. Korea looks like a strange storm at sea. Its hills are so many that they lose their grandeur as individuality is lost in multitude. But we must get back on the wall of Söul. The wall, which is purely Chinese in character, is punctuated by 8 gates. All of them have sufficient names. Several of them are strictly reserved for very special purposes. The south gate is called the Gate of Everlasting Ceremony. The west gate is the Gate of Amiability. The east gate is the Gate of Elevated Humanity. The southwest gate is the Gate of the Criminals. The majority of Korean criminals who are condemned to death are beheaded, but this may not be within the city walls. The procession of the man about to die passes through the criminal's gate, and that gate is never opened save on the occasions of such gruesome functions. The south-east gate is the Gate of the Dead. No corpse is interred within the city walls, and no corpse, save only the corpse of a king, may pass through any other gate than the Gate of the Dead. Any corpse but the monarch's would defile the gates through which Söul's humanity is wont to ebb and flow. The Gate of the Dead has another name. It is often called the Gate of Drainage, for by its side the river Hanyang flows out to the Yellow Sea. The northern gate stands high upon the summit of a peculiarly shaped hill, which the French missionaries aptly named Coxcomb. This gate is never opened save to facilitate the flight of a Korean king. The gates differ greatly in size, which adds to the unusual picturesqueness of the wall. The Coxcomb, up to whose highest ridge the wall of Söul runs, is at once the most distinct and the most interesting bit of Söul's background. It is among the mountains of the world so uniquely shaped that no one who has ever seen it can ever forget it, and it is the altar of the most sacred of Korea's national ceremonies. Although a large portion of this hill is enclosed within Söul's wall, Söul itself, climbing city though it is, has not climbed far up the hill. The summit of the Coxcomb is an uninhabited high suburb of Söul. When the night
has well fallen, when the white-clad masses in Söul's marketplace can no longer see the outlines of the hill. 4 great lights break out upon that hill's crest. To all in Söul those lights cry out, "All's well! In all Korea all's well!" Each light represents 2 of the 8 provinces into which Korea is divided. If in any Korean province or county there is war, or threatening of war, a supplementary light burns near the light that indicates that province. If the war light is placed on the left, war or invasion threatens one province. If the war light is placed on the right, war or worse threatens another province. The bonfire signal service of the Korean War Office is complicated and elaborated. 1 extra fire means that an enemy has been sighted off some part of the sandy Korean coast. 2 lights mean that the enemy have landed. 3 mean the enemy are moving inland. 4 mean they are pushing toward the capital. 5, well, when 5 such fires flare up, the citizens of Söul can only pray, or run and drown themselves in the rapid rushing river that leaves Söul as the condemned leave it, because those 5 bonfires mean that the enemy draw near the city's gate. Telegraphy, as Edison knows it, is unknown in Korea, but the Koreans have a weird but vivid telegraphy of their own. At short intervals upon their rocky, sandy coast, huge cranes are built. Each crane is tended by a trusted official of the Korean king. When dusk begins to fall, the attendant of the crane lights in it a great bonfire, if all is well. That bonfire's light is seen by the attendant of a fire some miles more inland, some miles nearer Söul, and so from every pace of Korea's boundary, the faithful servants of Korea's king flash to Korea's capital the message, "All is well." 100 lines of message light meet upon that queer hill, the coxcomb of Söul. Many a night of late, unless the wires have lied to us, there must have been a great confusion among those signal fires, and vast confusion in poor frightened Söul. A certain light will mean China has pounced upon us. Another light will mean Japan has stabbed us. And a score of other lights will mean a score of dire facts which only the heads of the Korean War Department could translate for us if they could. Curfew shall not ring tonight. Ah, how often, said Helen, when this Chino-Japanese war was first declared, I have seen those 4 placid bonfires tell the gentle Koreans that no lion of England nor of India had roared, that no eagle of Russia, not to needlessly mention Austria or America, had swooped, no dragon of China or Japan had built destroying fire. Tonight, if those fires burn, they flash a message of dire distress to souls shrinking, blue-robed men and hidden, unseen women, unless happily they are unconscious. What an excuse for war their isolated peninsula has become. Poor Korea, what has she done? Nothing unwomanly, but womanlike she has been unfortunately situated. China has just suffered a plague. Japan has suffered an earthquake. For very many years China and Japan have thought it expedient to soothe national heartache, resultant upon national disaster, with the potent mustard plaster of war. The Chinese hate the Japanese hate the Chinese, the Koreans hate the Japanese and the Chinese, and are hated by both. An oriental imbroglio is not hard of conception. The worst of it is that Korea seems doomed, and Korea, with all her faults, is one of the few remaining widows of the dead, but not childless, old world. And she, good Purda woman that she is lying down with considerable wifely dignity upon the funeral pile, which civilization has lit to cremate the false old notions of the past. One who has lived in Korea can but think it rather a pity that Korea should cease to be, or be too much remodelled, whoever's in the wrong, Japan or China. Nature has found Korea so nearly perfect that it seems almost profane for man, or those combinations of men called nations, to find fault with her. In Korea there are snows that never melt. In Korea there are flowers that never cease to bloom. The land of the morning calm, poor little peninsula, only 2.5 the size of Scotland. The soft, rosy oriental haze is going to be ripped off of you, and in the cold, clear, brilliant light of westernized day, you are going to fade away into nothing. But before you quite fade away, let us have a peep at you. You are superior in many ways to our land. For one thing, you begin your year more sensibly. You ring the new year in with the birth of the year's first flowers. The Korean New Year is a month later than ours. The snow is still upon the ground there in February, but even so, the fruitless plum trees open their myriad buds, and long before the cold snow has melted from their feet, their heads are covered with a warm-tinted, perfumed snow of bloom. A few weeks later, and the cherry trees are white with a magnificence of blossom that nowhere in this world cherry trees can excel, not even in Japan. Before the cherry blossoms fall, the wisteria breaks into 10,000 clusters of purple loveliness. Then the peonies flaunt in every fertile and half-fertile spot, and mock, like the impudents they are, the splendour of the sun. But their proud heads fall ere long, and all Korea is lovely with the iris. Autumn is the most delightful of the Korean seasons. It is matchless. Not even on the banks of the Hudson does summer die so splendid a death as she dies in Korea. The Korean summer, superb and perfumed as she is very like that false Cador of whom Malcolm said to Duncan, "Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it." Winter in Korea is unqualifiedly cold. The hills are white with snow, and the rivers are grey with ice. The people huddle into their overheated houses, and I believe that the entire nation does not own a pair of skates. The only sleds or sleighs belong to the fishermen who crack through the ice to catch their finny prey. The fisherman sits upon the sled as he plies his noiseless industry, and when his day's work is done he plies his scaly plunder upon the sled, and so drags it to the marketplace. But it was summer when Helen first stood upon the wall of Söul. A parapet crenulates the outer edge of that old wall. It is broken with loopholes and notched with embrasures, and every few yards its broken outline is broken again by the overhanging branches of flower-heavy trees, or by the bright blossoms of some vine that has found foot in one of the old wall's mossy niches. And within this picturesque wall huddles superlatively picturesque Söul. The royal palaces are noticeable for their gardens and their size, big as they are, and they are very big. They are none too big for the vast harem that forms a most important part of their household. Far from the houses of the king stands the south set-apart palace. The resident Chinese commissioner lived there. In front of this building stands one of Seoul's two remarkable red arrow gates. Near is the United States legation. One of the most interesting features of Söul is its little Japanese colony. The following description of it was written a few years ago by a talented American who was for some months the guest of the King of Korea. With its back up against the South Mountain stands the building of the Japanese legation. From a flagstaff above it floats the Japanese ensign, the red ball on the white field. Here lives the little Japanese colony, a true bit of transplanted Japan, all alive in an alien land. Some of the legation have with them their wives, and many children play about the courtyard. It has its own force of soldiers, kept constantly recruited from home, its doctors, its policeman, all it can need to be sufficient to itself. The minister is as much a governor as a representative at a foreign court. Day and night the soldiers stand before the gateway of the legation building and change guard as if it were a camp, and whenever the minister goes abroad, a certain number of them accompany him as escort. The soldiers are needed. Twice the legation has had to fight its way from Söul to the sea. In Korea, when one dynasty gives way to another, and that is a fairly frequent occurrence, the newly throned dynasty abandons the capital of the old dynasty and establishes for itself and its heirs forever a new capital. So was Söul established 500 years ago by the first crowned ancestor of Korea's present king. The city wall was thrown about a very considerable area, and according to rigid Korean custom, that wall must forever mark the city's limits. But the actual city, the city of the people, has surged far beyond that wall. One class of Seoul's inhabitants, a most important class, lives almost in its entirety outside the city's gates. The fishermen of Söul live in the river suburbs. There they ply their trade winter and summer, and I might also add day and night. They live upon the banks of the river from which they draw their livelihood. Their quaint low houses fringe the edge of the land, and their boats fringe the edge of the water. Fish and rice are the staple foods of the Koreans. save in the north of the peninsula, where rice will not grow. There fish and millet are the general food. Fish is the great staple throughout the country, and no class of men, perhaps, are so important to Söul's general welfare as the fishermen who live just beyond the walls, and daily come into her marketplaces to sell their slippery spoil. Meat is scarcely eaten in Korea. Korea is a land of fearful famines. The rice fails, the millet fails, everything fails except the fish. Yes, I think that I may unqualifiedly say that to Korea no class is so important as the fishermen. To the very life of the Koreans, no class so necessary, so indispensable. The women of position are carried through the streets in the closet of closed palanquins. A woman of the middle class, if obliged to walk abroad, invariably wraps an ordinary dress about her head and shoulders, and very far from seductive does she look. The long, loose sleeves of the dress hang from her head like great, ungainly, shapeless ears, and the folds of the ungraceful garment are held tightly in front of her face by one determined hand, a hand that never does, and for nothing in the world, would relax its hold. The women of the very poorest class, the hewers of wood and drawers of water, are indeed compelled to, with uncovered heads and unveiled faces, go about the streets, but they move rapidly. They look neither to the right nor to the left, and they slink by men with downcast eyes, and men never look at them. Indeed, a Korean gentleman will not, by one single glance, betray that he is aware of the presence in public of any woman, unless indeed she belong to the geisha, or accomplished class. The geisha girls go about the streets frankly and unhiddenly enough, but they are a class aside. In Korean wifehood, in Korean motherhood, they have no part. The Koreans take a great deal of medicine, those that can afford it, and it never seems to do them any harm. For the rich, pills of incredible size are richly gilded and placed in elaborate boxes. The poor take smaller pills ungilded, and omit the boxes altogether. Very many Koreans take medicine at regular intervals without the slightest reference to their then state of health. These systematic persons do not take medicine when they are ill unless the illness has the good taste to fall upon their duly appointed medicine day. This is how an old Korean explained to Helen the philosophy of the medicine regularly taken theory. On every 7th day you rest whether you are tired or regular. The old man's eye twinkled finely as he spoke, as who should say, "What are ye answered now?" And Helen rather felt that he had her on the hip. Mr. Percival Lowell says, "In Korea, medicine is an heirloom from hoary antiquity. An apothecary's shop there needs not to adorn itself with external and irrelevant charms, like the beautiful purple jar that so deceived poor little Rosamond. Upon eminent respectability alone it bases its claim to custom, and its traditions are certainly convincing." Painted upon suitable spots along the front of the building runs the legend, "Sin Nyong Uop," that is, the profession left behind by Sin Nyong. This eminent person was a spiritual agriculturist, the discoverer of both agriculture and medicine, and the pills sold in the shops today are supposed to be the counterparts of those invented by him. Worthily to render the legend, we ought to translate it, Jones, successor to Aesculapius. There are two distinct Koreas, distinct though having much in common, the Korea of the upper classes and the Korea of the populace. We have of late been hearing quite a good deal about the history of Korea, but the topography of Korea, about the King of Korea, and about the Korea of the upper classes, but about the lower classes we have heard comparatively little. The literature at our disposal concerning Korea is more than meagre. Very little of this literature deals with the people, the common people of Korea, the streets of Seoul, the streets upon whose edges the people of Seoul live. The streets through which the people of Seoul surge are very wide. Most of them have, however, the appearance of being very narrow. Wide streets seem to the Korean mind unnecessary luxuries. The people of Seoul utilize the streets of their city by erecting temporary booths outside their houses, and beyond the booths they spread their trays and mats of merchandise. Inch by inch the street disappears beneath the extemporized shops of the people, until at last just enough room is left for the interminable procession of humanity to squeeze through. This encroachment is taken good-naturedly enough by everyone. The people positively pick their slow way between trays of nuts and mats of grain, booths of hats and sleds of fish. When the king wishes to take a promenade or ride through any of the streets of Söul, all the booths are taken from those streets, and with the trays and mats are tucked out of sight. The streets are swept and garnished the next day, or if it is not too late, when His Majesty has returned to his palace. The booths are re-erected, the mats and trays are rearranged, and the everyday life of Söul goes placidly on until the sovereign elects to take another airing. It is a common blunder to speak of the people of Söul as wearing white garments, a blunder, or rather a laziness to which I must plead guilty. Korean garments are invariably of a peculiar, delicate blue, unless the weaver be a person of much importance. Then indeed may his garments brighten into deeper blue, flush into soft and lovely pink, or if they chance to be the vestments of the king, blush into proudest scarlet. Seen from a distance, an ordinary Korean appears to be clad in white. The blue of his dress is so pale, and so many careless writers, I among them, have made the mistake of saying that white is the blue of the dress of the Korean populace. The Koreans have a passion for rugged scenery, but then, indeed, they have a passion for every manner of scenery. They call the rocks the earth's bones, they call the soil the earth's flesh, the flowers and the trees they call her hair. There is no more rugged bit of scenery near Söul than the Valley of Clothes, and in it stands a picturesque little temple, which was built, so the Koreans say, to commemorate a battle that they once won. It is a very beautiful specimen of Korean architecture. Indeed, I know no lovelier example of what the architecture of older Korea has become under the influence of Chinese thought and Chinese art. Through the Valley of Clothes runs a long, clear stream, on whose banks are innumerable large, smooth-topped rocks. Altogether, it is an admirable place for oriental washing. In the winter, every Korean garment is ripped into all its component parts before it is washed. In summer, the garments are washed each in its entirety. This ripping up of the clothes before washing them is one of the comparatively few customs which the Koreans have borrowed from the Chinese. In Japan, however, all clothes about to be washed are taken to pieces, whether it be winter or summer. Nothing could well be simpler than the modus operandi of the Korean washermen and washerwomen. The clothes are well soaked in the stream, then they are well beaten with smooth, heavy, edgeless sticks. Then they are spread upon the ground, or on the rocks, as much in the sun as possible, and left to dry indefinitely. No one ever steals them, think of it, and even the gentle winds of the Asiatic heavens scorn to blow them away. If there seems the slightest chance of such a catastrophe, a few smooth pebbles are laid upon the garment's edges. The qualities which the upper classes of Korea have most in common are love of art and literature, reverence for law, kindness of disposition, and love of nature. The point upon which they most differ is religion. Korea is really a country without religion. The upper classes are intellectual to a degree, but their intellectuality is invariably of the agnostic order. Rationalism and agnosticism are the only recognized religions in upper Korean circles. The Korean populace also profess agnosticism, but do not practice it. At least they do not practice rationalism. For if they believe in no gods, most of them believe in countless devils. The sacred deviltries are supposed to be, after the blind, most efficacious in ridding the land of the spirits of evil. A writer, one of the best writers on Korea, thus describes a deviltree upon which he came one bleak autumn day. An ancient tree, around whose base lies piled a heap of stones. The tree is sacred. Superstition has preserved it, where most of its fellows have gone to feed the subterranean ovens. It is not usually very large, nor does it look extremely venerable, so that it is at least open to suspicion that its sanctity is an honour which is passed along from oak to acorn or from pine to seed. However, it is usually a fair specimen of a tree, and where there are few others to vie with it, comes out finely by comparison. Otherwise there is nothing distinctive about the tree except that it exists, that it is not cut down and borne off to the city on the back of some bull, there to vanish in the smoke. On its branches hang commonly a few old rags, evidently once of brilliantly coloured cloth. They look to be shreds of the garments of such unwary travellers as approached too close, but a nearer inspection shows them to be tied on designedly. The heap of small stones piled around the base of the tree gives one the impression at first that the road is about to undergo repairs, which it sadly needs, and that the stones have been collected for the purpose. This, however, is a fallacy. No Korean road ever is repaired. The spot is called Sun Wang Don, or the home of the king of the fairies. The stones helped to form what was once a fairy temple, now a devil jail, and the strips of cloth are pieces of garments from those who believed themselves possessed of devils, or feared lest they might become so. A man caught by an evil spirit exiles a part of his clothing to the branches of one of these trees, so as to delude the demon into attaching there. We have tried to peep at Söul, the soul of the people, but not all Söul is plebeian. It has a most decided aristocracy, both architectural and human. Söul has no temples. None may be built within her walls. Of all civilized countries, Korea is the one country without a religion. Religion or its analogous superstitions are there, of course, but that religion is in Korea not part of Korea. In Korea, religion is under a ban of official discountenance or national discredence. Such temples as do exist in Korea dwell like architectural lepers without the city's walls. But Söul has her official buildings, and the dwellings of her rich. Above all, she has her palaces. But hold, there is one temple within the walls of Söul, but it is there on sufferance, there against the law, and it is just inside the walls. It is on a high, lonely mountain place, and far remote from the actual city, the throbbing, breathing human city. And Söul has also what was once a temple. It is as interesting as anything in Söul. In the first place, it is the only pagoda in Söul, almost if not quite the only pagoda in Korea. In the second place, it is extremely beautiful. In the third place, it, more than any building I know, since the decay of all things human, even of those perhaps greatest of all human things, great thought systems. The yesterday of 500 years ago, this Söul's one pagoda was a Buddhist temple. Today it is a neglected, unconsidered, tolerated, rather than admired ornament in a middle-class Korean's backyard. The pagoda of Söul owes its solitary, but not honoured old age to the fact that unlike most pagodas of its period and kind, it was built of stone. It has 8 stories, representative of 8 stages or degrees of the Buddhist heaven. But it is entirely composed of 2 pieces of stone. In idea it is Chinese, but its form is a modification or a local adaptation of its idea, and it is peculiarly rich in most exquisite Korean carvings. After the pagoda, perhaps before the pagoda, there are in Söul 3 buildings, more than any others indicative of the difference between Söul the old and conservative, and Söul the new and iconoclastic. I mean the Foreign Office, the War Office, and the Home Office. They are all of recent date, all concessions to a cosmopolitanism with which Korea the old had no sympathy, and into which, though ever so little, Korea the new has been forced by that most brutal of all forces, the force of circumstances, forced by the irresistible might of the gigantic disproportion to her own of alien numbers. A few years ago Korea had never had a Foreign Office, because Korea had never deigned to be cognizant of the existence of any foreign power. True, she has for many years paid a lazy tribute to China and plied a lazier trade with Japan, but until a short time ago she has been essentially and indeed a hermit nation. Yes, it was verily the land of the morning calm. No reveille broke its early morning slumber, no drum woke its night to alarm. It was a heaven of earthly peace, a heaven in which there was neither fighting nor dying in battle. But that is changed, so far as outside turmoil can ripple the placid waters, upon which the lotus flower blooms and bends in a luxury of perfumed sleep, as it does nowhere else, the lake and ponds of Korea. Korea admitted gracefully, if enforcedly, foreigners to her shores, admitted them for purposes of commerce and of peace. Alas, she has had to recognize them as ambassadors of war, introducers of bloodshed. Korea's army has for many years been very purely artistic, ornamentally belligerent, nothing more. It has been found impossible to evolve it into anything more brutal, 19th century-ish, effective and up-to-date. Korea's Home Office sprang up, as it must have done in any self-respecting soil, as soon as the Foreign Office became a regrettable fait accompli. Until Korea had a Foreign Office, Korea's War Office was by no means the sad burlesque that it is now. Until Korea had a Foreign Office, She had not the filmiest need of a home office. Korea was all in all to Korea. Every effort of her being was undivertedly directed to the welfare of herself and her own. She had no need of, no excuse for a home office, because all was home, everything for home. But when she was physically forced to admit the existence of other peoples, she was morally forced to insistently emphasize the existence of her own people. Seoul is rich in palaces, very rich in their quality, if not in their quantity. Each palace is, like every considerable Korean dwelling, a collection of houses, and every Korean palace, like every Korean dwelling in any distinction, is more remarkable, more admirable, because of its surroundings, its gardens, than because of itself. There are 4 nations pre-eminent for landscape gardening, pre-eminent in this order: the Japanese, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Italians. Korea is, by her climate, held behind Japan in landscape gardening. Most of the flowers that in Japan bloom all the year round can in Korea only bloom for a few months. But in one phase of landscape gardening, the art of bringing nature into a garden, and there ornamenting her, without insulting her, the Koreans quite equal the Japanese. Water in the form of miniature lakes is the crown, the very centre of every Far Eastern garden. Nowhere in the world are artificial lakes or ponds so perfected, so ablush with bloom, so aquiver with perfume, as they are in Korea. Sometimes they dot great green swords. Sometimes they softly ripple against the very foundations of a palace. Oftenest they are the one blessed detail of a middle-class man's dwelling, but they are almost always emerald with lotus leaves, and in season brilliant with the bloom, and fragrant with the breath of the lotus flowers. Marble bridges span them, if they are in the king's gardens. A unique island centres them wherever they are, a wee island that is shaded by its one dropping tree. There the master of the garden spends the long summer days, basking in the surrounding beauty, smoking, drinking tea and fishing. End of section 19.
Section 20 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. Chapter 7. Social Character of the Beverage. From Tea, Its Mystery and History by Samuel Phillips Day. Since the introduction of tea into England, but more especially since the British public has patronized it, a marked improvement characterizes the tone and manners of society. It is not possibly too great an assumption to assert that there must exist something about tea specially suitable to the English constitution and climate, for not even in Scotland or Ireland, nor in any European country, is the beverage consumed to a like extent. Certain travellers aver that a large consumption of the leaf obtains in Russia, but it is chiefly the upper classes who are addicted to its use. The moujiks, peasants and artisans, scarcely know the taste of it, for now, as in the time of Peter the Great, they regard vodka as their only national drink. That all classes of the community in this country have derived much benefit from the persistent use of tea is placed beyond dispute. It has proved and still proves a highly prized boon to millions. The artist at his easel, the author at his desk, the statesman fresh from an exhaustive oration, the actor from the stage after fulfilling an arduous rôle, the orator from the platform, the preacher from the pulpit, the toiling mechanic, the wearied laborer, the poor governess, the tired laundress, the humble cottage housewife, the votary of pleasure even, on escaping from the scene of revelry, nay, the queen on her throne, have, one and all, to acknowledge and express gratitude for the grateful and invigorating infusion. Shortly after it had become fashionable to partake of tea, persons of quality in England were wont to invite their friends to a dish of the newly imported beverage. Lord Macaulay mentions how tea, which at the time Monk brought the army of Scotland to London, A.D. 1660, had been handed round to be stared at and just touched with the lips as a great rarity of China, was 80 years later a regular article of import, and was soon consumed in such quantities that financiers began to consider it as an important source of revenue. 7 years later, Pepys has this entry in his famous diary: "Home, and there find my wife making of tea, a drink which Mr. Pelling, the apothecary, tells her is good for her cold." That Queen Anne ranked among the votaries of the leaf is manifest from Pope's couplet: "Thou great Anne, whom 3 realms obey, doth sometimes counsel take, and sometimes tay." From this time forth writers of renown make constant allusions to the new drink. Essayists in the Spectator, the Tatler, and other literary organs are ever dropping remarks respecting the tea-table. Pope, in his Rape of the Lock, when Belinda is declaring what terrible things she would rather have had happen than have lost her favorite curl, makes her cap everything but the wish that she could be transported to some isle where the gilt chariot never marks the way, where none learn Ambra, none ever drink Boe. Than which privation she can imagine nothing worse. Then what a source of social pleasure the afternoon tea becomes. Brady, in his well-known metrical version of the Psalms, thus illustrates the advantages accruing therefrom: "When in discourse of nature's mystic powers and noblest themes, we pass the well-spent hours, whilst all around the virtues, sacred band, and listening graces please attendants stand. Thus our tea conversations we employ, where with delight instruction we enjoy, quaffing without the waste of time or wealth the sovereign drink of pleasure and of health." The poet Cooper's praise of the beverage has been sadly hackneyed. Nevertheless, as the laureate of the tea-table, his lines are worthy of future reproduction. Who cannot recall how Mrs. Gilpin scornfully characterizes her neighbor's children as being markedly inferior to her own, as hay is to bohay, as though the force of comparison could no further go. Yet it is in his more serious and didactic poem that the melancholy friend of the Hares exclaims, "Now stir the fire, and close the shutters fast, let fall the curtain, wheel the sofa round, and while the bubbling and loud hissing urn throws up a steaming column, and the cups that cheer but not inebriate wait on each, so let us welcome peaceful evening in." But tea had its avowed enemies no less than its staunch friends. Certain old-fashioned physicians did not like it, nay, they even sneered at it and denounced it. Jonas Hanway, the philanthropic but eccentric founder of the Marine and Magdalen Societies, more bold than his compeers, actually rushed into print in order to inveigh against it. But he had reason to regret his hot-headed impetuosity. In answer to his petty attack, the beverage found a noble defender in no less a personage than Dr. Johnson, whose defense in point of style is among the best essays the great moralist ever penned. Hanway, however, nothing daunted, resumed the attack. Having lost his temper, he gave full scope to his prejudices, and denounced tea as the worst of poisons and the secondary cause of all the moral, religious, and political evils that distracted mankind. Not only so, but he was rash enough to attack the Leviathan of literature personally. Yet he had far better had saved his ink. For Johnson, the first time in his life that he had retorted on an adversary, fell upon him like an avalanche. Hanway, having foolishly laid himself open to ridicule, most assuredly the doctor did not spare him. Such a contest, of course, could not be regarded as equal. No possible comparison existed between the combatants. Therefore, setting aside all the hard knocks which Johnson administered to poor Jonas, it will be sufficient to produce one passage in which the eminent writer declares himself a hardened sinner in the use of the infusion of this plant, whose teapot had no time to cool, who with tea solaced the midnight, and with tea welcomed the morning. There is not the slightest exaggeration in this confession. What is affirmed therein is attested both by Boswell and Mrs. Thrall in their respective writings, who record that Dr. Johnson frequently exceeded a dozen large cups at one meal. It is alleged that the first command given by our gracious Queen upon her accession to the throne was, "Bring me a cup of tea and the Times." It is to be hoped that Her Majesty got the former uncoloured. For a time it appears that so far as one class of the community was concerned, the use of tea was likely to be checked by the imperious sway of inconstant fashion. It became the custom in the houses of the aristocracy to supply only coffee after dinner, so that for a period tea was ostracized. Recently, however, a reaction has set in, for we find that the most agreeable meetings in society are those which assemble at the 5 o'clock tea. Accordingly, one of the whirligigs of time has so conspired that, while the fashionable breakfast and dinner hours are completely revolutionized, the hour for tea has reverted to the precise period of the day at which it used to be taken 100 years ago. Although noble ladies have not now black pages to hand round the teacups, yet the very china used by their great-grandmothers is called into requisition simply because of its antiquity. One circumstance calls for special notice. It is this, that in the words of Dr. Johnson, everywhere unintoxicating and non-narcotic beverages are in general use among tribes of every color, beneath every sun, and in every condition of life. The custom, therefore, must meet some universal want of our common nature. Philanthropists and sociologists are now fully alive to the moral effects produced by such non-intoxicant drinks as tea and coffee. Intemperance is the bane of the nation, and now that legislation has utterly failed to restrain the evils arising therefrom, philanthropy, full of faith in the experiment, endeavors by the establishment in divers quarters of quite a different class of public houses to arrest an evil which is assuming the gravest character. And there can be no doubt that if the masses could be induced to substitute the pure beverages, tea and coffee, for the deleterious fluids they are wont to imbibe, the country would be vastly benefited by the salutary change. End of section 20.
Section 21 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. Unsettled Points of Etiquette. From Lippincott's Magazine of Popular Literature and Science, Volume 11, Number 24. Author unknown. In England, the higher the rank, the more affable and kind I found them. It is only the little people climbing up who are disagreeable. Sully. Not alone of English people can this be said. In society, all over the world, it is the same. For everywhere men and women, born and bred ladies and gentlemen, value their reputation as such too highly to risk it by any rudeness or uncourteousness. They may upon occasion be frigidly polite, but polite they will always be. But customs vary so much that some things which would be considered polite in one country would be looked upon in another as rude or intrusive. Take, for instance, one illustration among many which might be cited. A foreigner sent on a diplomatic mission to this country brought with him letters of introduction to several members of a large family. Having affairs of importance to attend to, he was remiss about delivering these letters on this occasion, but on a second visit, having more leisure, he made it a point to have himself presented at a ball to every member of the family who was present. After the ball, he told a lady of the trouble he had given himself, and asked her congratulations upon having accomplished so much in one evening. She, being upon intimate terms with him, assured him that his politeness was not only unnecessary, but would in all probability be misunderstood. "According to the customs of our country," said the lady, "you ought to have waited until they asked to be presented to you." "How could I do that?" he inquired indignantly, "when it was my duty to make myself known to them, out of respect for the writer of the letters, as well as for those to whom she had written? Besides, one can never be too civil to ladies and gentlemen." The lady replied, "True, only you must first be sure that you are dealing with ladies and gentlemen, who understand all points of etiquette as you do." Before his return to his own country he learned his error by the result, for during a stay of some months he never received an invitation from any of the family. By following the customs of his own country, instead of adopting those of the country he was in, he had subjected himself to being looked upon as a pushing foreigner, who valued their acquaintance so highly that he was determined to gain it, even at the sacrifice of the customs of good society. Americans, when abroad, unless in an official position, have very little opportunity of gaining a knowledge of such requirements of etiquette as had influenced this gentleman in making the overtures he had thought necessary. Nor can we be expected to be acquainted with them. The rules of social etiquette are all so well understood and practised in Europe that no opportunity presents itself for the miscomprehensions as to one's duties in society which prevail with us. There every detail is prescribed by the codes and usages of courts, and one might as well pass an acquaintance in the street without the usual salutation as neglect any one of these forms. Again, to illustrate, a gentleman belonging at one time to the English legation in Washington passed the summer at one of our fashionable watering-places. His official position would have secured him the consideration to which he was entitled, even had he not been the general favourite that he was. But the men who left their cards from time to time upon him were not always particular in having themselves presented the first time they met him afterward at the club or at dinners. And looking upon this omission as he had been trained to do, it could not but seem to him an intentional rudeness on their part. The consequence was, he avoided the watering-place thereafter, and sought his summer recreation where there was less pretension at least, and where he doubtless became less exacting, or more accustomed to such trifling breaches of etiquette. For want of an exact code, many points of etiquette are with us left open to discussion, and this without reference to foreign ideas. Thus the custom of inviting gentlemen to call when a married lady wishes to give them the entrée to her house seems to have become an obsolete one with a great many. Quite recently a discussion took place as to its propriety between several ladies of distinction in this city. One lady said that it was the Philadelphia custom for gentlemen to call where they wished, without waiting for an invitation, after they had made the acquaintance of any lady in the family. And more than one married woman asserted that they had never yet asked a gentleman to come to see them, while another insisted that gentlemen generally would not venture to make a call upon any married lady unless she had invited them, or they had first asked her permission. As a difference of opinion exists on this point, it would be well if it could be an understood thing that any gentleman wishing to make the acquaintance of a lady could, after having himself presented to her, leave his card at her house with his address upon it. Of course this applies only to comparative strangers, for any young man can commit his card to his mother or sister to leave for him at a house where either visits, if he wishes to be included in invitations. Unless his card is left in this way or in person, how can he expect to be remembered? Some years ago, a lady who gave a ball during the winter after her return from a residence abroad omitted to send invitations to the young men who, having previously visited at her house, had not left their cards at her door since her arrival home, preferring to substitute gentlemen who had never been entertained by her to inviting those who were so remiss. For this reason she gave permission to several young ladies to name gentlemen among their friends whom they would like to have invited, and so agreeable to the hostess was the selection thus made, that she placed permanently upon her inviting list the names of those who sufficiently appreciated her courtesy to remember afterward the slight duties which their acceptance of her hospitality imposed upon them. Still another illustration will show what unsettled ideas many hold in regard to points of etiquette which ought not to admit of any diversity of opinion. Ladies sometimes say to each other, after having been in the habit of meeting for years without exchanging visits, "I hope you will come and see me," and almost as frequently the answer is made, "Oh, you must come and see me first." One moment of reflection would prevent a lady from making that answer, unless she were much the older of the two, when she could with propriety give that as the reason. The lady who extends the invitation makes the first advance, and the one who receives it should at least say, "I thank you, you are very kind," even if she has no intention of availing herself of it. A lady in the fashionable circles of our largest metropolis once boasted that she had never made a first visit. She was not aware, probably, that in the opinion of those conversant with the duties of her position, she stamped herself as being just as underbred as if she had announced that she did not wait for anyone to call upon her. No lady surely is of so little importance in the circle in which she moves, as never to be placed in circumstances where a first visit is requisite from her, nor does anyone in our land so nearly approach the position of a reigning monarch as to decree that all, irrespective of age or priority of residence, should make the first call upon her. One of the most reasonable rules of etiquette is that which requires prompt replies to invitations. The reason why an invitation to dine or to an opera box should be answered as soon as received is so evident that it will not admit of questioning. But many who are punctilious in these particulars are remiss in sending promptly their acceptances or regrets for parties and balls. Most of those who neglect this duty do so from thoughtlessness or carelessness, but there are some who have the idea that it increases their importance to delay their reply, or that promptness gives evidence of eagerness to accept or to refuse. Others again are prevented from paying that direct attention to an invitation which politeness requires for the inconvenience of sending a special messenger with their notes. Where any doubt exists in reference to the ability of the person invited to be present at a soirée or ball, an acceptance should be sent at once, and if afterwards prevented from going, a short note of explanation or regret should be dispatched. It is well known that a few words make all the difference between a polite and an impolite regret. Mrs. Gordon regrets that she cannot accept Mrs. Stanley's invitation for Tuesday evening, is not only curt, but would be considered by many positively rude. The mistake arises, however, more frequently from ignorance than from intentional rudeness. Mrs. Gordon regrets extremely that she cannot accept Mrs. Sidney's kind invitation for Tuesday evening, is all that is necessary. All answers to invitations given in the name of the lady and gentleman of the house are generally acknowledged to both in the answer, and the envelope addressed to the lady alone. Some persons are in the habit of sending acceptances to invitations for balls, even when they know they are not going. But this is very unfair to the hostess, not only because she orders her supper for all who accept, but because she may wish to invite others in their places if she knows in time that they are not to be present. No house is so large but it has a limit to the number of people that can be comfortably entertained, and some ladies are compelled by the length of their visiting list to give 2 or 3 entertainments in order to include all whom they wish to invite. When the invitations are sent out 10 days in advance, if answered within 3 days, the hostess is enabled to select from her other lists such of her friends as she would like to pay the compliment of inviting twice, in case the number of regrets which she receives will permit her to do so. But delaying the answers, or accepting with no intention of going, puts it out of her power to send other invitations. An invitation once given cannot be recalled, even from the best motives, without subjecting the one who recalls it to the charge of being either ignorant or regardless of all conventional rules of politeness. Some years ago, a lady who had been invited with her husband to a musical entertainment given at the house of an acquaintance for a mutual friend of the inviter and the invited, received, after having accepted the invitation, a note requesting her not to come on the ground that she had spoken slanderously of the lady for whom the soirée was to be given. Entirely innocent of the charge, she demanded an explanation, which resulted in completely exonerating her. The invitation was then repeated, but, of course, as the withdrawal of it had been intended as a punishment, the rudeness was of too flagrant a character to overlook, and all visiting between the parties ceased from that day. The rule would not apply to a more recent case, where a lady gave a ball, and, endeavouring to avoid a crush and make it agreeable for her guests, left out all young men under 21 years of age, but finding that she had received wrong information concerning the age of one whom she had invited, and that this one exception was much commented upon, causing her to appear inconsistent, she wrote a note asking permission to recall the invitation, having received no answer to it, and expressing her regret that she should be made to appear rude where no rudeness was intended. In this case the gentleman could, without compromising his dignity, have sent a courteous reply assuring the lady that he perfectly understood her motives, and begging her not to give herself any uneasiness upon his account in having felt compelled to withdraw the invitation. By doing so he would have made the lady his firm friend, and had she appreciated his politeness as it would have deserved to be appreciated, she would have lost no opportunity of showing her sense of it. There is no better test of ladies and gentlemen than the manner in which they receive being left out of a general invitation. They may feel ever so keenly the omission, but it should never betray itself in a shadow of change, either in look or in tone. If the invitation is not a general one, why should any one feel hurt by being omitted? No one but the entertainer can know all the motives that influence her in her selections, and here might be mentioned several reasonable points of etiquette which may control her. When a first invitation has not been accepted, it is to be supposed that no other will be expected until the recipient of the invitation has returned the courtesy in some way, be it ever so simple. In cases where previous invitations have been accepted, even those who are not in the habit of balancing the exchange of hospitalities cannot continue to extend them year after year, however much they may wish to do so, when not the slightest disposition is shown to make any return. Then, too, many ladies are not willing to overlook the omission of leaving cards after their entertainments, and they very naturally feel that a distinction should be made between such young men as have shown an appreciation of their past courtesies and those who have not. And again, a lady may often be deterred from sending invitations to those whom she heartily wishes to invite, from her dislike of making any advance to persons who are older residents, or from a fear of being considered pushing or patronizing. A lady who never makes first calls upon those who have lived longer than herself in the city where she resides, unless in cases where age or infirmities upon the part of those inviting her make it her province to do so, learned just before giving an entertainment that the wife of a gentleman from whom she had received assistance in the charitable labours which occupied some of her leisure hours was a native of another city, and in writing a note upon business to the gentleman she expressed her intention of calling upon his wife, explaining why she had not sooner done so. She received an immediate reply from the husband, in which, after the business had been attended to, he informed her that he and his wife selected their own circle of friends, which was quite as large as they desired to make it. The lady as promptly sent back a note in answer, in which she expressed her regret for the mistake she had made, and thanked him for having corrected the impression which she had formed of him as a gentleman in her acquaintance with him solely in business relations. Such an experience would prevent a sensitive woman from ever placing herself in a position to receive such a rudeness again from any one, and therefore no one whose duty it is to make a first call, and who has not made it, should ever feel hurt or offended at not being invited by such an acquaintance, no matter how general may have been the invitation. Ladies who are the most apt to give offence are those who divide their lists, giving 2 parties in the course of the year, instead of the grand crush, which is more popular. Some feel aggrieved because they are not invited to both, fancying that there are reasons why an exception should be made in their favour, while others prefer the party for which no invitation was sent. Those who send regrets for the first party sometimes expect to be invited to the second, but this in no way changes the relation between the inviter and the invited. It is the misfortune and not the fault of the lady who invites that such regrets are sent, and if she is able to repeat her invitations to any upon her first list, it will surely be to those who gave such reasons for regretting as illness or absence from the city. Certainly the entertainer must desire to make both parties equally pleasant, and must select her guests to this end. And yet there are those who, when left out, do not hesitate to show her by the change in their manner that they consider themselves more capable than she is of selecting her guests. The question is frequently asked whether replies should be sent to invitations to wedding and other receptions, and to at-home cards. If one receives the great compliment of being invited to a marriage ceremony, not at church, an acceptance or regret would of course be immediately sent, for it is only in the case of the reception following that any doubt seems to exist. It is generally understood that no answers are expected, but as it is certainly very polite to send a regret when one is unable to accept, why is it not equally polite to send an acceptance? After receptions, it is not considered necessary for those who have been present to call, but those who are prevented from going call in person as soon as is convenient. Sometimes, in the case of wedding receptions, many are invited for the occasion, friends either of the bride or groom, whom the relative who gives the reception has never visited, and does not wish to visit in the future. Of course, the visiting then ends with the call made after the reception, for if the cards left at the reception or afterward are not returned by those of the host or hostess, no matter how desirous the recipient of the civility may be to extend her hospitality in return, she ought not to do so unless under corresponding circumstances. Frequently those who are prevented from attending wedding receptions send their cards, and these are returned by those of the bride and groom when they make their round of visits, except in cases where, after the reception, their cards are sent with a new address. Then, of course, those who receive them always pay the first visit. The gentleman sends his card alone when there has been no reception, when he wishes to have his wife make the acquaintance of his friends whom she has not previously visited, and the sooner the call is made under such circumstances, the more polite it is considered. The reason why an invitation to an opera box, like an invitation to dine, must be answered immediately is because the number of seats being limited, it is necessary, when regrets are received, to send out other invitations at once, in order that all may be complimented alike by receiving them upon the same day. Gentlemen not receiving any special invitation to a box, who chance to be in the opera house in a dress suit, often pay visits of 10 or 15 minutes to the box of any lady with whom they are well acquainted. If a gentleman wishes to enter the box of some chaperone with whom he is not acquainted, he always requests some mutual acquaintance in the box to present him to the chaperone immediately upon entering. Unless invited by her to remain, he is careful not to prolong his visit beyond the time allowed. Young ladies are sometimes very thoughtless in urging young gentlemen to stay during an entire act, or even longer, but when the party is made up by the chaperone, she does not like to see the gentleman whom she has invited incommoded by one whom she has not asked to her box. The diversity of opinion that exists with us in reference to many points of etiquette is unfortunate, for where no fixed rules exist there must always be misapprehensions and misunderstandings, rudenesses suspected where none are intended, and sometimes resented, to the great perplexity of the offender as to the cause of the offence. It is not everyone who knows how rude a thing people of the old school consider it, to make use of a lady's house in calling upon a guest staying with her, and leaving no card for the hostess. This simple act of courtesy does not necessitate a continuance of visiting, inasmuch as the lady only feels obliged to return her card through her friend, leaving it to after circumstances to decide whether it will be mutually agreeable to make the acquaintance. To call upon strangers for whom dinners are given when invited to meet them is very polite, but it should not be construed into any intended impoliteness in this country if the call is not made, and it may even happen that one is unable to be presented to such guests where the dinner is large, though one should at least make the attempt. Nor is it generally understood how great is the discourtesy of permitting any person who has been shown into a house through the mistake of a servant, when the ladies are engaged, to be shown out again without seeing any member of the family. The mistake having occurred, if no member of the family is able to make her appearance without considerable delay, a message should be sent down with an explanation, inquiring if the visitor will wait until one of the ladies can come down. The lady who finds herself admitted when out upon a round of calls will be without doubt only too glad of the excuse for departure, and even if calling upon matters that require an answer, her savoir-faire would prevent her from waiting under such circumstances. Any hesitation upon the part of the servant who answers the bell as to whether the ladies are at home or engaged authorises the persons calling to leave their cards without waiting to ascertain. The etiquette in regard to bowing is so simple and reasonable that one would scarcely suppose it possible that any differences of opinion could exist, and yet there are some who think it a breach of politeness if one neglect to bow, although meeting half a dozen times on a promenade or in driving. Custom has made it necessary to bow only the first time in passing. After that exchange of salutations, it is very properly not expected. The difference between a courteous and a familiar bow should be remembered by gentlemen who wish to make a favourable impression. A lady dislikes to receive from a man with whom she has but a slight acquaintance a bow accompanied by a broad smile, as though he were on the most familiar terms with her. It is far better to err on the other side, and to give one of those stiff, ungracious bows which some men indulge in. Those gentlemen who smile with their eyes instead of their mouths give the most charming bows. As for men who bow charmingly at one time, and with excessive hauteur at others, according as they feel in good or bad humour, they need never be surprised if the person thus treated should cease speaking altogether, nor can any man who does not lift, or at least touch, his hat in speaking to a lady, expect that she will continue her salutations. The rules to which allusions has been made are all reasonable, but there are others which, having only an imaginary foundation in the requirements of true politeness, might be disregarded with advantage. Such, for example, as that of sending answers to invitations by a special messenger. It is equally convenient to employ a man to deliver invitations or to send them by post. With the reply it is different. Each family receiving an invitation has to send out a servant with the answer. This not always being convenient, the reply is frequently delayed, sometimes until it is forgotten. But if the foreign custom of sending acceptances and regrets by post could be brought into general use, how much more sensible it would be! It was the occasion of many comments when a few years since some cards, not invitations, were thus sent by mistake, the servant posting those which he had forgotten to deliver before the wedding had taken place. But it only needs a few resolute persons to set the example, and persist in it, to have it as generally adopted as it is abroad. End of section 21.
Section 22 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. A to Z by Various. Varney the Vampire, or The Feast of Blood, a Romance, by Thomas Prescott Prest and James Malcolm Rymer. Chapter 1. How graves give up their dead, and how the night air hideous grows with shrieks. midnight, the hailstorm, the dreadful visitor, the vampire. The solemn tones of an old cathedral clock have announced midnight. The air is thick and heavy. A strange, death-like stillness pervades all nature. Like the ominous calm which precedes some more than usually terrific outbreak of the elements, they seem to have paused, even in their ordinary fluctuations, to gather a terrific strength for the great effort. A faint peal of thunder now comes from far off. Like a signal gun for the battle of the winds to begin, it appeared to awaken them from their lethargy, and one awful warring hurricane swept over a whole city, producing more devastation in the 4 or 5 minutes it lasted than would a half-century of ordinary phenomena. It was as if some giant had blown upon some toy town and scattered many of the buildings before the hot blast of his terrific breath. For as suddenly as that blast of wind had come, did it cease, and all was as still and calm as before. Sleepers awakened and thought that what they had heard must be the confused chimera of a dream. They trembled and turned to sleep again. All is still, still as the very grave. Not a sound breaks the magic of repose. What is that? A strange pattering noise, as of a million of fairy feet. It is hail. Yes, a hailstorm has burst over the city. Leaves are dashed from the trees, mingled with small boughs. Windows that lie most opposed to the direct fury of the pelting particles of ice are broken, and the rapt repose that before was so remarkable in its intensity is exchanged for a noise which, in its accumulation, drowns every cry of surprise or consternation which here and there arose from persons who found their houses invaded by the storm. Now and then, too, there would come a sudden gust of wind that in its strength, as it blew laterally, would, for a moment, hold millions of the hailstones suspended in mid-air. But it was only to dash them with redoubled force in some new direction, where more mischief was to be done. Oh, how the storm raged! Hail, rain, wind. It was, in very truth, an awful night. There is an antique chamber in an ancient house. Curious and quaint carvings adorn the walls, and the large chimney-piece is a curiosity of itself. The ceiling is low, and a large bay window, from roof to floor, looks to the west. The window is latticed and filled with curiously painted glass and rich stained pieces, which send in a strange yet beautiful light when sun or moon shines into the apartment. There is but one portrait in that room, although the walls seem panelled for the express purpose of containing a series of pictures. That portrait is of a young man, with a pale face, a stately brow, and a strange expression about the eyes, which no one cared to look on twice. There is a stately bed in that chamber. Of carved walnut wood is it made, rich in design and elaborate in execution. One of those works of art which owe their existence to the Elizabethan era. It is hung with heavy silken and damask furnishing. Nodding feathers are at its corners. Covered with dust are they, and they lend a funereal aspect to the room. The floor is of polished oak. God, how the hail dashes on the old bay window! Like an occasional discharge of mimic musketry, it comes clashing, beating, and cracking upon the small panes. But they resist it. Their small size saves them. The wind, the hail, the rain expend their fury in vain. The bed in that old chamber is occupied. A creature formed in all fashions of loveliness lies in a half-sleep upon that ancient couch. A girl, young and beautiful as a spring morning. Her long hair has escaped from its confinement and streams over the blackened coverings of the bedstead. She has been restless in her sleep, for the clothing of the bed is in much confusion. One arm is over her head, the other hangs nearly off the side of the bed near to which she lies. A neck and bosom that would have formed a study for the rarest sculptor that ever Providence gave genius to were half disclosed. She moaned slightly in her sleep, and once or twice the lips moved as if in prayer. At least one might judge so, for the name of him who suffered for all came once faintly from them. She has endured much fatigue, and the storm does not awaken her, but it can disturb the slumbers it does not possess the power to destroy entirely. The turmoil of the elements wakes the senses, although it cannot entirely break the repose they have lapsed into. Oh, what a world of witchery was in that mouth, slightly parted, and exhibiting within the pearly teeth that glistened even in the faint light that came from that bay window. How sweetly the long silken eyelashes lay upon the cheek. Now she moves, and one shoulder is entirely visible, whiter, fairer than the spotless clothing of the bed on which she lies, is the smooth skin of that fair creature, just budding into womanhood, and in that transition state which presents to us all the charms of the girl, almost of the child, with the more matured beauty and gentleness of advancing years. Was that lightning? Yes, an awful, vivid, terrifying flash. Then a roaring peal of thunder, as if 1,000 mountains were rolling one over the other in the blue vault of heaven. Who sleeps now in that ancient city? Not one living soul. The dread trumpet of eternity could not more effectually have awakened anyone. The hail continues. The wind continues. The uproar of the elements seems at its height. Now she awakens, that beautiful girl on the antique bed. She opens those eyes of celestial blue, and a faint cry of alarm bursts from her lips. At least it is a cry which, amid the noise and turmoil without, sounds but faint and weak. She sits upon the bed and presses her hands upon her eyes. Heavens, what a wild torrent of wind and rain and hail! The thunder likewise seems intent upon awakening sufficient echoes to last until the next flash of forked lightning should again produce the wild concussion of the air. She murmurs a prayer for those she loves best. The names of those dear to her gentle heart come from her lips. She weeps and prays. She thinks then of what devastation the storm must surely produce, and to the great God of heaven she prays for all living things. Another flash, a wild, blue, bewildering flash of lightning, streams across that bay window, for an instant bringing out every color in it with terrible distinctness. A shriek bursts from the lips of the young girl, and then, with eyes fixed upon that window, which in another moment is all darkness, and with such an expression of terror upon her face as it had never before known, she trembled, and the perspiration of intense fear stood upon her brow. What was it? She gasped. Real? Or a delusion? Oh God, what was it? A figure, tall and gaunt, endeavoring from the outside to unclasp the window. I saw it. That flash of lightning revealed it to me. It stood the whole length of the window. There was a lull of the wind. The hail was not falling so thickly. Moreover, it now fell, what there was of it, straight. And yet a strange clattering sound came upon the glass of that long window. It could not be a delusion. She is awake, and she hears it. What can produce it? Another flash of lightning, another shriek. There could be now no delusion. A tall figure is standing on the ledge immediately outside the long window. It is its fingernails upon the glass that produces the sound so like the hail, now that the hail has ceased. Intense fear paralyzed the limbs of that beautiful girl. That one shriek is all she can utter. With hands clasped, a face of marble, a heart beating so wildly in her bosom that each moment it seems as if it would break its confines. Eyes distended and fixed upon the window, she waits, froze with horror. The pattering and clattering of the nails continue. No word is spoken, and now she fancies she can trace the darker form of that figure against the window, and she can see the long arms moving to and fro, feeling for some mode of entrance. What strange light is that which now gradually creeps up into the air? Red and terrible, brighter and brighter it grows. The lightning has set fire to a mill, and the reflection of the rapidly consuming building falls upon that long window. There can be no mistake. The figure is there, still feeling for an entrance, and clattering against the glass with its long nails that appear as if the growth of many years had been untouched. She tries to scream again, but a choking sensation comes over her, and she cannot. It is too dreadful. She tries to move. Each limb seems weighed down by tons of lead. She can but in a hoarse, faint whisper cry, "Help! Help! Help! Help!" And that one word she repeats, like a person in a dream. The red glare of the fire continues. It throws up the tall, gaunt figure in hideous relief against the long window. It shows, too, upon the one portrait that is in the chamber, and that portrait appears to fix its eyes upon the attempting intruder, while the flickering light from the fire makes it look fearfully lifelike. A small pane of glass is broken, and the form from without introduces a long, gaunt hand which seems utterly destitute of flesh. The fastening is removed, and one half of the window, which opens like folding doors, is swung wide open upon its hinges. And yet now she could not scream, she could not move. "Help! Help! Help!" was all she could say. But oh, that look of terror that sat upon her face! It was dreadful. A look to haunt the memory for a lifetime. A look to obtrude itself upon the happiest moments and turn them to bitterness. The figure turns half round, and the light falls upon the face. It is perfectly white, perfectly bloodless. The eyes look like polished tin. The lips are drawn back, and the principal feature next to those dreadful eyes is the teeth, the fearful-looking teeth, projecting like those of some wild animal, hideously, glaringly white, and fang-like. It approaches the bed with a strange, gliding movement. It clashes together the long nails that literally appear to hang from the finger ends. No sound comes from its lips. Is she going mad? That young and beautiful girl exposed to so much terror? She has drawn up all her limbs. She cannot even now say help. The power of articulation is gone. But the power of movement has returned to her. She can draw herself slowly along to the other side of the bed from that towards which the hideous appearance is coming. But her eyes are fascinated. The glance of a serpent could not have produced a greater effect upon her than did the fixed gaze of those awful, metallic-looking eyes that were bent on her face. Crouching down so that the gigantic height was lost, and the horrible, protruding white face was the most prominent object, came on the figure. What was it? What did it want there? What made it look so hideous, so unlike an inhabitant of the earth, and yet to be on it? Now she has got to the verge of the bed, and the figure pauses. It seemed as if, when it paused, she lost the power to proceed. The clothing of the bed was now clutched in her hands with unconscious power. She drew her breath short and thick. Her bosom heaves and her limbs tremble, yet she cannot withdraw her eyes from that marble-looking face. He holds her with his glittering eye. The storm has ceased. All is still. The winds are hushed. The church clock proclaims the hour of 1. A hissing sound comes from the throat of the hideous being, and he raises his long, gaunt arms. The lips move. He advances. The girl places one small foot from the bed onto the floor. She is unconsciously dragging the clothing with her. The door of the room is in that direction. Can she reach it? Has she the power to walk? Can she withdraw her eyes from the face of the intruder and so break the hideous charm? God of heaven, is it real or some dream so like reality as to nearly overturn the judgment forever? The figure has paused again, and half on the bed and half out of it, that young girl lies trembling. Her long hair streams across the entire width of the bed. As she has slowly moved along, she has left it streaming across the pillows. The pause lasted about a minute. Oh, what an age of agony! That minute was, indeed, enough for madness to do its full work in. With a sudden rush that could not be foreseen, with a strange, howling cry that was enough to awaken terror in every breast, the figure seized the long tresses of her hair, and twining them round his bony hands, he held her to the bed. Then she screamed. Heaven granted her then power to scream. Shriek followed shriek in rapid succession. The bedclothes fell in a heap by the side of the bed. She was dragged by her long silken hair completely onto it again. Her beautifully rounded limbs quivered with the agony of her soul. The glassy, horrible eyes of the figure ran over that angelic form with a hideous satisfaction. Horrible profanation. He drags her head to the bed's edge. He forces it back by the long hair still entwined in his grasp. With a plunge he seizes her neck in his fang-like teeth. A gush of blood and a hideous sucking noise follows. The girl has swooned, and the vampire is at his hideous repast. End of Section 22. Chapter 1 of Varney the Vampire. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
Section 23 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. A to Z by Various. Ulster stand for Union by Ronald McNeill. Chapter 12. Was resistance justifiable? A story is told of Queen Victoria that in her youthful days when studying constitutional history, she once asked Lord Melbourne whether under any circumstances citizens were justified in resisting legal authority, to which the old courtier replied, "When asked that question by a sovereign of the House of Hanover, I feel bound to answer in the affirmative." If one can imagine a similar question being asked of an Ulsterman by Mr. Asquith, Mr. Lloyd George, or Sir Edward Grey in 1912, the reply would surely have been that such a question asked by a statesman claiming to be a guardian of liberal principles and of the Whig tradition could only be answered in the affirmative. This, at all events, was the view of the late Duke of Devonshire, who, more than any other statesman of our time, could claim to be a representative in his own person of the Whig tradition handed down from 1688. Passive obedience has indeed been preached as a political dogma in the course of English history, but never by apostles of liberalism. Forcible resistance to legally constituted authority, even when it involved repudiation of existing allegiance, has often, both in our own and in foreign countries, won the approval and sympathy of English liberals. A long line of illustrious names, from Cromwell and Lord Halifax in England to Kossuth and Mazzini on the continent, might be quoted in support of such a proposition if anyone were likely to challenge it. When then liberals professed to be utterly shocked by Ulster's declared intention to resist Home Rule, both actively and passively, they could not have based their attitude on the principle that under no circumstances could such resistance be morally justified. Indeed, in the case in question, there were circumstances that would have made the condemnation of Ulster by the English Liberal party not a little hypocritical if referred to any general ethical principle. That party had itself been for a generation in the closest political alliance with Irishmen, whose leader had boasted that they were as much rebels as their fathers were in 1798, and whose power in Ireland had been built up by long sustained and sympathetic defiance of the law. Yet the same politicians who had excused, if they had not applauded, the plan of campaign and the organised boycotting and cattle driving which had for years characterised the agitation for Home Rule, were unspeakably shocked when Ulster formed a disciplined volunteer force which never committed an outrage, and prepared to set up a provisional government rather than be ruled by an assembly of cattle drivers in Dublin. Moreover, many of Mr. Asquith's supporters, and one at least of his most distinguished colleagues in the cabinet of 1912, had himself organised resistance to an Education Act which they disliked, but had been unable to defeat in Parliament. Nevertheless, it must, of course, be freely admitted that the question is to what conditions justify resistance to the legal authority in the state, or rebellion, if the more blunt expression be preferred, is an exceedingly difficult one to answer. It would sound cynical to say, though Carlyle hardly shrinks from maintaining, that success and success alone redeems rebellion from wickedness and folly. Yet it would be difficult to explain on any other principle why posterity has applauded the parliamentarians of 1643 and the Whigs of 1688, while condemning Monmouth and Charles Edward, or why Mr. Gladstone sympathised with Jefferson Davis when he looked like winning and withdrew that sympathy when he had lost. But if success is not the test, what is? Is it the aim of the men who resist? The aim that appears honourable and heroic to one onlooker appears quite the opposite to another, and so the test resolves itself into a matter personal partisanship. That is probably as near as one can get to a solution of the question. Those who happen to agree with the purpose for which a rebellion takes place think the rebels in the right. Those who disagree think them in the wrong. As Mr. Winston Churchill succinctly puts it, when commenting on the strictures passed on his father for inciting Ulster to resist Home Rule, constitutional authorities will measure their censures according to their political opinions. He reminds us, moreover, that when Lord Randolph was denounced as a rebel in the skin of a Tory, the latter was able to cite the authority of Lord Althorp, Sir Robert Peel, Mr. Morley, and the Prime Minister Gladstone himself, in support of the contention that circumstances might justify morally, if not technically, violent resistance and even civil war. To this distinguished catalogue of authorities, an Ulster apologist might have added the name of the Chief Secretary for Ireland in Mr. Asquith's own cabinet, who admitted in 1912 that if the religion of the Protestants were oppressed or their property despoiled, they might be right to fight, which meant that Mr. Birrell did not condemn fighting in itself, provided he were allowed to decide when the occasion for it had arisen. Greater authorities than Mr. Birrell held that the Ulster case for resistance was a good and valid one as it stood. No English statesman of the last half-century has deservedly enjoyed a higher reputation for political probity combined with sound common sense than the 8th Duke of Devonshire. As long ago as 1893, when this same issue had already been raised in circumstances much less favourable to Ulster than after the passing of the Parliament Act in 1911, the Duke of Devonshire said, "The people of Ulster believe, rightly or wrongly, that under a government responsible to an imperial parliament, they possess at present the fullest security which they can possess of their personal freedom, their liberties, and their right to transact their own business in their own way. You have no right to offer them any inferior security to that. And if, after weighing the character of the government which is sought to impose upon them, they resolve that they are no longer bound to obey a law which does not give them equal and just protection with their fellow subjects, who can say? How, at all events, can the descendants of those who resisted King James II say that they have not a right, if they think fit, to resist if they think they have the power, the imposition of a government put upon them by force? All the same, there never was a community on the face of the earth to whom rebellion in any real sense of the word was more hateful than to the people of Ulster. They traditionally were the champions of law and order in Ireland. They prided themselves above all things on their loyalty to their king and to the British flag, and they never entertained the idea that the movement which they started at Craigavon in 1911 and to which they solemnly pledged themselves by their covenant in the following year was in the slightest degree a departure from their cherished loyalty. On the contrary, it was an emphatic assertion of it. They held firmly, as Mr. Bonar Law and the whole Unionist party in Great Britain held also, that Mr. Asquith and his government were forcing Home Rule upon them by unconstitutional methods. They did not believe that loyalty in the best sense, loyalty to the sovereign, to the empire, to the majesty of the law, required of them passive obedience to an Act of Parliament placed by such means on the statute book, which they were convinced moreover was wholly repugnant to the great majority of the British people. This aspect of the matter was admirably and soberly presented by the Times in one of the many weighty articles in which that great journal gave undeviating support to the Ulster cause. A free community cannot justly or even constitutionally be deprived of its privileges or its position in the realm by any measure that is not stamped with the considered and unquestionable approval of the great body of electors in the United Kingdom. Any attempt so to deprive them is a fraud upon their fundamental rights, which they are justified in resisting as an act of violence by any means in their power. This is elementary doctrine, borne out by the whole course of English history. That the position was paradoxical calls for no denial, but the pith of the paradox lay in the fact that a movement denounced as rebellious by its political opponents was warmly supported, not only by large masses, probably by the majority of the people of this country, but by numbers of individuals of the highest character, occupying stations of great responsibility. Whatever may be thought of men engaged in actual political conflict, whom some people appear to think capable of any wickedness, no one can seriously suggest that men like Lord Macnaghten, like the late and present primates of Ireland, like the late Provost of Trinity, like many other sober thinkers who supported Ulster, were men who would lightly lend themselves to rebellion or any other wild and irresponsible adventure. As the Times very truly observed in a leading article in 1912, we remember no precedent in our domestic history since the Revolution of 1688 for a movement among citizens, law-abiding by temperament and habit, which resembles the present movement of the Ulster Protestants. It is no rabble who have taken it. It is the work of orderly, prosperous and deeply religious men. Nor did the paradox end there. If the Ulster movement was rebellious, its purpose was as paradoxical as its circumstances. It had in it no subversive element. In this respect it stands, so far as the writer's knowledge goes, without precedent, a solitary instance in the history of mankind. The world has witnessed rebellions without number, designed to bring about many different results, to emancipate a people from oppression, to upset an obnoxious form of government, to expel or to restore a rival dynasty, to transfer allegiance from one sovereign or one state to another. But has there ever been a rebellion the object of which was to maintain the status quo? Yet that was the sole purpose of the Ulster men in all they did from 1911 to 1914. That fact which distinguished their movement from every rebellion or revolution in history placed them on a far more solid ground of reasonable justification than the excuse offered by Mr. Churchill for their bellicose attitude in his father's day. Although he is no doubt right in saying that when men are sufficiently in earnest they will back their words with more than votes, it is a plea that would cover alike the conduct of Halifax and the other Whigs who resisted the legal authority of James II, of the Jacobites who fought for his grandson, and of the contrivers of many another bloody or bloodless revolution. But there was nothing revolutionary in the Ulster movement. It was resistance to the transfer of a people's allegiance without their consent, to their forcible expulsion from a constitution with which they were content, and their forcible inclusion in a constitution which they detested. This was the very antithesis of revolution. English radical writers and politicians might argue that no transfer of allegiance was contemplated, but Ulster men thought they knew better, and the later development of the Irish question proved how right they were. Even had they been proved wrong instead of right in their conviction that the true aim of Irish nationalism, a term in which Sinn Féin is included, was essentially separatist, they knew better than Englishmen how little reality there was in the theory that under the proposed Home Rule their allegiance would be unaffected and their political status suffer no degradation. They claimed to occupy a position similar to that of the North in the American Civil War, with this difference, which, so far as it went, told in their favour that whereas Lincoln took up arms to resist secession, they were prepared to do so to resist expulsion, the purpose in both cases, however, being to preserve union. The practical view of the question, as it would appear in the eyes of ordinary men, was well expressed by Lord Curzon in the House of Lords when he said, "The people of this country will be very loath to condemn those whose only disloyalty it will be to have been excessive in their loyalty to the king. Do not suppose that the people of this country will call those rebels whose only form of rebellion is to resist on remaining under the Imperial Parliament." Of course, men like Sir Edward Carson, Lord Londonderry, Mr. Thomas Sinclair and other Ulster leaders were too far-seeing not to realise that the course they were taking would expose them to the accusation of having set a bad example which others without the same grounds of justification might follow in very different circumstances. But this was a risk they had to shoulder, as have all who are not prepared to subscribe to the dogma of passive obedience without limit. They accept it as the less of two evils, but there was something humorous in the pretence put forward in 1916 and afterwards that the violence to which the adherents of Sinn Féin had recourse was merely copying Ulster, as if Irish nationalism in its extreme form required precedent for insurrection. Even the leader of constitutional nationalism himself had traced his political pedigree to convicted rebels like Tone and Emmet, and since the date of those heroes there have been at least 2 armed risings in Ireland against the British Crown and Government. If the taunt flung at Ulstermen had been that they had at last thrown overboard law and order and had stolen the nationalist policy of active resistance, there would at least have been superficial plausibility in it. but when it was suggested or implied that the Ulster example was actually responsible in any degree whatever for violent outbreaks in the other provinces, a supercilious smile was the only possible retort from the lips of representatives of Ulster. But what caused them some perplexity was the disposition manifested in certain quarters in England to look upon the two parties in Ireland in regard to rebellion as 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. It has always, unhappily, been characteristic of a certain type of Englishman to see no difference between the friends and the enemies of his country, and if he has a preference at all, to give it to the latter, apart from all other circumstances which in the eyes of Ulstermen justified them up to the hilt in the policy they pursued, apart from everything that distinguished them historically and morally from Irish rebels. There was the patent and all-important fact that the motive of their opponents was hostility to England, whereas their own motive was friendliness and loyalty to England. In that respect they never wavered. If the course of events had ever led to the employment of British troops to crush the resistance of Ulster to Home Rule, the extraordinary spectacle would have been presented to the wondering world of the King's soldiers shooting down men marching under the British flag and singing God Save the King. It was no doubt because this was very generally understood in England that the sympathies of large masses of law-loving people were never for a moment alienated from the men of Ulster by all the striving of their enemies to brand them as rebels. Constitutional authorities may, as Mr. Churchill says, measure their censures according to their political opinions, but the generality of men who are not constitutional authorities, whose political opinions, if they have any, are fluctuating, and who care little for judicial niceties, will measure their censures according to their instinctive sympathies. And the sound instinct of English men forbade them to blame men who, if rebels in law, were their firm friends in fact, for taking exceptional and even illegal measures when all others failed, to preserve the full unity which they regarded as the fruit of that friendship. End of section 23.
Section 24 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A to Z by Various. X Marks the Pedwalk by Fritz Leiber. This is how it all began, the terrible civil strife that devastates our world. Based in material in Chapter 7, First Clashes of the Wheeled and Footed Sects, of Volume 3 of Berger's monumental History of Traffic, published by the Foundation for 22nd Century Studies. The raggedy little old lady with the big shopping bag was in the exact center of the crosswalk when she became aware of the big black car bearing down on her. Behind the thick bulletproof glass, its 7 occupants had a misty look, like men in a diving bell. She saw there was no longer time to beat the car to either curb. Veering remorselessly, it would catch her in the gutter. Useless to attempt a feint and double back, such as any venturesome child executed a dozen times a day. Her reflexes were too slow. Polite, vacuous laughter came from the car's loudspeaker over the engine's mounting roar. From her fellow pedestrians lining the curbs came a sigh of horror. The little old lady dipped into her shopping bag and came up with a big blue-back automatic. She held it in both fists, riding the recoils like a rodeo cowboy on a bucking bronco. Aiming at the base of the windshield, just as a big game hunter aims at the vulnerable spine of a charging water buffalo over the horny armor of its lowered head, a little old lady squeezed off 3 shots before the car chewed her down. From the right-hand curb, a young woman in a wheelchair shrieked an obscenity at the car's occupants. Smythe D. Winter, the driver, wasn't happy. The little old lady's last shot had taken 2 members of his carpool. Bursting through the laminated glass, the steel-jacketed slug had traversed the neck of Phipps McKeith and buried itself in the skull of Horvendile Harker. Braking viciously, Smythe de Winter rammed the car over the right-hand curb. Pedestrians scattered into entries and narrow arcades, among them a youth bounding high on crutches. But Smythe de Winter got the girl in the wheelchair. Then he drove rapidly out of the slum ring into the suburbs, a shred of rattan swinging from the flange of his right fore mudguard for a trophy. Despite the 2-for-2 casualty list, he felt angry and depressed. The secure, predictable world around him seemed to be crumbling. While his companions softly keened a dirge to Horvey and Phipps, and quietly mopped up their blood, he frowned and shook his head. "They oughtn't to let old ladies carry magnums," he murmured. Witherspoon Hobbs nodded agreement across the front seat corpse. "They oughtn't to let 'em carry anything. God, how I hate feet," he muttered, looking down at his shrunken legs. "Wheels forever," he softly cheered. The incident had immediate repercussions throughout the city. At the combined wake of the little old lady and the girl in the wheelchair, a fiery-tongued speaker inveighed against the white-walled fascists of suburbia, telling to his hearers the fabled wonders of old Los Angeles, where pedestrians were sacrosanct, even outside crosswalks. He called for a hobnail march across the nearest lawn bowling alleys and perambulator-traversed golf courses of the motorists. At the Sunnyside crematorium, to which the bodies of Phipps and Horvey had been conveyed, an equally impassioned and rather more grammatical orator reminded his listeners of the legendary justice of old Chicago, where pedestrians were forbidden to carry small arms, and anyone with 1 foot off the sidewalk was fair prey. He broadly hinted that a holocaust, primed if necessary with a few tankfuls of gasoline, was the only cure for the slums. Bands of skinny youths were loping at dusk out of the slum ring into the innermost sections of the larger donut of the suburbs, slashing defenseless tires, shooting expensive watchdogs, and scrawling filthy words on the pristine panels of matrons' runabouts, which never ventured more than 6 blocks from home. Simultaneously, squadrons of young suburban motorcycles and scooterites roared through the outermost precincts of the slum ring, harrying children off sidewalks, tossing stink bombs through second-story tenement windows, and defacing hovel fronts with sprays of black paint. Incident: a thrown brick, a cut corner, monster attacks in the portico of Auto Club were even reported from the center of the city, traditionally neutral territory. The government hurriedly acted, suspending all traffic between center and the suburbs, and establishing a 24-hour curfew in the slum ring. Government agents moved only by centipede card and pogo hopper, to underline the point that they favored neither contending side. The day of enforced non-movement for feet and wheels was spent in furtive, vengeful preparations. Behind locked garage doors, machine guns that fired through the nose ornament were mounted under hoods. Illegal scythe blades were welded to oversized hubcaps, and the stainless steel edges of flange fenders were honed to razor sharpness. While nervous National Guardsmen hopped about the deserted sidewalks of the slum ring, grim-faced men and women wearing black armbands moved through the webwork of secret tunnels and hidden doors, distributing heavy-caliber small arms and spike-studded paving blocks, piling cobblestones on strategic rooftops, and sapping upward from the secret tunnels to create car traps. Children got ready to soap intersections after dark. The Committee of Pedestrian Safety, sometimes known as Robespierre's Rats, prepared to release its 2 carefully hoarded anti-tank guns. At nightfall, under the tireless urging of the government, representatives of the pedestrians and the motorists met on a huge safety island at the boundary of the slum ring and the suburbs. Underlings began a noisy dispute as to whether Smythe de Winter had failed to give a courtesy honk before charging, whether the little old lady had opened fire before the car had come within honking distance, how many wheels of Smythe de Carr's car had been on the sidewalk when he hit the girl in the wheelchair, and so on. After a little while the high pedestrian and the chief motorist exchanged cautious winks and drew aside. The red writhing of 100 kerosene flares and the mystic yellow pulsing of 1,000 firefly lamps mounted on yellow sawhorses ranged around the safety island, illumined 2 tragic strained faces. "A word before we get down to business," the chief motorist whispered. "What's the current SQ of your adults?" 41 and dropping, the high pedestrian replied, his eyes fearfully searching from side to side for eavesdroppers. "I can hardly get aides who are halfway compos mentis." "Our own sanity quotient is 37, the chief motorist revealed. He shrugged helplessly. The wheels inside my people's heads are slowing down. I do not think they will be speeded up in my lifetime. And they say the government's only 52, the other said with a matching shrug. Well, I suppose we must scrape out one more compromise, the one suggested hollowly, though I must confess there are times when I think we're all the figments of a paranoid's dream. 2 hours of concentrated deliberations produced the new Wheelfoot Articles of Agreement. Among other points, pedestrian handguns were limited to a slightly lower muzzle velocity and to .38 caliber and under, while motorists were required to give 3 honks at 1 block distance before charging a pedestrian in a crosswalk. 2 wheels over the curb changed a traffic kill from third-degree manslaughter to petty homicide. Blind pedestrians were permitted to carry hand grenades. Immediately the government went to work. The new Wheelfoot Articles were loudspeakered and posted. Detachments of police and psychiatric social hoppers centipedaled and pogoed through the slum ring, seizing outsized weapons and giving tranquilizing jet injections to the unruly. Teams of hypnotherapists and mechanics scuttled from home to home in the suburbs and from garage to garage, enchanting a conformist serenity and stripping illegal armaments from cars. On the advice of a rogue psychiatrist who said it would channel off aggressions, a display of bullfighting was announced, but this had to be cancelled when a strong protest was lodged by the Decency League, which had a large mixed Wheelfoot membership. At dawn, curfew was listed in the slum ring, and traffic reopened between the suburbs and the center. After a few uneasy moments, it became apparent that the status quo had been restored. Smythe de Winter tooled his gleaming black machine along the ring. A thick steel bolt with a large steel washer on either side neatly filled the hole the little old lady slug had made in the windshield. A brick bounced off the roof. Bullets pattered against the side windows. Smythe D. ran a handkerchief around his neck under his collar and smiled. A block ahead children were darting into the street, catcalling and thumbing their noses. Behind one of them limped a fat dog with a spiked collar. Smythe D. suddenly gunned his motor. He didn't hit any of the children, but he got the dog. A flashing light on the dash showed him the right front tire was losing pressure. Must have hit the collar as well. He thumbed the matching emergency air button, and the flashing stopped. He turned toward Witherspoon Hobbs and said with thoughtful satisfaction, "I like a normal, orderly world, where you always have a little success, but not champagne-heady. A little failure, but just enough to brace you." Witherspoon Hobbs was squinting at the next crosswalk. Its center was discolored by a brownish-stained ribbon tracked by tires. "That's where you bagged the little old lady, Smythe D," he remarked. "I'll say this for her now. She had spirit." "Yes, that's where I bagged her," Smythe D agreed flatly. He remembered wistfully the witch-like face growing rapidly larger, her jerking shoulders and black bombazine, the wild white circled eyes. He suddenly found himself feeling that this was a very dull day. End of section 24.
Section 25 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A to Z by Various. The Hindu Yogi Science of Breath. Yogi Ramacharaka. How to acquire the Yogi Complete Breath. The Yogi Complete Breath is the fundamental breath of the entire yogi science of breath, and the student must fully acquaint himself with it and master it perfectly before he can hope to obtain results from the other forms of breath mentioned and given in this book. He should not be content with half learning it, but should go to work in earnest until it becomes his natural method of breathing. This will require work, time, and patience. But without these things, nothing is ever accomplished. There is no royal road to the science of breath, and the student must be prepared to practice and study in earnest if he expect to receive results. The results obtained by a complete mastery of the science of breath are great, and no one who has attained them would willingly go back to the old methods, and he will tell his friends that he considers himself amply repaid for all his work. We say these things now that you may fully understand the necessity and importance of mastering this fundamental method of yogi breathing, instead of passing it by and trying some of the attractive-looking variations given later on in this book. Again, we say to you, start right, and right results will follow. But neglect your foundations, and your entire building will topple over, sooner or later. Perhaps the better way to teach you how to develop the Yogi Complete Breath would be to give you simple directions regarding the breath itself, and then follow up with the same general remarks concerning it, and then later on giving exercises for developing the chest muscles and lungs, which have been allowed to remain in an undeveloped condition by imperfect methods of breathing. Right here, we wish to say that this complete breath is not a forced or abnormal thing, but, on the contrary, is a going back to first principles, a return to nature. The healthy adult savage and the healthy infant of civilization both breathe in this manner. But civilized man has adopted unnatural methods of living, clothing, etc., and has lost his birthright. And we wish to remind the reader that the complete breath does not necessarily call for the complete filling of the lungs at every inhalation. One may inhale the average amount of air, using the complete breathing method and distributing the air inhaled, be the quantity large or small, to all parts of the lungs. But one should inhale a series of full, complete breaths several times a day, whenever opportunity offers, in order to keep the system in good order and condition. The following simple exercise will give you a clear idea of what the complete breath is. 1. Stand or sit erect, breathing through the nostrils. Inhale steadily, first filling the lower part of the lungs, which is accomplished by bringing into play the diaphragm, which, descending, exerts a gentle pressure on the abdominal organs, pushing forward the front walls of the abdomen. Then, fill the middle part of the lungs, pushing out the lower ribs, breastbone, and chest. Then fill the higher portion of the lungs, protruding the upper chest, thus lifting the chest, including the upper 6 or 7 pairs of ribs. In the final movement, the lower part of the abdomen will be slightly drawn in, which movement gives the lungs a support and also helps to fill the highest part of the lungs. At first reading, it may appear that this breath consists of 3 distinct movements. This, however, is not the correct idea. The inhalation is continuous, the entire chest cavity from the lower diaphragm to the highest point of the chest in the region of the collarbone being expanded with a uniform movement. Avoid a jerky series of inhalations and strive to attain a steady continuous action. Practice will soon overcome the tendency to divide the inhalation into 3 movements and will result in a uniform continuous breath. You will be able to complete the inhalation in a couple of seconds after a little practice. 2. Retain the breath for a few seconds. 3. Exhale quite slowly, holding the chest in a firm position and having the abdomen in a little and lifting it upward slowly as the air leaves the lungs. When the air is entirely exhaled, relax the chest and abdomen. A little practice will render this part of the exercise easy, and the movement, once acquired, will be afterwards performed almost automatically. It will be seen that by this method of breathing all parts of the respiratory apparatus is brought into action, and all parts of the lungs, including the most remote air cells, are exercised. The chest cavity is expanded in all directions. You will also notice that the complete breath is really a combination of low, mid, and high breaths, succeeding each other rapidly in the order given, in such a manner as to form one uniform, continuous, complete breath. You will find it quite a help to you if you will practice this breath before a large mirror, placing the hands lightly over the abdomen so that you may feel the movements. At the end of the inhalation, it is well to occasionally slightly elevate the shoulders, thus raising the collarbone and allowing the air to pass freely into the small upper lobe of the right lung, which place is sometimes the breeding place of tuberculosis. At the beginning of practice, you may have more or less trouble in acquiring the complete breath, but a little practice will make perfect, and when you have once acquired it, you will never willingly return to the old methods. End of section 25.
Section 26 of A to Z. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A to Z by Various. Zaritsky's Law by Anne Griffith. Somebody someday will make a study of the influence of animals on history. Although not as famous as Mrs. O'Leary's cow, Mrs. Graham's cat should certainly be included in any such study. It has now been definitely established that the experiences of this cat led to the idea of quick frozen people, which in turn led to the passage of Zaritsky's Law. We must go back to the files of the Los Angeles newspapers for 1950 to find the story. In brief, a Mrs. Fred C. Graham missed her pet cat on the same day that she put a good deal of food down in her home deep-freeze unit. She suspected no connection between the two events. The cat was not found until 6 days later, when its owner went to fetch something from the deep-freeze. Much as she loved her pet, we may imagine that she was more horror than grief-stricken at her discovery. She lifted the little ice-encased body out of the deep-freeze and set it on the floor. Then she managed to run as far as the next-door neighbor's house before fainting. Mrs. Graham became hysterical after she was revived, and it was several hours before she could be quieted enough to persuade anybody that she hadn't made up the whole thing. She prevailed upon her neighbor to go back to the house with her. In front of the deep-freeze they found a small pool of water and a wet cat busily licking itself. The neighbors subsequently told reporters that the cat was concentrating its licking on one of its hind legs, where some ice still remained, so that she, for one, believed the story. A follow-up dispatch published a week later reported that the cat was unharmed by the adventure. Further, Mrs. Graham was quoted as saying that the cat had a large meal just before its disappearance, that as soon after its rescue as it had dried itself off, it took a long nap, precisely as it always did after a meal, and that it was not hungry again until evening. It was clear from the accounts that the life processes had been stopped dead in their tracks, and had, after defrosting, returned at exactly the point where they left off. Perhaps it is unfair to put all the responsibility on one luckless cat. Had such a thing happened anywhere else in the country, it would have been talked about, believed by a few, disbelieved by most, and forgotten. But as the historic kick of Mrs. O'Leary's cow achieved significance because of the time and place that it was delivered, so the falling of Mrs. Graham's cat into the deep freeze became significant because it occurred in Los Angeles. There, and probably only there, the event was anything but forgotten. The principles it revealed became the basis of a highly successful business. How shall we regard the Zaritsky brothers? As arch-villains or pioneers? In the support of the latter view, it must be admitted that the spirit of inquiry and the willingness to risk the unknown were indisputably theirs. However, their pioneering, if we agree to call it that, was equally indisputably bound up with the quest for a fast buck. Some of their first clients paid as high as $15,000 for the initial freezing, and the exorbitant rate of $1,000 per year as a storage charge. The Zaritsky brothers owned and managed one of the largest quick-freezing plants in the world, and it was their claim that converting the freezing equipment and storage facilities to accommodate humans was extremely expensive, hence the high rates. When the early clients who paid these rates were defrosted years later and found other clients receiving the same services for as little as $3,000, they threatened a row, and the Zaritskys made substantial refunds. By that time they could easily afford it, and since any publicity about their enterprise was unwelcome to them, all refunds were made without a whimper. $3,000 became the standard rate, with $100 per year the storage charge, and no charge for defrosting. The Zaritskys were businessmen, first and last. Anyone who had the fee could put himself away for whatever period of time he wished, and no questions asked. The ironclad rule that full payment must be made in advance was broken only once, as far as the records show. A certain young man had a very wealthy uncle residing in Milwaukee, whose heir he was, but the uncle was not getting along in years fast enough. The young man, then 18 years old, did not wish to waste the best years of his life as a poor boy. He wanted the money while he was young, but his uncle was as healthy as he was wealthy. The Zaritskys were the obvious answer to his problem. The agreement between them has been preserved. They undertook to service the youth without advance payment. They further undertook to watch the Milwaukee papers until the demise of the uncle should be reported, whereupon they would defrost the boy. In exchange for this, the youth, thinking, of course, that money would be no object when he came out, agreed to pay double. The uncle lived 17 years longer, during which time he seems to have forgotten his nephew and to have become deeply interested in a mystic society to which he left his entire fortune. The Zaritskys duly defrosted the boy, and whether they or he were the more disappointed is impossible to imagine. They never forgot the lesson, and never made another exception to their rule. He, poor fellow, spent the rest of his life, including the best years, paying off the debt, which at $3,000 plus 17 years at $100 per year, and the whole doubled, amounted to $9,400. The books record his slow but regular payments over the next 43 years, and indicate that he had only $250 left to pay when he died. We may think, I assume, that various underworld characters who were grateful ex-clients of the Zaritskys were instrumental in persuading the boy to keep up his payments. Criminals were the first to apply for quick freezing, and formed the mainstay of Zaritsky's business through the years. What more easy than to rob, hide the loot, except for that all-important advance payment, present yourself to the Zaritskys, and remain in their admirable chambers for 5 or 10 years, emerge to find the hue and cry long since died down, and the crime forgotten, recover your haul, and live out your life in luxury. Due to the shady character of most of their patrons, the Zaritskys kept all records by a system of numbers. Names never appeared on the books, and anonymity was guaranteed. Law enforcement agents, looking for fugitives from justice, found no way to break down this system, nor any law which they could interpret as making it illegal to quick freeze. Perhaps the truth is that they did not search too diligently for a law that could be made to apply. As long as the Zaritskys kept things quiet and did not advertise or attract public attention, they could safely continue their bizarre business. City officials of Los Angeles, and particularly members of the police force, enjoyed a period of unparalleled prosperity. Lawyers and other experts who thought they were on the track of a legal means by which to liquidate the Zaritsky empire found themselves suddenly able to buy a ranch or a yacht or both, and retire forever from the arduous task of earning a living. Even with a goodly part of the population of Los Angeles as permanent pensioners, the Zaritsky's fortune grew to incredible proportions. By the time the Zaritsky brothers died and left the business to their sons, it was a gold mine, and an inexhaustible one at that. During these later years, the enterprise began to attract a somewhat better class of people. Murderers and other criminals continued to furnish the bulk of the business, but as word of this amazing service seeped through the country, others began to see in it an easy way of solving their problems, if they were encouraged to, by the fact that the process was painless and the firm completely reliable. There were no risks, no accidents, no fatalities. One could, in short, have confidence in the Zeritsky's. Soon after Monahan's great exposure rocked the nation, however, many of these better-type clients leaped into print to tell their experiences. One of the most poignant stories came from the daughter of a Zeritsky client. Her father was still, at the age of 102, passionately interested in politics, but the chances of his lasting until the next election were not good. The daughter herself suggested the deep freeze, and he welcomed the idea. He decided on a 20-year stay because, in his own words, "If the Republicans can't get into the White House in 20 years, I give up." Upon his return, he found that his condition had not been fulfilled. His daughter described him as utterly baffled by the new world. He lived in it just a week before he left it, this time for good. She states his last words were, "How do you people stand it?" Some professional people patronized the Zeritsky's, chiefly movie stars. After the exposé, fan magazines were filled with accounts of how the stars had kept youthful. The more zealous ones had prolonged their screen lives for years by the simple expedient of storing themselves away between pictures. We may imagine the feelings of their public upon discovering that the seemingly eternal youth of their favorites was due to the Zeritsky's, and not, as they had been led to believe, to expensive creams, lotions, diet, and exercise. There was a distinctly unfavorable reaction, and the letter columns of the fan magazines bristled with angry charges of cheating. But next to criminals, the majority of people who applied for quick freezing seems to have been husbands or wives caught in unsupportable marital situations. Their experiences were subsequently written up in the confession magazines. It was usually the husband who fled to Los Angeles and incarcerated himself for an appropriate number of years, at the end of which time his unamiable spouse would have died or made other arrangements. If we can believe the magazines, this scheme worked out very well in most cases. There was inevitably one spiteful wife who divined her husband's intentions. By shrewd reasoning, she figured approximately the number of years he had chosen to be absent, and put herself away for a like period. In a TV dramatization, rather pessimistically entitled, "You Can't Get Away," the husband described his sensations upon being defrosted after 15 years, only to find his wife waiting for him right there in the reception room of the Zeritsky's plant. She was as perfectly preserved as I was, he said. Every irritating habit that had made my life unbearable with her was absolutely intact. The sins of the fathers may be visited on the sons, but how often we see repeated the old familiar pattern of sons destroying the life work of their fathers. The Zeritsky brothers were fanatically meticulous. They supervised every detail of their operations and kept their records with an elaborate system of checks and double checks. They were shrewd enough to realize that complete dependability was essential to their business. A satisfied Zeritsky client was a silent client. One dissatisfied client would be enough to blow the business apart. The sons in their greed overexpanded to the point where they could not even among the four of them personally supervise each and every detail. A fatal mistake was bound to occur sooner or later. When it did, the victim broadcast his grievance to the world. The story appeared in a national magazine, every copy of which was sold an hour after it appeared on the stands. Under the title, "They Put the Freeze on Me," John A. Monahan told his tragic tale. At the age of 37, he had fallen desperately in love with a girl of 16. She was immature and frivolous and wanted to play around a little more before she settled down. "She told me," he wrote, "to come back in 5 years, and that started me thinking. In 5 years I'd be 42, and what would a girl of 21 want with a man twice as old as her?" John Monahan moved in circles where the work of the Zeritsky's was well known. Not only did he see an opportunity of being still only 37 when his darling reached 21, but he foresaw a painless way of passing the years which he must endure without her. Accordingly, he presented himself for the deep freeze, paid his $3,000 and the $500 storage charge in advance, and left, he claimed, written instructions to let me out in 5 years, so there'd be no mistakes. Nobody knows how the slip happened, but somehow John A. Monaghan, or rather the number assigned to him, was entered on the books for 25 years instead of 5 years. Upon being defrosted and discovering that a quarter of a century had elapsed, his rage was awesome. Along with everything else, his love for his sweetheart had been perfectly preserved, but she had given up waiting for him and was a happy mother of 2 boys and 6 girls. Monaghan's accusation that the Zeritsky's had ruined his life may be taken with a grain of salt. He was still a young man, and the rumor that he received $100,000 for the magazine rights to his story was true. As most readers are aware, what has come to be known as Zeritsky's Law was passed by Congress and signed by the President 3 days after Monaghan's story broke. 75 years after Mrs. Graham's cat fell into the freezer, it became the law of the land that the mandatory penalty for anyone applying quick freezing methods to any living thing, human or animal, was death. Also, all quick frozen people were to be defrosted immediately. Los Angeles papers reported that beginning on the day Monaghan's story appeared, men by the thousands poured into the city. They continued to come, choking every available means of transport for the next 2 days, until, that is, Zeritsky's Law went through. When we consider the date, and remember that due to the gravity of the international situation, a bill had just been passed drafting all men from 16 to 60, we realize why Congress had to act. The Zeritsky's, of course, were among the first to be taken. Because of their experience, they were put in charge of a military warehouse for dehydrated foods, and warned not to get any ideas for a new business. End of section 26. End of A to Z by Various.